The House will now come to order. This morning, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative McCluskey.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Mr. Shebo, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez,
Here.
Burnett, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Caraveo,
Here.
Carver, Catlin is excused. Cutter, Doherty, Duran, she is here. Esgar, Exum, I think Exum's excused as well. Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray,
Excused.
Rep. Gray is excused. Hanks, Harrod,
Here.
Holtorf, Hooten, Judah is excused.
Judah.
Kennedy. Oh, did she not? Oh, she didn't say anything. Kennedy's
Excused.
here. Kip, Larson, Lindsay, Lontine, Lontine,
Lontine is excused.
excused. Luck, Lynch, McCluskey, McCormick, McKean,
60 days!
McLaughlin,
Present.
Michelson, Janae,
Present.
Mullica, Neville, Ortiz, Pelton, Pico, Ransom, Rich is excused. Ricks, Roberts, Sandridge is excused. Sirota, Snyder, Soper is on the wall. There he is. Sullivan, Tipper is excused. Titone, Valdez A is
Excused.
excused. Valdez D.
Here.
Van Beber is excused. Van Winkle, Weissman, Will is excused. Williams, Woodrow, Woog, Young, and Mr. Speaker's excused.
There's 54 present, 11 excused. We have a quorum. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Everyone, my husband's watching, so would you turn and just wave? Hi, honey. Hi, honey. He is a loyal fan. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the Journal of Friday, March 11th, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Oh, I didn't see.
I was going to call division, but it's all right.
Okay. All those opposed say no. Well, the motion passes. Now,
Madam.
is there, what? Do you want to speak now?
Just for a second.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Jamie, I feel like you need hobbies. And I think this is our time to talk just a little bit and say, look, it's midnight and there's got to be some knitting. You could take up knitting. There are other things you could do.
I don't know.
Hello, Jamie.
Okay. All right, members, the next order of business is continuation of the special orders calendar from Friday. And Representative Roberts.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the House resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the continuation of special orders.
You've heard the motion. Representative Roberts will take the chair. And gavel.
You guys ready? The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor minutes will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1279.
House Bill 1279 by Representatives Froelich and Esgar, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1279? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, just picking up where we left off, I wanted to address a few things that were brought up during debate towards the tail end there. And by the way, I do really appreciate the robust debate that we were having before we had ended debate around 11. But there were a few things that came up. We did talk about the bill and I believe some of the reasoning behind the proponents and the supporters of the bills. For instance, one thing that was brought up, which I do want to address here, there was concern about how some of the opponents were potentially insufficiently pro-life, after a child has been birthed. And I think, without impugning anyone's character or anything like that, I would say that's an inaccurate statement. I think there are plenty of policies, especially that the minority would certainly support if actually brought to the table. And the one thing I would point out with respect to this particular bill is that the majority brought this bill forward, and if they wanted to work with the minority in terms of creating programs or solutions that could help with individuals that do bring their pregnancies to term and after birth, that we would be open to that. We'd be welcome to doing that. One of the things that we have talked about over here for some time is that of trying to help make adoptions, more affordable, if not free. That's something, as an example, that we could do, but is not in this bill. But one thing I did want to address is that those sort of post-birth solutions that I think were being brought up are not in this bill. And if that is something that the majority wants to work with us on, let's bring it forward. We have an amendment process, and I think we'd be very, very much open to looking into it. The one thing that I also wanted to address here is that we did hear a lot of discussion about this being a tough decision. And I do agree. There's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of passion, on this particular topic, and there are very tough decisions that women who do decide to get an abortion, it's a tough thing. But the one issue that I want to point out as it relates to that tough decision is why. Why is it a tough decision? And I would submit to you that it gets back to the original argument that, some in the minority are trying to make, that the life inside that womb is just that, life. It's human life. And so if it's a tough decision, I would ask everyone here to try and sort of wrestle with why that is. For us in the minority, and I do want to harken back to the comments in the story that our minority leader had brought up with his own personal experience. What really stuck out to me was the fact that there were 3 individuals involved in that healthcare decision, and he was absolutely right. That's how we view it, and I think, as we talk about these tough decisions, let's not forget that it's not just a mother, it's not just a father, but it's also an unborn child. And this, of course, gets me back to the first principle. My opening statements were very, very simple. We're trying to decide what is justice, what is truth, with respect to this topic. And really, what I'm trying to convey, especially at this late hour, is that nothing has changed. What is the first principle by which we should be considering as we talk about this debate? And it's, what is life, when does it start, and what's the role of our government to protect that right and then that life? And it all starts, after conception. That is a life in the womb, and it does not matter if that life is in or outside the womb. It is the moral obligation of this body or any governmental entity to protect that life. And there is one thing I also wanted to bring up too that I thought was peculiar, I'm very much open to this debate, but you'll forgive me, I can't remember exactly who said it within the majority, but there was an implication that it was healthier to get an abortion than it was to actually be pregnant or to give birth, and I do apologize if I'm misremembering that, but if that is in fact what was said, then I think it shows sort of the deep divides that are going to play out as we continue on this debate. Giving birth is something that is a wonderful, a beautiful process. My wife has given birth to 2 children. As many of you know, we also had a miscarriage, and it was an unfortunate thing to happen to us, and we wish it upon no one else. And we would do whatever we could to make sure, if we had it within our ability, to make sure no one would go through that process. But if my wife were down here right now, able to speak, she certainly wouldn't share the notion that it would be a healthier, less riskier proposition to have an abortion as opposed to give birth, generally speaking. Those are just some of the things that I wanted to respond to. I do appreciate the conversations that we're having here, and I look forward to continuing them because this is an important topic. And I will say that as we continue this, there was another comment that was made about witnesses, or rather not witnesses, but testimony or emails or comments of support that were coming in either through social media or through emails, in support of this particular bill. But I do want to let everyone know that I have plenty of emails, correspondence, social media engagements. We have a whole stack of witness testimony who oppose this bill. So this is certainly not a one-sided discussion. I want to make sure of that. And one more point before I go ahead and yield the dais here to my colleagues. We did go past midnight, but I want to let everyone know, and the public that is engaged still, we're going past midnight because the minority is pushing this issue because we care so deeply about it. We are going to fight the good fight on this because it's the right fight to have. And if that means that we have to lose a little bit of sleep, we're more than happy to do that. So with that, members, I still urge a no vote, and I would ask that we have a great discussion moving forward.
Representative Lindsay.
I rise in support of HB 1279. As the first state to decriminalize abortion and support women's right to vote, I firmly believe that we in Colorado must act now and pass this bill because our country is reaching a crisis point. As Rep. Froelich stated earlier, which was now yesterday, over the last 10 years, anti-choice attacks have been devastating this country, and the consequences have been dire. Since January 2021, there have been nearly 600 abortion restrictions, including 165 abortion bans, introduced across 47 states. 106 of those restrictions have been enacted across 19 states, including 10 bans. This represents the most abortion restrictions passed in states ever. Altogether, states have enacted an astounding 1,336 abortion restrictions since Roe v. Wade was decided in 1973, 566 of them since the beginning of 2011. He's no longer here, but I, like Representative Catlin, am also not a lawyer, so I will not be going into any lengthy legal arguments. And like Representative Baesnecker, I also believe that we come to this chamber with a plurality of life experiences and beliefs. I've listened to the many stories yesterday, which I am so grateful that all of you have shared, and they all affirm the same idea, that each of us are so deeply moved and affected and impacted by these deeply personal experiences regarding relationships, pregnancy, birth, and parenthood. They are indeed one of the most profound aspects of the human experience. This is something that we all have in common. Statistics say that 1 in 4 women will have an abortion by age 45, and all the stories we've heard yesterday, bear that out. I was born in 1977, so Roe has been the law of the land my entire life. And now, looking back, I see that I grew up taking for granted that what is will always be, that progress made will always remain, and I grew up being thankful for the work of advocates who came before me to make sure that I could be trusted to make decisions for myself, to live my best life, and I thought it was done. I thought it was settled. On the flip side of that coin, in early high school, I remember having a discussion with my history teacher about cycles of history, and the concept really becoming clear to me, sadly, that we are never on a completely upward trend of progress, that instead we take 2 steps forward and then 1 step back. It was a painful concept for a progressive optimist like myself to accept. How could we ever go back on civil rights, women's rights, LGBTQ rights? And yet, here we are. Voting rights more in danger than they've been in decades, the possibility of Roe v. Wade being struck down by the Supreme Court, and a backslide of LGBTQ rights across the country. So here we are. And I am afraid, and we should be afraid. After nearly 50 years, we've learned that Roe doesn't do what people think it does, which is ensure that people can get an abortion when they need one. That is far from the reality. People still face barriers to abortion care, whether that be harassment and violence, judgment, bureaucratic delays, needing to travel long distances for care, and politicians that put obstacles in their way. Obstacles, by the way, that don't impact us all equally. Black folks, Indigenous peoples, Latinos, all people of color do not have equal access to health care because of well-known structural inequities. And even when we do have access, our concerns are often ignored or not taken seriously, which leads to worse outcomes, from COVID-related health issues to higher rates of maternal and infant death. Making sure everyone can live a safe and healthy life means ensuring people have access to health care, including reproductive health care. Part of our job as lawmakers is to put people's health, safety, and real-life needs first. We need to ensure that all people in Colorado have access to the reproductive health care that they need and deserve, including access to abortion. And like Representatives Cutter and Lontine have touched on yesterday, abortion doesn't go away when you restrict or ban it. That only serves to make it more expensive and more dangerous, sometimes even deadly. And wealthy women, and I'll even go as far to say is wealthy white women, will always have access to abortion. They always have. Whether that means paying a small fortune to a doctor who will perform the procedure, or traveling to another city, state, or even another country to access an abortion, people with money will always have a choice. If we don't affirm these rights and we wait to hear what the courts decide, we are putting women of color and low-income women in literal danger of losing their lives potentially. We are not going back to back alley, coat hanger abortions, not on our watch. As for me personally, I am a stable adult. I am married to a man who loves me dearly, and we have spent nearly 2 decades in a committed and healthy relationship. We have raised 4 children together, who we love more than anything, and to whom we have given our all. Our family is one of the greatest achievements of our lives, an accomplishment that when we find ourselves at the end of our lives, I'm sure we will be the most proud of. I always knew I wanted to be a mom. I love being a mom. And yet, if I were to find out today that I was pregnant, it would not be welcome news. My husband and I would not be happily squealing over a positive pregnancy test like we have in the past, or excitedly sharing the news with family like we have in the past. Because we're in our 40s, because we're almost empty nesters, because we do not want to have any more kids. And that is our choice. That is our right. And more importantly, it is my choice, and it is my right. And it is a right that I have myself exercised. I am the 1 in 4. I have no qualms about telling you the story and going into details, but I'm not going to because the details do not matter. It doesn't matter whether I was 24 or 44, whether I had money or not, whether I was married or not, whether I had resources and support or not, whether it was convenient or not, whether it was medically necessary or not. I had the fundamental right to decide the course of my life and whether or not and under what circumstances I decided to be a parent. And speaking of being a parent, we have 2 sons and 2 daughters. Our oldest daughter is a sophomore in college. Our oldest son is about to graduate from high school. Our youngest son is a sophomore, and our youngest daughter, the baby in our family, is a freshman in high school. I want our children to start their young lives with the same rights and choices that my husband and I have had. And we also are confident enough in the raising of our children that we trust them to make choices for themselves about if and when they decide to be parents. If someone gets pregnant at 16, 25, 37, or 52 and wants to either continue the pregnancy and raise a child, continue the pregnancy and then pursue adoption, or choose not to remain pregnant at all, I support them in their decision. It is not my body, it is not my business. I have enough trust in and respect for people to make their own decisions about their own lives. Someone previously spoke here of giving pregnant individuals all the health care, money, and resources and support that they would ever need. Number 1, that would never happen, so let's not delude ourselves. Number 2, some people, if given all the health care and money and resources and support, would still not want to be pregnant, and it is their right not to be. Coloradans have repeatedly struck down attempts to curtail reproductive freedoms. The majority of people want to keep abortion rights as they are. The message sent by voters is clear. We trust individuals to make their own health care decisions. I want to leave a world to my kids and grandkids that is in better shape than I found it. I will not sit idly by while hard-fought rights are chipped away until we've basically gone back in time 50 years. And that's why I stand today in support of this bill, to bolster the rights that women have already fought so hard for. We are not going backwards. We're simply not. Not on our watch. So I strongly urge you to cast an aye vote on HB 1279. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this morning, this fine morning. As we sit here and debate and wait for the sun to come up in this rigorous debate, I find myself listening to a lot of comments that talk about I, me, and my. I, me, and my. Because it's all about me, myself, and I. But there's one thing that's forgotten as I would consider this discussion. Now, when I was counseled by wiser men than myself, and I use the word I, oftentimes I was corrected and said, well, are you the only one? Is it just you or are there others? Should that I be we? Or do you stand alone? Did you do everything by yourself? Is it truly I or me? Now, this isn't a Dr. Seuss rhyme. Ironically, it's real. Because there is another party involved. And it's called the life of a child, an unborn child. I want to talk about that a little bit as we move forward, because this particular bill completely discounts that. Oftentimes people say, well, in my life, and the previous speaker talked about that's all that they've known in their life, when that life is merely a second of time in the larger picture and span of time. Our time on this earth is a fraction, a snap, a second, in what is in the enduring time of Earth and the planet. So in the last not quite 50 years, with Roe versus Wade, have we moved forward? Have we? Well, that's a matter of perspective. I'm not going to go over the statistics that over 1 billion children I won't use that word, are taken. 1 million children are taken from a very safe place, biologically safe, designed to be safe, biologically built to care for a small unborn child for 36 weeks. You can argue where the biology comes from. I believe it comes from the hand of God and a power that is much greater than ours, from somewhere that is not of this earth, that brings us here, that creates that life. But it is life. And it is completely discounted in this bill because it's all about I, me, and my. Now, one might argue that is a selfish notion when it's just all about you, your life, your convenience, yourself, because you are so important. But in the Bible that I read, one of the most noble things to do is to give your life for others, not preserve and protect your own life while other lives are lost. But I digress. I want to talk about this life. There are 3 trimesters. You've heard of them. And in the first trimester, you wonder, even in the first month, with this small unborn child, because that's what it is. It's an unborn child. It's a little person inside of a very special place. And that little person who does want to have his or her first birthday under this bill, most assuredly, if you aspire to the I, me, and my theory, or the inconvenience of this small person who wants to come into this earth, most assuredly that birthday will not happen. We won't have our first birthday or any birthday thereafter because we're an inconvenience. Or it's not the right time in our lives, or we're too busy, or we're too old, or we're too young, or we're too professional. We're more worried about I, me, and my profession, the money I have to make, the car I drive, the house I have to keep. All those material things that really matter not. They really matter not, because every material thing on this earth, when you leave this earth, you do not get to take with you to where we go from here. And we will all go from there, from here to there. Now, where there is a different destination, and will be for many of us. In my religion, your choice with regard to this bill can predetermine that destiny. If you believe that there is life within a womb. In the first month, I won't go over the biology, but I will say that your baby, and I'm not quoting me, I'm quoting this book.
So I understand you have a book, Rep. Holtorf, but I'm going to take this opportunity to direct you to the bill, please.
Oh, absolutely, this is to the bill. And I'll reinforce that point time and time again, Mr. Chair. Because the bill talks about the fact that choice supersedes life. The fact that life is discounted for choice. And that is one of the largest problems I have in the thesis of the argument. And why I'm so strongly opposed to the premise of this bill and everything that encompasses in the language. But in this book, it references a baby. Your baby has begun to take shape.
So, Representative Holtorf, we're not talking about any book. I direct you to the bill, please.
Okay, to the bill. We know there's life when there's a heartbeat. And I look at the bill the book for a reference, but I'm not going to mention the book. I'll just mention the contents and the language of the book.
If it relates to the bill, we'll
It
allow
absolutely will, Mr. Chair. If you'll allow me without haranguing or interruption, I'll continue. Oh, what about the baby? Oh.
Representative Holtorf. Representative Holtorf.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That was not to the bill. You were harassing members of the body from the well.
And they are not harassing me?
Representative Holtorf. Committee will be in a brief recess. Committee will come back to order. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ooh, that's for a tall person. Thank you. I recognize that what I am going to say here will not change any mind that is closed to another's opinion. I recognize that each side here of this discussion, this argument, claims to have the best reasons, and yet I believe neither side has it right. This bill demands that any woman has total control of her productivity, and that concept of having control of oneself is not bad. It's good. This bill also demands that a child is not viable, it's not real, before he or she exits the womb. The fact that a woman is a miracle developer of a human life is very special. And I think in many ways it has been celebrated here, but it has also been run into the ground. I am one who cares very deeply. And when I care very deeply, sometimes that means that I would rather not talk about it because I just care. I know also that I am extremely blessed. The issues that have been discussed and argued about these many hours are not ones that have ever been in my world. But I can sympathize and I can empathize. I listened very carefully to all of the testimony that we had Wednesday night. And what I'm going to do here is just a Reader's Digest condensed version of many of the things that people said that were difficulties when they had an abortion. And I'm going to call it the 10 reasons why this is a difficult thing to do. Reason number 1, it compounds tragedy. Sometimes the circumstances surrounding a pregnancy are tragic. Perhaps a woman was raped, maybe the baby has been diagnosed with a defect, or the woman's health will be at risk. However, one tragedy is not answered with another. Women who have been raped must be compassionately cared for, of course. But compassionate care does not include executing a woman's child. Parents facing a difficult prenatal diagnosis has incredible decisions to make, but they need to be given real facts and directed to other people who can help them with helpful experience. Number 2, it seems obvious, but we need to say it. Abortion takes innocent lives. Science could not be more clear. Unborn humans, beings are living, separate, and unique. Number 3, this was not mentioned as often as others were, but it does violate civil rights. Civil rights are violated when people are deprived of their basic rights in a discriminatory fashion. Unborn children are deprived of life, and that's the most basic right of all. Number 4, abortion punishes innocent people. A child does not deserve to die for the crimes of his father. A 5-year-old cannot be killed because his father is a rapist. a 5-month-old unborn child should not be allowed to be killed for the same reason. Number 5, abortion can harm women. Real stories from Wednesday night from this well demonstrate again and again the harms toward women that abortion does. It comes in a variety of forms. It's emotional, it's mental, it's relational, it's physical, and sometimes it's suicidal. Number 6, it's damaging to relationships and to families. Anytime a family member dies, the rest of the family is affected, and this is certainly true in the case of abortion. I think we can read much more on that, but that was certainly mentioned Wednesday night. Another fact is it never goes away. No matter how hard we try, we can never erase what an abortion does. It kills. It kills an innocent human being. Time does not erase this quality, this reality of what it is. Abortion creates new problems. Some people believe that having an abortion and ending a child's life will solve their problems, and in the immediate present, it may appear that their problems have been solved. Perhaps a college education becomes an easier option, but maybe it would have been better if they had stepped back and taken a look at what their life could be. Number 9, not mentioned as often, but abortion avoids responsibility. It is sometimes used as an easy cover-up for a one-night stand or a solution for a relationship gone sour. However, when two adults make the choice to participate in an activity known to create babies, these adults must take responsibility. And the last reason tonight, it's not empowering. Abortion is not empowering, and it's not liberating for women. As a woman who considers herself a type of feminist, I find that abortion is classified as part of a woman's right. It's not my right to kill my child. I should not be the only person who has the power to order my child's execution at the hands of a doctor. I just want to say, everyone deserves a birthday.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was unable to, because I'm on the other Health Committee, participate or listen to the discussion, the testimony, in the Health and Insurance Committee meeting. But I know that there was a lot of very rigorous testimony. Many people submitted testimony in writing, and some of the testimony that was submitted in writing I have here. I'm going to read some of this testimony because I know a lot of us, in fact, most of us were not in the hearing and didn't have the opportunity to hear this testimony. It is to the bill. It has been recorded, and it's written. I'll start with the first. My name is Angela Davis, and I represent myself and the preborn who have no voice. I'm asking for a no vote on House Bill 22-1279. the Reproductive Health Equity Act. This bill is anything but equitable. Equitable is defined as dealing fairly and equally with all concerned. What is equitable about denying a human in utero acknowledgement or basic human rights? Call the bill what it is, please. An abortion protection bill. Reproduction is the biological process by which new individual organisms or offspring are produced. Reproduction is a fundamental feature of all known life. Abortion ends a life, period. I understand that denying the human aspect of an aborted baby is sometimes the only way you can champion the abortion procedure. However, denying human life because it makes an abortion story easier is not what laws should be made of. Laws should be made of, plural. The verbiage, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus, does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state, does not belong in Colorado law. Human life deserves to be recognized with dignity. Human life deserves to be recognized with dignity. The conversations here today are dismissive at best towards women who have experienced the heartache of a miscarriage or stillborn by suggesting their grief is unwarranted. Colorado can and should strive to do better. Please vote no on House Bill 22-1279. Catherine Hall from Pueblo, Colorado, regarding House Bill 22-1279. She is against this legislation, and I'll read her words. I was able to log on for a bit this afternoon, but since I'm a business owner, I was not able to be on the whole call. However, I have tried 3 times to send in my testimony on your website, and I hope that because I am against this bill is not the reason my testimony keeps getting bumped. So for the sake of interest and to keep a memorial of my testimony, I'm sending this as an attachment. She begins, I believe this would be considered the start of her testimony. Who are we as a society, and what does it say about us that we fail to protect the most vulnerable among us? I also find it hubris at best that one of the authors of this bill states that the frozen embryo she and her partner consider life or future children have value, but the unborn of others are at best.
Rep. Poltorf, I know this is someone else's testimony, but we're supposed to not direct at individuals, so if you could move on from that portion of the testimony, please.
I'll do that, Mr. Chair. I think that's appropriate. Let's be clear, she states, there's no such thing as a late-term abortion. That is called a C-section. To abort a child after the second trimester means that it will take 3 days to expel, and still there is a chance that the child could be born alive, meaning it takes a breath. Is that not the definition of sustainability? That same child, if murdered or cut from the mother's forcibly, would result in a murder charge if the baby takes a breath. So human life value is then determined by a person who does not know how to keep from getting pregnant in the first place. But why stop there? What happens if the child is born and the mother determines that it's now a financial burden? In kindergarten, is she free to dispose of it? Does this bill open the possibility of that or other scenarios, all equally disgusting? I find it morally repugnant that we are no longer debating when life begins, but when it is convenient for the mother to terminate from her body and the body of another. That body that is not convenient for her to carry is just so much tissue, unless it is wanted. Then it's a baby. The body has no right to selfhood or personhood. And who, along with the government, gets to decide that? I was saddened to hear the testimony of a pregnant woman who almost triumphantly announced she had an abortion before. So one child had no worth, but the other she is carrying to term does? Or is her support of this bill a way for her to buffer her guilt from the original premise? Hard to say, because we do not find a way to bring heart and guilt and truth to these issues. This abortion does not set boundaries, except in favor of abortion. Abortion is not health care. That is not a right. And the providers of this procedure, are they allowed to decline? And provisions of the parents or the minor children? Who has the responsibility to cover them with their health insurance until they are 26? But parents are not allowed to interfere or get in front of these decisions. This bill will not put boundaries on measures to inform the public. No forced ultrasounds, because you would see that this is a child and not just tissue. Are the authors who jubilantly announce this is about privacy? Quote, I wonder if they had the same issues of body autonomy during a jab, or not to jab during that debate, or are concerned that the Supreme Court might overturn Roe versus Wade? Question mark. And then decision would be left to municipalities, or would the decision be left to municipalities? Or why not that? And why not that? Getting face to face with your town and looking into the eyes of your neighbors is somehow more abhorrent than letting some political party decide? Question mark. In all the discussion, we never named dropping the most important name of all. For God is not neutral on the subject of destroying his design. Acknowledge him or not, this is not about legislatures and their ability to mandate results. God settled this debate long ago, the debate about human life and its value. He settled who is important and who is not. Here's the thought. I'm not going to read that. Ooh. That's pretty tough. I'll just close with this, in the spirit of being kind to those in this chamber. This is a horrible bill, devoid of compassion, and alternative, and extremely one-sided. Catherine Hall, a non-aborted adult. I'm going to read this letter from a pastor. It says, I am a citizen in Colorado's District 47, and I'm strongly opposed to this bill. It does not acknowledge the scientific evidence that life begins at fertilization or conception, and thus abortion kills a human life. The fear over SCOTUS should not rule out the opportunity for the voters of Colorado to have a definitive say in fundamentally changing the law of Colorado regarding elective abortions. As an adopted child, I am thankful for my birth mother's choice to relinquish me to the Colorado State Agency and not have me aborted. Today, a child can be relinquished at any Colorado fire station, and there are many throughout rural Colorado as well. Finally, the choice to carry a child to term must be compared with the barbaric procedures of late-term abortions, barbaric both to the mother and the child. Many couples want and will provide for unplanned and unwanted babies. It's called adoption. I close with the sincere plea that every woman and man in this legislature will listen to their God-given conscience and realize two individuals are involved in every decision for abortion, which is what this bill is about, not reproductive health or equity. Thank you, Pastor Gwen, Pueblo, West Colorado, a lifelong Colorado resident. I've got a few more here that I think are important to read and share with this body so we can get a better understanding of what the citizens of Colorado, those that perhaps I represent in rural Colorado, also consider and feel and have similar sentiments about this bill. This is a testimony on abortion. Before I begin with my story, I would like to ask, and this is not my personal story, of course, this is the testimony that's written here. Before I begin with my story, I would like to ask for the presence of the Holy Spirit to fill the room. I pray my words would stir some compassion and understanding into the depth and gravity of the decision being presented today. I pray for redemption, beauty from ashes to come forth today. At the young age of 19, I was not married and found out I was pregnant. The emotions and thoughts which flowed through my mind were endless. I didn't have the means to provide for this child. I didn't have a spouse to share in the responsibilities. And if this wasn't enough, I was burdened with the shame I would bring upon my family. At a young age, I was faced with a complicated and challenging decision. Before I could make such a weighty decision, I chose to research all the options which were available to me. The first resource I chose was my own life and existence. I have walked through what many would consider to be horrific and challenging life experiences, including physical abuse, sexual abuse, and even witnessing the death of an infant when I was only 4. Given my own past experiences, I was faced with the question of my own existence. Would it be better for me to never exist? Did I wish my life had ended in the womb to avoid the tragedies and heartaches that I experienced? Well, the answer became emphatically no. I didn't come to the conclusion lightly. I had to consider more than myself and my own circumstance. I had to consider the life and voice of my unborn child and even those who my life impacted. One life, regardless of the circumstances they endure, is a ripple effect into the lives of many others. I began to ponder the impact this child could have in our world. The second question I had to answer was a moral one. Although my knowledge of God and His Son Jesus was limited, I did know biblically what I had done by having sex before marriage and was directly going against God and His Word. I also knew, according to a biblical scripture, life begins at conception. While I had committed one sin, would I be willing to commit a second one by committing murder? It felt as if I was standing at the center of a tornado. Swirling around me were false truths based on my emotions and a desire to defend each emotion. However, it was outside the tornado where truth existed. In order for this world to stop, I needed to put all my feelings aside. I know perception, whether it's mine or someone else's, is not truth, but a reality we create. I didn't want a reality, I wanted the truth. The truth is, murdering a child for personal gain and convenience is wrong morally and ethically. The truth is, we don't understand all the ripples and influences this life has or may have in this world. Once I answered these questions, then standing amidst the adversity of judgment or condemnation from others was easy. Once I made my decision to choose life for my daughter, it was then within the family of the father I faced judgment and ridicule. Each one argued this life was too cumbersome to defend. How was I going to care for the child? I was shocked by the response of these family members, and even my own mother, who shared the shame I was bringing to her. It was my father who stood beside me and stated, "While this is difficult, I will stand, support, and love you regardless of your decision." And that is a sentiment I share personally. And this is why I'm spending so much time, and will spend so much time, talking about this very difficult issue. Because I too want to stand and support and love those who are impacted. Those that may never come to this earth and have that first birthday. I'll continue with the testimony. As a father, I've been touched by that last sentence so deeply you may not even understand. I'll continue. I choose to stand for my daughter and her life regardless of any sacrifice I was going to face. But here's the thing. Later, when I gave birth to my other 3 children, I found the concerns I had about provision and being a good parent were the same concerns I had with every one of my children. Just because I was married, the worries never faded. Why is it we are willing to expect mothers and fathers who want a child to endure and persevere through adversity to care for them? But inconvenience suddenly offers a different response from society. Just have another abortion. I decided to stand and fight for the life of my child. I carried my daughter to full term, and she was born on Christmas Day in 1985. At birth, she weighed 9 pounds, 4 ounces, and was 22.5 inches long. During delivery, there was a complication with the cord being wrapped around her neck, causing amniotic fluid to enter her lungs, which landed her in the ICU for 2 weeks. The daughter which I so desperately fought to defend and save from conception was now facing her own set of life-threatening challenges. I wept seeing all the medical contraptions around her and tubes in her tiny little hands, but I also experienced a sense of peace because I knew I had fulfilled my role as a mother to this point. I defended my daughter's life. Did the questions or concerns end? Of course not. But any first mom will tell you these questions and concerns exist even when a child is planned. After her birth, the father's parents and siblings came to see her and immediately came to me with a heavy heart and apologized for trying to convince me to have an abortion. As they beheld her beautiful face, they were unable to imagine her not in existence. Did I have any challenges raising my daughter as a single parent? Absolutely. But were they unique to being a single parent? No. My daughter is one of the greatest joys in my life. She is my only daughter, with the 3 following children all being boys. My daughter married at 22 and has given birth to 7 beautiful children. Her 5th child, Nicholas Joel, passed at only 11 weeks after conception. When my daughter had signs of miscarriage, her doctor minimized this event and didn't prepare her for what she was later to witness. At 11 weeks, when Nicholas came out, he was perfect in form with all his arms, legs, fingers, toes. While tiny, he was still a baby. He was not a group of cells. He was not an unformed mass, but a baby. The loss felt around his death was in no way differentiated from the death of any other child. Nicholas may not have lived to full term, but his life mattered and he had an impact on our family. As I think back to the process of my decision to choose life for my daughter, I realize it wasn't only her life I chose to defend. It was the lives of those she has impacted in her 36 years of life. And it also impacts the lives of my beautiful grandchildren. I can't imagine the joy and pleasure I would have denied myself if I had chosen otherwise many years before. There's a saying called hindsight is 20/20. The saying isn't foresight is 20/20. We don't know what the future holds for anyone. So how can we entertain ending the lives of those who could be perhaps the leaders of their generation? As I was a counselor at the Colorado Springs Pregnancy Center in my adult life, we found when women had an ultrasound before making their decision on abortion, over 95% would choose to keep their baby. 95%. When they see the life, when they see the living baby, beautiful baby in the womb, waiting to have its first birthday. We found many women were shocked. There was a heartbeat and there was life. They felt lied to, as did other women who have provided testimony. Due to the pregnancy center services, they were able to have the opportunity to truth prior to aborting their children. However, this information was being provided as part of informed consent at the abortion centers. I also witnessed many other women and men who returned to the pregnancy center for counseling after their abortions, most of whom had suffered various types of trauma along with guilt and shame. Something I haven't heard come up a lot in the discussion is how we are attempting to put abortion in the category of birth control by labeling it as family planning. Today, for birth control, we have sterilization, long-acting reversal contraceptives, such as IUDs and hormonal implants. We also have short-acting hormonal methods, such as a pill, mini pill, patches, injections. And if that wasn't enough, we have barrier methods, such as diaphragm, cervical cap, condoms, and the sponge. All of these methods are considered to be family planning methods. So why is it that we need abortion today? If all these methods are already available in our society. The testimonies you heard the other night and into the morning should be revealing to you. Your job as legislators is to listen to those voices and become their voices in your decision. If you continue forth with this bill, it shows only one thing to the public. You are serving in the House for yourself and not for the people. You are faced with an opportunity to not only save the life of every unborn child, but to earn the respect of the people you serve like me. Will you be bold and make the right choice? The eyes of the state are upon you as you cast your votes. Please vote no on House Bill 22-1279. Thank you. I'm going to read the testimony of parents now. and I believe this is written by a mother and a wife. My name is Greta Seibel, and I live in Canyon City. I am a homeschool mom of 3 children, and I lost another child through miscarriage. Growing up with a sister who was disabled due to brain damage and then working for over 13 years as a nurse, I have often contemplated life and the intrinsic value of each life at every stage. Pregnancy further amplifies how amazing life is from conception to birth. A mom is the host of precious life, and it should be the safest place. But in the world we now live, this life is threatened and even deemed less important than the life of the host. This should not be. I have always understood and appreciated the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which includes a child yet to be born. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I have a close friend and her husband who were unable to conceive children of their own and have championed life by adopting 3 precious children. They are beautiful examples of other life-giving alternatives to unwanted pregnancies. Please oppose the Reproductive Health Equity Act, which eliminates all and every protection for the unborn. We are gravely concerned about this radical legislation. Jared and Greta Seibel. I'm going to read a letter from Gina. She says, I am against House Bill 22-1279. I was raped shortly after Christmas in 1978. I knew I was pregnant, and I was afraid to tell anyone. I remember talking to the baby on the bus on my way to school. I named him Anthony. Finally, I had to tell my mother I was pregnant because I was showing shortly after Patrick's Day in 1979. I ended up in Boulder, Colorado at a Planned Parenthood facility. I never spoke to a doctor. The counselors told me I would never recognize him. They said it was only a blob of flesh. They did not tell me the risks involved. Now I'm going to have to stop there a second. We talk about progress and Roe versus Wade and how we have come so far. We've come so far. But have we? And what is Planned Parenthood? Planned Parenthood doesn't even plan for parenthood. It denies parenthood. And that's ironic.
Representative Holtorf, if you can speak to the bill.
I'd absolutely love to, ma'am. The counselors told me I would never recognize him. They said it was only a blob of flesh. They did not tell me the risks involved. I recently found that because of the DNA that would stay in my body forever from this baby, it could cause me to develop an autoimmune disease. I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis in 1982. I have been unaware all this time that it was because of the abortion. The counselors did not tell me that it could raise my risk of breast cancer significantly. And I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 1991 and have had several surgeries along with the pain because of the infiltrating duct carcinoma. I was pregnant with my son at the time, and they told me that I would most likely die if I gave birth to him. They wanted me to abort him. Dr. Wendy Barenbaum raised her voice and was yelling at me, telling me, "What will your husband do without you if I live long enough to have the baby?" At that time, I felt like I would rather die than go through another abortion. When I was pregnant with my now 34-year-old daughter, I realized how that abortion clinic had lied to me. The baby they aborted was almost developed enough to live outside the womb. He had eyes, ears, a nose, fingers, toes, arms, legs, a beating heart. He was a baby. After the abortion, I asked them if I could see what it looked like. They got me out of there so fast, I can only imagine what a horrific sight that was. While the procedure was being done, I could hear pieces of him dropping in the metal bucket on the floor. How disgusting. How is it possible that this is legal? My mother wasn't the only one who felt she was doing the right thing and regrets her decision. I have a friend who confided she did the same thing. Because of my trauma, I became a drug addict shortly after the abortion. The pain my mom and my family must have suffered was probably unbearable. My friend's daughter is suffering from drug addiction too. If this is women's health care, why does it have this effect on me and so many other women? It's not women's health care. It's violence towards women. They only want the money and the baby's flesh. I think I better stop there, ma'am, or sir. See who's behind me? Ma'am, I better stop there. It's hard for me to read the rest of that. I'm going to read a letter from Sunshine Sandfield from Penrose, Colorado. I am 17 years old and a Colorado native. I was adopted along with my 4 siblings when I was a year old. Before my siblings and I were taken from our birth parents, we were living in a hotel room. Our birth parents were addicted to drugs and alcohol. Aborting us would have been an easy out for them, but by the grace of God, they chose life for us. I'm beyond thankful they made a decision to let us live and have a future. Now, as a 17-year-old woman, I believe women should have a right over their own body autonomy. I believe all humans should have that right. But a baby in the womb is not your own body. No one should have the right to murder another, no matter how small or dependent. Abortion is murder. I pray that you would think about the future that you are stealing from these babies in abortion. There are plenty of people who would have taken one look at my biological parents and discouraged them of parenthood and advised them to abort their children. As an adoptee, I know firsthand about the eager individuals and couples waiting for a call from their agency asking them to take a child. Let me read that again. As an adoptee, so it says this young person was adopted. She knows firsthand about the eager individuals and couples waiting for a call from the agency asking for them to take a child. You are putting forth laws that are allowing the murdering of the next generation of our nation. Who is going to continue to lead our nation to greatness if we are killing our own future? We are only alive because our parents choose life and God gave us breath. I want to use my God-given breath to stand up for the most vulnerable. I'm so thankful that my parents chose life so I could advocate for another's life. Julia Sanford, she says, "Hello, representatives. Thank you for hearing testimony. I'm a native Coloradoan and a mother of 9 children. More than half of which are adopted. Must mean 5. This is a battle, or 6, or 7. This is a battle for who determines how law is formed. I believe the Constitution is the only document that should stand in such a powerful way. This bill wants to override even the Supreme Court's upcoming ruling. And as we talked earlier, and as was stated by the bill sponsors, the impetus for this bill is because of prognostications in the future. And if the sentiment of the land changes and Roe versus Wade is to be overturned, which has already begun, if you read the news out of Texas yesterday, then I celebrate for the unborn children who now maybe have an opportunity, given an opportunity for life. But I digress. I'll get back to this testimony. We are a democracy. We have a pathway to making laws. You are rushing this bill into law. A bill that wreaks havoc on our own legislative processes by usurping power and giving permanency to an abortion law we may want changed next year or in 5 years. The wording of House Bill 22-1279 will not allow us to alter this. As you use your vote to establish permanency for what you claim are Women's Reproductive Health Act, I also ask you to consider your life. How did it come about? Since the beginning of time, babies have been born and died. We, however, are not the creator of life. Hence, we do not have the right to end it. That is power that belongs to our Creator alone. This bill is about trying to override that power. A power grab? Let us instead be thankful for what America has, an amazing process to make laws, a Constitution that stands for all the rights of every individual, and a God who creates amazing children. We don't create the child. We are to care for the child, protect the child, inside the womb and out. Care includes being a voice when they, the unborn children, don't have one. That is why we are here. We want to continue to have a right to be a voice for the unborn. Please vote for children and others in the legislative process. Please oppose House Bill 22-1279. I'm going to read a couple more of these. 12 weeks ago, my second son was born, and this is Elizabeth Cernich. She says, 12 years ago, my second son was born at 28 weeks gestation. I think they say 40 weeks is full term, 38 to 40 weeks perhaps, 36 to 40. He weighed 1 pound 13 ounces. My water got a hole in it at 25 weeks, so I was admitted into the hospital on full bed rest. The intention was to keep me pregnant as long as they could. Everyone on the hospital staff kept saying, if you can just get to 28 weeks, this baby will have much less complications. Well, God heard the call, and the day I hit 28 weeks, I had to have an emergency C-section. John was born with pulmonary hypertension and had to have nitric oxide to save his life. Before John was born, the doctors and nurses monitored his heart rate in the womb and all other vitals. If this isn't a human being, and this is just a mass of cells, then what are they monitoring at 25, 26, 27, 28 weeks? Why did they work so diligently to keep me pregnant? If it isn't vital, then what's the point? Now John is a perfectly healthy 12-year-old boy. I can't imagine our life without him. I remember thinking when I had him, they still do abortions up until the time he was born? This is so wrong. I know 3 different women who have had abortions. One has had 2. She grew up in Russia, and she explained to me that the culture there is very discouraging to have children. It truly devastated her. She has 2 girls now, but she admitted it still bothers her today what she did. Another friend of mine had one in high school. She talked about how she and the father had forgiven themselves. She went to confession, but it still weighed heavily on her heart. She had a difficult time getting pregnant once she was married. But she ended up with 2 biological children and one that she adopted. A third woman got pregnant in high school and had an abortion. It devastated her to the point of counseling women after abortions because of the trauma it caused her in her life. I hope this helps in some small way to vote no on 22-1279. Danielle Van Horn from Arvada, Colorado, testifies and writes, Dear House members, all children in the womb, no matter their gestation age, deserve a right to life and to be born. You yourself were once an innocent child developing in the womb of your mother. How are these children any less important than you or than me? They deserve our utmost respect and care. It is appalling that supporting abortion in any form, most especially abortion up to the time of birth, is even being considered in Colorado. The 8 to 9 week old fetus is a person and can feel pain. According to the Lazer Institute's The Voyage of Life, the fetus starts producing a substance, P, a neurotransmitter specific to pain signaling. Nerve receptor inside a baby's skin can also sense even a light touch. If something lightly tickles the bottom of a baby's foot, the fetus will bend their knee and withdraw his foot, and maybe even curl his toes. Is that not life? In addition, the baby shows complex behaviors, such as thumb sucking, swallowing, and stretching. Their brain is developing at a very rapid rate, over 250,000 neurons per minute. And there's sources and citations here for this Lazer Institute's claims. How can you deny this is a person? What rights does this person have? Well, I'll have to stop there for a minute, because under this bill, House Bill 22-1279, and everything that is being promoted, that little person has no rights. No rights at all. And that is a shame. So how can you deny this is a person? What rights does this person have? This child can experience pain. The pain of abortion must be unimaginable. This child can move and respond to stimuli. They deserve the right and the protection to life. Danielle continues, I find it very upsetting when representatives like you voted into positions don't listen to their constituents because their beliefs are different, or your political party beliefs are different. So please, I ask you to do your job. Listen to the constituents. Listen to this dissent and don't promote this ugly, radical abortion legislation. It has no place in our culture in Colorado. I stand in solidarity with many pro-life legislators, and I thank them for fighting for the unborn. House Bill 1279 violates the fundamental human rights to life for millions of preborn children. And this bill is out of touch with the desires of millions of Colorado voters. Please vote no on House Bill 22-1279, Reproductive Health Equity. Thank you. Sincerely, Danielle Van Horn Arvada. I'm going to yield the dais to my good colleague from El Paso County at this time, so we can continue this conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, it's certainly been a long discussion, and I'm happy to relieve my colleague, Representative Holtorf, and continue the dialogue. So, members, one of the things that we had discussed earlier about this particular bill was, the definitions. And of course, these definitions can be found on page 4. And in it, we talk about abortion, pregnancy, public entity, reproductive health care. One of the things that my fellow colleague from El Paso County, Representative Carver, had pointed out in earlier debate was the fact of this overly broad language and how it certainly leaves a lot to interpretation. One of the things that I wanted to go ahead and focus in on, though, was this definition of abortion. And that starts on page 4, line 8. I think that this particular definition is somewhat inadequate, and getting back to some earlier dialogue when we discussed a lot of the history of abortion, as well as some of the effects that it has on certain segments of the population, I thought it was important that we go ahead and try to remedy any of the issues surrounding it. So I have a series of amendments here that I will offer up, and I'll go ahead and move one now. I move L055 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, right here, I wanted to go ahead and put in some protections as it relates to this particular bill. This amendment is an attempt to do that. As indicated in earlier debate, especially from some of my fellow colleagues in the minority, there is not enough protections, that this is an overly broad piece of legislation and actually goes beyond Roe versus Wade. So this is one amendment that I wanted to offer to try and add in a few protections. And as you can read on the board here, it would certainly allow for the definition here, as you can see through lines 8 through 11, but after birth it would add in this language that for the application of abortion as it is in the CRS, if this bill were to pass, it would not include terminations of pregnancy based on ethnicity. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L55? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a title ruling.
Thank you. The committee will stand in a brief recess to discuss whether the amendment fits under the title. Will the representatives join me to the side of the chamber for discussion? Okay, the committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I certainly understand the ruling. I do disagree with the ruling, but being in the minority, there's really not much I can do about it. But in any event, I will at least talk about why I think the definition here is inadequate. As it relates to abortion, right, we have in line 8 says abortion means any medical procedure, instrument, agent, or drug used to terminate the pregnancy of an individual known or reasonably believed to be pregnant with an intention other than to increase the probability of a live birth. What happens when someone wants to abort a child based on the basis of race? This bill doesn't provide any protections in that category. And that is an actual thing that happens. And it's quite sad that we can't put that kind of protection in place. There are other amendments that I would have offered here, but I won't, because I believe the majority has seen fit to not want to allow for these types of amendments for whatever reason. But one other problem with this particular definition is it also doesn't have protections for those who would seek sex-selective abortions. Right? We talk about women's rights. We talk about wanting to respect women. But what happens when children in the womb are aborted because they might be women or men? And you know what? To hell with it. I'm going to move it. Madam Chair, I move L056 and I ask it to be displayed.
Amendment L56 has been moved.
Is it?
And has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same line of reasoning here. I understand there might be a title challenge here, but it's still important to talk about. Members, what we're talking about right here is the issue of gender. Should someone be able to abort their child because it happens to be a girl or a boy? That's a real question that should be addressed here. And for the life of me, why we wouldn't want to vote on that, I think is very telling. The silence, I think, is deafening on this particular issue, which is why I am going to run it. And if there is going to be a title challenge, I won't waste my time going to the side.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do ask for a title ruling.
The committee will stand in a brief recess to discuss whether this amendment fits under the title. Come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, since I'm on a roll here, and it's probably a record that I'm about to achieve, I go ahead and I'm going to move L057. I move L057 and ask to be displayed.
Thank you. The amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, same line of reasoning here. Thank you for bearing with me on this particular issue. Instead of the previous two amendments, where one dealt with gender and sex and the other dealt with race and ethnicity, this one deals with disability. I'm pretty certain that this is going to get a title challenge, but again, this is worth talking about. Why are we trying to prevent these reasonable amendments from being put onto this bill or even voted on. This is wrong on so many levels that we would enshrine in law the ability for people to seek abortions based off of disabilities, sex, race, and the fact that we don't want to vote on it is a huge problem. And I think it really strikes at the heart of what we're trying to get at here. This bill is about the termination of a pregnancy. It's about ending a life. And this amendment addresses very real discriminatory practices and behaviors on the part of some who would seek abortions. I understand there will be a title challenge here. I implore the chair to actually allow the vote to happen on this one, but I certainly won't be surprised if the majority does not allow it.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a title ruling.
The committee will stand in a brief recess to discuss whether the amendments fit under the title. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I do understand that it was at least going to be considered by some sort of as a waste of time to offer those amendments, but after thinking about it, I at least wanted to get that on the record, on the video record, that is. This bill is objectionable on so many levels, and the fact that we can't put in reasonable protections for whatever reason is appalling, and it's something that I really don't care for. So with that, Madam Chair, I ask the bill be read at length.
Okay, that is a proper request. The bill will be read at length.
Second regular session. 73rd General Assembly. State of Colorado. Second regular session. 73rd General Assembly. State of Colorado. Introduced. LLS No. 22-0130.01 Shelby Ross X 4510 House Bill 22 to 1279. House Committees Senate Committees. Health and Insurance. A Bill for an Act. 101 concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right. 102 to make reproductive health care decisions free from 103 government interference. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. The bill declares that every individual has a fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. Every pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue the pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion, and a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. House sponsorship. Froelich and Isgar, Amabel, Bacon, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd, Businecker, Caraveo, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Exum, Garnett, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Herod, Hooten, Jode, Kennedy, Kipp, Lindsay, Lontine, McCluskey, McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Jennett, Mullica, Ortiz, Ricks, Roberts, Sirota, Snyder, Sullivan, Tipper, Titten, Valdez A. Weissman, Woodrow, Young. Senate sponsorship. Gonzalez, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Danielson, Fenberg, Fields, Ginnell, Hansen. Hinrichsen, Jacques Lewis, Coker, Lee, Peterson, Rodriguez, Story, Winter, Zenzinger. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. The bill prohibits state and local public entities from denying, restricting, interfering with, or discriminating against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception or to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits, services, information, or facilities, and depriving, through prosecution, punishment, or other means, an individual of the individual's right to act or refrain from acting during the individual's own pregnancy, based on the potential, actual, or perceived impact on the pregnancy, the pregnancy's outcomes, or on the pregnant individual's health. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3. Finds that 4. A. Access to abortion and reproductive health care is currently 5. Under attack across the nation. Impending federal court cases, including 6. Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, United States Supreme 7. Court Docket No. 19 to 1392, jeopardize access to legal abortion care for 8 tens of millions of people, particularly those living in most southern and 9 Midwestern states. 10. B. There are social, moral, and economic benefits when people 11 are able to decide whether and when to have children. Access to family. 12. Planning allows all Coloradans to pursue personal, educational, financial, 13. And familial goals and helps decrease the health and socioeconomic 14. Disparities disproportionately faced by people of color and people with 15. Low incomes. 16. C. Access to reproductive health care is a matter of statewide 17. Concern affecting the health and safety of Coloradans, including those 18 who live outside the Denver metropolitan area and the Front Range. 19. Especially those residing in rural areas. -2 HB 22-1279. 1. D. Rural populations face limited access to primary care. 2. Including abortion care and other family planning services, and often 3. Navigate increased travel times when seeking health care. There are fewer 4. Healthcare providers in rural areas, and providers with rural mailing. 5. Addresses are significantly less likely to provide abortion care. 6. E. Colorado has a strong history of supporting and protecting 7. Access to reproductive health care, including for communities of color. 8. Colorado was the first state to decriminalize abortion care in an 9. Overwhelmingly bipartisan effort in 1967, well before the Supreme Court. 10. Affirmed the right to abortion care nationwide in Roe v. Wade. Colorado. 11. Is a national model for access to family planning services, including 12. Long-acting reversible contraceptives. 13. F. Despite repeated rejections of attacks on abortion care by the 14 people of Colorado, there have been over 40 legislative attempts to 15. Criminalize or outlaw abortion since 2010. Colorado voters have 16. Demonstrated that they trust individuals to make their own ethical 17. Decisions about abortion care based on what is best for their health and 18. Their families. 19. G. When individuals decide to have an abortion or use 20. Contraception, it is critical that they get care on a timeline that works for 21. Their health, with the support of providers whom they trust. Politically. 22. Motivated, medically inappropriate restrictions on healthcare have no 23. Place in our statutes or our medical offices. 24. 2. Therefore, in order to modernize Colorado's statutes, the 25 General Assembly affirms the fundamental right of individual Coloradans. 26. To make their own reproductive health care decisions. 27. Section 2. In Colorado revised statutes, add Part 4 to Article -3 HB 22-1279. 1/6 of Title 25 as follows. 2. Part 4. 3. Reproductive Health Equity Act. 425-6-401. Short title. The short title of this Part 4 is the 5. Reproductive Health Equity Act. 625-6-402. Definitions. As used in this Part 4, unless the 7. Context otherwise requires. 8. 1. Abortion means any medical procedure, instrument, 9. Agent, or drug used to terminate the pregnancy of an individual. 10. Known or reasonably believed to be pregnant with an intention. 11. Other than to increase the probability of a live birth. 12. 2. Pregnancy means the human reproductive process. 13. Beginning with the implantation of an embryo. 14. 3. Public entity has the same meaning as set forth in 15 Section 24-10-103, 5, and includes private contract prisons, as 16 defined in Section 17-1-102. 17. 4. Reproductive health care means health care in 18. Other medical services related to the reproductive processes. 19. Functions and systems at all stages of life. IT includes, but is 20. Not limited to, family planning and contraceptive care, abortion. 21. Care, prenatal, postnatal, and delivery care, fertility care. 22 sterilization services and treatments for sexually transmitted. 23 infections and reproductive cancers. 2425-6-403. Fundamental reproductive healthcare rights. 25. 1. Every individual has a fundamental right to make decisions. 26 about the individual's reproductive health care, including the 27 fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. Dash 4 HB 22-1279. 1. 2. A pregnant individual has a fundamental right to 2. Continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion in 3. To make decisions about how to exercise that right. 4. 3. A fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have 5. Independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. 625-6-404. Public entity, prohibited actions. 1. A public 7. Entity shall not 8. A. Deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against 9. An individual's fundamental right to use or refuse 10. Contraception or to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to 11. Have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits 12. Facilities, services, or information, or 13. B. Deprive, through prosecution, punishment, or other 14. Means, an individual of the individual's right to act or refrain 15. From acting during the individual's own pregnancy based on the 16. Potential, actual, or perceived impact on the pregnancy, the 17. Pregnancy's outcomes, or on the pregnant individual's health. 1825-6-405. Application. 1. This Part 4 applies to all state, 19 and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory. 20 guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, and 21 governmental actions and their implementation, whether 22 statutory or otherwise. The rights protected under this Part 4. 23 are a matter of statewide concern. 24. 2. Nothing in this part may forth be construed to authorize 25. A public entity to burden an individual's fundamental rights. 26. Relating to reproductive health care. 27. 25-6-406. Severability. If any provision of this Part 4 or the Dash 5 HB 22-1279. 1. Application thereof to any person or circumstance is held 2. Invalid, that invalidity does not affect other provisions or 3. Applications of this Part 4 that can be given effect without the 4. Invalid provision or application, and to this end the provisions of 5. This Part 4 are declared to be severable. 6. Section 3. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 7. Determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 8. Preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Dash 6 HB 22-1279.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you all know, the title of this bill is concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference. And as we've heard countless times from the bill sponsors, this bill is a bill about decisions and choice, not access. And so as a result, I just want to clean up the language in the bill to make sure that we're talking about choice and not access. So I move L064.
The amendment.
Ask that it be properly displayed.
Sorry. The amendment has been moved and is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what does this bill do? It just makes sure that what we are talking about is the decision and not the access to these things, because that is what this bill is supposedly about. So it just alters the language to ensure that this is about the decisions in all of the sections that might be relevant. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment as I actually read it. So, and I may have some questions associated. So it focuses on, to add the word associated with decisions. And what I'd like to know is maybe clarify how it changes the bill specifically on that. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, we've been hearing regularly, repeatedly, that this is a bill about decisions, about choice, and not about access to any particular thing. And so I just want to make that clear within the bill. So when we see, for instance, on page 5, line 9, that an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse, well, that goes beyond just decision, that goes beyond choice, that is actual action, that's access. And so I just want to make sure that the language is consistent with the bill title and with the sponsor's intent.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll simply ask for a no vote. This is not necessary.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L64. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Lynch.
It is an honor to serve with you.
It is a true honor to serve with you.
So I appreciate you guys hanging around to listen to what I have to say about this bill. Members, you know, I have the privilege of sitting on the front row here, and so I've got to listen intensely to all these personal stories we've said today. You know, and that's what this body is all about. It's about stories, it's about my story, it's about your story, it's about our constituents' stories, and hopefully that is what makes the best legislation we can make in the state. You know, I think we can all agree that we're all for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, we have a fundamental disagreement about life and when it begins. I believe it begins at conception. A lot of you don't. I get that. I believe that life needs to be protected. I also believe that a woman has 100% right to determine the destiny of her health or otherwise, but that right cannot trump the fundamental right of life. We're not going to change any of these positions tonight. I realize that. Or tonight, this morning. I forget. We've rolled over. I can also say that I'm so glad that no one's decided that any of you should not be here. We heard those talks earlier, and I'm truly glad that nobody's decided that you shouldn't be here. I think almost everybody in this room has been touched in some way or knows somebody that's been impacted by abortion. In fact, during the committee, we had 14 hours of people that had been impacted by abortion. You know, the sad part of that is that politics have so entered into this process and into this institution that the fact that 3 times the number of people that testified against this bill, 3 times the number of people testified against this bill, their voice didn't get heard. And yet that same bill went through committee, unamended. It just passed through. I think this shows a pretty big degradation of this process, where we disrespect the views, the overwhelming views of those who disagree with the bill. You know, I long for the day when we can get back to doing the hard work of really listening to those stories, those same stories that I sat on the front row here today, and letting those stories impact what goes on in this chamber, goes on
for us making legislation for the state. You know, our stories no longer have value if they're not heard. And more importantly, if those stories are not acted on. So I know you've been waiting for this, and tonight we have the opportunity to right that wrong. To the people of the state that elected us by putting a petition clause on this. Let's let the voters speak on this bill. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L046.
The amendment has been moved.
And I ask that it be displayed. So for those that are tuned in.
1 second, Representative Lynch. Thank you. It is displayed. Please proceed.
So for those that are tuned in, because I'm sure the masses are there at 2:10 in the morning, let me explain what's on this bill as it reads right now. It's what's called a safety clause. And so at the end of all of our legislation, we put a clause on there that determines when it's enacted. Currently, this bill has a safety clause which says, the General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety. So what I would like to propose is that we take a deep breath. We let the people of the state take a deep breath as we have imposed something on them, and we add what's called a petition clause. And a petition clause says that Act 2 petition on the effective date. This act takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 90-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, except that if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1-3 of Article 4 of the State Constitution against this act or an item, section, or part of this act which such period, then the act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 2022, and in such case will take effect on the date of the official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. So basically what this does is this allows the people of the state to say, you know, General Assembly, you passed this thing, but we want to have another bite at it because we are the people of the state that elected you, and we would like to have something to say about this legislation. I would vote yes on this. I would encourage you all as well.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in strong support of Representative Lynch's amendment. As we all know, we're here to represent our constituents. And that's what this amendment does. This amendment gives a say to the people we're supposed to represent. It allows them to really override us if they choose. Because this is, I think, if any bill that we hear this year, this is the one that deserves this amendment and a petition clause. And we're talking about people's lives, we're talking about babies' lives, and this is a big deal. And this is a politically charged issue, a passionate issue, and our constituents need to have a say. There's no rush for this bill. I mean, we discussed earlier that there is absolutely no rush for this, and we should be able to give time to our constituents to override this body's decision. Remember, our names, our title is representative. And what does that mean? That means we represent our people. But there are some bills, some topics that are so charged where we need to make sure and give our constituents the power to override us. And what does that do when we give our constituents this power? It tells them that we have confidence in their decision. It tells them that we respect their decision. It tells them that we're not here to override their decision. So I'm going to stand up here and fight for this amendment. And I'm going to follow the path of Steve Humphrey and continue and fight, because I know you're watching. Continue to fight for the petition clause. Because it's a travesty when we strip away and don't give our constituents a say to override us. Some people, not all, but some people may interpret that negatively. That this body doesn't care what they say. We all know that that's not true. We care what our constituents think. And I think we all want to make sure and go back to our constituents and say, listen, we're here to represent you. We're not here to override what you say. So we're going to put the petition clause on because we care. But so it's a big deal. I mean, up to me, I think we abuse the safety clause so much, but I don't want to sit here and digress. But some people take it offense. Some people are offended when we override their decision, when we don't give them the opportunity to have their say. It's a big deal. So I ask everybody, sit back tonight or this morning and think about what we're here for. Think about our title to represent. And then come back and say, what are we afraid of? What are we afraid of in giving our constituents a say? There was, and look back at the original purpose of a safety clause. Look at the structure of the timing of Roe v. Wade. Look at what will happen, if anything, in the near future. And is there such a rush that we have to override our constituents? And then there's some people that feel that are pressured about this bill. I'm sure there are some that are stressed about it, about how to vote. But if you accept this amendment, it kind of takes away the pressure, puts it back on the voter, where if they choose to override your decision, they can. And that would put some people in this body at ease. So I want everybody to sit back and just look at ourselves and say, what do we have to be afraid of by giving our constituents? We don't. We have nothing to be afraid. Nothing to be afraid of. You can't be afraid of your own constituents. Nothing to be afraid of. I completely agree with the majority leader's comments right there. We got nothing to be afraid of. The people in northern Colorado have nothing to be afraid of. The people in Pueblo have nothing to be afraid of. When we give them the right to override us. So I want, like I said, I want everybody to just sit back and think about this. This is a big deal. This is a big amendment. This isn't something we just need to sleep over. Something we need to just ignore. This amendment's power. And it puts this power back into our constituents' hands. And isn't that really where it should be? So I stand in strong support. I may, as well know, I'm passionate about the petition clause. There's a chance that I may hear other people talk about it, and it motivates me to come back and defend our people's rights from every corner of the state. So think about it. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Rep. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually thinking of having this amendment drawn up, and thank you, Representative Lynch, for having it done. My constituents out in northeast Colorado sometimes don't like what's going on here in this Capitol, and they would like the opportunity to petition. So I think this is a perfect amendment to have on this bill. You know, this is a country and a state of the people, by the people, and for the people. So I think this amendment is appropriate, that we give the people their just opportunity to petition, to put this on the ballot. So I'm a strong supporter of this amendment.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in strong support of L046 as well. However, I was also in strong support of Representative Williams' multiple amendments that went down to title rulings. Therefore, I might ask that we sidebar and have a title ruling on L046.
The committee will stand in a brief recess to discuss where the amendment fits under the title. The committee will come back to order. The request for the ruling has been withdrawn. Representative Hanks, do you want to proceed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did withdraw that, and I do want to extend my support for L046. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to just go back to some of the comments that Representative Sandridge made in support of this amendment. You know, he went ahead and invoked a former member, Steve Humphrey, by the way. I know you're watching. we support this amendment along with you. But I do like to point out from time to time the illustrious former members from my House district in House District 15 who have always supported a petition clause and who have always opposed the use of the safety clause because it is abused many times. And just to give you context, the my former colleagues, but certainly members from my district include Representative Mark Waller, Gordon Klingenschmidt, and Douglas Bruce, to name a few. And they, I assure you, did not really care for the safety clause. Just for context, the safety clause states that the General Assembly hereby finds and determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill does not apply, or the safety clause should not apply for this bill in any sort of fashion. There's no immediate concern that would rise to the level of having the safety clause on it. So that is why I'm in strong support of the petition clause. It's not only a good amendment, but it's certainly in line with the current and former members of House District 15, the best district in Colorado Springs. Please vote yes.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What was, what I thought would happen did happen. I wasn't planning on coming up here, but Representative Williams' words motivated me to return here. And so when he discusses his former members, it's interesting. I was at I'm still talking about this amendment. Probably about 2 months ago, I was at a meeting, a political group, and his Douglas Bruce, former state representative of House District 15, actually was discussing the safety clause and expressed a concern with the abuse associated with it, and did define the history and the original purpose of the safety clause and how we swayed away from it as time goes along, how we swayed away from the original intent of the safety clause, and how we're, in many words, abusing it, and the effect that it could play on the people we're supposed to represent. Now, just to clarify and maybe offer some disagreements, I probably think that Douglas Bruce was as well as I know, is in favor of the safety clause, as well as Representative Klingenschmidt would fight against it. But Mark Waller, I don't really know. So that's, but those two, yes. And I think I would consider those two champions of the fight against the abuse of the safety clause. Because what it does is, and this is, gosh, it seems like I could come up here and record this speech because I don't know how many times I've been up here talking about the abuse of the safety clause. But when we're discussing, I guess, babies' lives, when we're discussing extermination, when we're discussing something that's politically charged, it is something that we need to give our voters the power, reinstate the power. Now, I know some people say, well, they could still do it on their own. But there is an intent, there is I guess I'm looking for the word of, because even though they could do it on their own, we need to show our voters the intent of what we're doing up here, how we're here to represent them. And I think the safety clause doesn't really show that. You know, what this amendment does is it just clarifies that we want to put the power back into their hands, that we're here to represent them, but when something is so politically charged, we want to make sure that they get a say to override us. And I know a lot of times we think we know what's best for our constituents. But we need to put in the petition clause to make sure that we're not making a mistake. So, again, I stand in support. And you know, sometimes I sit back and while we're up here talking about something, you know, different words, different people come to mind. And I sit back in this early hour and I wonder, why did out of all the people I worked with, why did Steve Humphrey come to my mind? Well, he's probably one of the most pro-life legislators I've ever had to deal with, and I think that's why. So I think his influence came out right then. So again, I stand in support, and let's do the right thing and push this amendment through. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I too rise in support of this. I understand that the bill sponsors likely fear that allowing for a petition clause will delay the implementation of this too long. And as was stated in committee, there is a sense that there is a crisis in the making, depending on how the Supreme Court rules in Dobbs. The trouble is that if the Supreme Court strikes down Roe in the way that is contemplated by many commentators, it won't change anything in Colorado. It won't change anything at all until we take deliberate actions to change our own codes, our own criminal codes. What happens in Colorado will continue to happen in Colorado. And so the idea that we can't wait long enough for the people to decide on this is just frankly not true. I think it's also important to note that we are creating a fundamental right, and we're putting it in statute, which is in my understanding almost unheard of. Fundamental rights are the kind that raise to the level at least to inclusion in our constitutions, which here requires us to have approval of our people. And so if we are going to create such a weighty right, and we're going to encompass all sorts of things in this right and impact all sorts of areas as we have discussed over the last number of hours, then it is important that we allow our people the opportunity to vote and to say, yes, indeed, this is a fundamental right. I think it's important that we note that while the ballot box on some of these other initiatives went in favor of the side of maintaining abortion in Colorado, it wasn't sweeping. It wasn't as if 80, 90% of our people. In fact, there are 33 counties in Colorado out of 64 that voted in favor of Proposition 115, and a handful more that were within a few point margin. This isn't a settled question. And this bill goes way beyond what even exists in Colorado law right now. And so I think it's important that we give the people an opportunity to speak into this question. In fact, I would say that this bill should be such that it actually makes it a constitutional amendment so that indeed it can rise to the level that the bill sponsors desire it to rise to, because a fundamental right shouldn't be something that can be changed from one legislative session to another. If it is truly fundamental, then it needs to be in a document that is harder to change than our statute books. And so again, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion, Madam Majority Leader?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've discussed fairly long now exactly why this bill is so urgent. Many people may not feel that it is. Many of us actually do feel that this is something that absolutely a safety clause is made for. We do know that rights are under attack, and we do know that if this bill were not immediately implemented, there is a real possibility that there are certain counties, certain areas of the state that could act on their own to actually strip away these rights. So for those reasons, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 46. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was intrigued and rather captivated by some of the testimony that Representative Holtorf started to read. And he had some that he wouldn't go through all the way to the end, and that also captured my interest. So I have some here that I wanted to go through and I wanted to share with the audience with Colorado this fine Saturday morning. It's starting to get a chill in here. I see more people starting to wear shawls, and I'll leave the rest of it. Kind of a logger's joke. I guess it probably wouldn't play well in Denver. Let me read one. I'll leave the last names off these folks, even though they did submit this as testimony. But this individual's name is Leslie. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Leslie, and I'm representing American Right to Life. I have been fighting to restore equal protection under the law to our preborn neighbors since 1986. I'm opposed to the unjust shedding of innocent blood as God's word commands. It's tragic that Colorado appears to be moving in the wrong direction when at least 10 states are fighting to recognize that every member of our human family has infinite value and should be equally protected under law. House Bill 1279 speaks about abortion care, quite an Orwellian term for what this bill is really about. While this bill purports to care for mothers, the victims are entirely forgotten, and the bill even claims the preborn children have no independent rights. In the words of Colorado abortion provider Warren Hearn, the service he provides is the opposite of caring. In a paper presented to Planned Parenthood physicians, he wrote, "We reached a point in this particular technology where there is no possibility of denial of an act of destruction by the operator. It's before one's eyes. The sensations of dismemberment flow through the forceps like an electric current. How many know that after these procedures, the dismembered boys and girls must be reassembled to be sure that no body parts are left inside the uterus, which could lead to sepsis in the mother? This bill also claims embryos have no rights. Well, I have friends in Oklahoma who just this week delivered beautiful twin girls adopted as frozen embryos and carried to term by their mother. Can anyone tell me why Noel and Jada should have been said to have zero rights? The horrifying truth of what really happens in abortion clinics is highlighted in this article in LifeSite News, which explains how babies are aborted in the second trimester, and with the funding from the National Institutes of Health. This is grim, people. This is grim. Their scalps are grafted onto rodents to create humanized mice for gain of function research involving viruses, and vaccines. I can tell you now why Representative Holtorf didn't go through some of this. This is pretty bad, but I don't think it's right to edit. This is a testimony. How are these not crimes against humanity? The author concludes, the crimes committed against these tiny people confirm their humanity, because if they weren't human, they wouldn't be useful for human research. These experiments confirm their humanity and that we're losing ours. These boys and girls are made in God's image and likeness, and they have souls. God says, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Choose life that you and your descendants might live. The Colorado Constitution states we are to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Please heed God's enduring command, thou shalt not murder, and reject this extreme bill which violates the human rights of the tiniest members of our human family. Thank you for the opportunity. Here's Gina talking. My name is Gina. My Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, has compelled me to strongly oppose this evil bill. Since I have to assume none of you are hard of hearing, I can only conclude that you may be hard-hearted. For this is the same committee who heard hours of powerful testimony just 2 weeks ago on why abortion is murder. Sadly, some of you were unmoved by the powerful truth shared in defense of Bill 1079, which would have protected the unborn. If there is nothing wrong with murdering an innocent child, why don't you use the correct terminology in your bill? You say women have a right to give birth or to have an abortion. You are right that the opposite of birth is abortion, and the opposite of birth is death. Abortion is death. You conceal the truth because abortion is murder. It is the evil way you pretend that murdering a child is, quote, health care, unquote. What kind of health care deliberately kills a person? Do you understand that approximately half of all the babies murdered during abortions are baby girls? You are concerned about women's rights. But wait, didn't you overlook something? How can a woman have a right to do anything if she is denied her right to live? Without the right to life, no other rights even matter. All of us will stand before God, whether you believe in him or not, as Romans 14:12 says. So then each of us will give an account of himself to God. You don't create life, and you don't have the right to take it away. Please vote against this wicked bill to simply give others the same right to life that you yourself enjoy. If you do pass this bill, that doesn't make it right. It only makes you partly accountable for the innocent bloodshed. I condemn your recklessness and despise your lawlessness. I praise my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who mercifully forgives those who trust in him and judges and pours out his wrath on those who do not. I don't just care about the unborn. I care about each of you, and I tremble for your souls if you don't know him. The wicked bill some of you support is in direct rebellion against our holy God. Please, for your sake and for the sake of all those lives who you can affect in your position, please humble yourself. That's pretty compelling. Whether you're religious or not, or you're on your own spiritual journey, that is obviously the voice of the people. Here's a voice from Scott. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Scott. My pronouns are don't kill babies. I am representing Colorado Right to Life, the oldest abolition group in the country. 2 Wednesdays ago, you spent hours listening to our rational, logical, scientific, medical, and constitutional arguments against abortion. A baby within the womb has the same intrinsic value as a baby the second it leaves the womb. It is simply wrong to murder a human being. What's apparent to me is that not one of the 50-plus sponsors of this bill have any clue what a fundamental right is. Fundamental rights are a group of rights that require a high degree of protection from encroachment. What you are neglecting to acknowledge is that if a right is fundamental, or really a right at all, it, by definition, cannot be encroached on by another person's rights. I don't have a right to your labor, nor you to mine. You don't have a right to murder me for the convenience of not listening to me to talk for the next 30 seconds, nor does a mother have the right to murder her child for the sake of convenience. There is no fundamental right to murder, as it would take away another's right to life, the most innocent of lives, a baby. 2 weeks ago, we heard the vile story of a mother who aborted her son for the sake of providing a slightly better life for herself, her husband, and her other children. Are you so blind to see this was literally a child sacrifice? Had the child been born, that mother would have been convicted of manslaughter. Abortion facilities regularly recommend that pregnant mothers abort their children because they will be born with a physical disability, such as the inability to walk, as they claim the child would have a poor quality of life. The members of this committee have attempted to further disabled persons' rights through numerous bills presented, so this bill is a step backwards. Colorado Right to Life has started a new initiative that will keep Colorado legislators accountable for how they vote on the issue of abortion, as we do not believe the political career of those who vote to violently rip babies limb from limb should continue.
Representative Hanks, I'm going to ask if you can caution in your reading that we don't get too close to impugning our motives or the character of those who are in this chamber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems we had this discussion at an earlier time with a different chair, and this is testimony coming from the committee. I asked the chair to recognize that, correct?
I recognize that it's testimony, but also in committee we had the same requests in regards to how we talk about our motives.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps that was Scott that impugned motives. Let's go to Will. Will. My name is Will, and I am here testifying on behalf of the unborn babies that this bill says can be killed with, quote, instrument, agent, or drug. This bill might be the worst bill in the history of this country, and that's saying something, considering the United States Supreme Court actually issued a ruling that said blacks were only 3/5 of a person. But this bill is worse. This bill says all human beings who have not yet been born don't have the fundamental right to life. Since no one on the committee has yet voted for or against this bill, I'd like to know, what side of history do you want to come down on? Do you want to join those who ignored science and reality, or do you want to be known as someone who did not deny science and reality and acknowledge the basic truth that life begins at fertilization and these unborn humans need to be protected? The choice is yours. I'm very passionate about this issue because I care about others and protecting others. And I'm going to do everything legally in my power. Let me say that again. And I'm going to do everything legally in my power to make sure anyone on this committee or in the Colorado legislature who votes for this bill will have a tarnished legacy as someone who had the opportunity to do the right thing and protect innocent lives. I beg your pardon, I'm sorry.
I think that's an example.
I'm down to one ear, Madam Chair, so I didn't mean to
Sure.
talk over you.
That's okay. Thank you.
Well, that's Will talking, Madam Chair. Let's see if I can find something Will said that the body would enjoy hearing. Well, they named some of the legislators, so maybe I see your point. Let's go to Susan. Susan seems like a reasonable individual. Good morning. I beg your pardon, good evening. I'm Susan, director with the Colorado Right to Life, and we vehemently oppose this bill. God has placed a conscience in every person. You know instinctively that murdering unborn children is wrong. Many who are here supporting HB 1279 claim to be champions for women, but refuse to even recognize the woman as being pregnant and instead refer to her as a pregnant individual. Perhaps this line will draw the ire of the chair, but this comes from Susan. That's hypocrisy and cowardice. Supporters of this bill lead the cheer and are loud and proud about reproductive rights. Representative Holtorf, I suddenly understand how sometimes you have to step away from some of these because they do get fairly motivated. Let's see how Danielle does. A few months ago, a team of doctors and nurses at the Cleveland Clinic performed a surgery on an unborn baby that, according to the medical literature, has only been successfully performed once in the entire world. Rylan was diagnosed with intrapericardial teratoma, which is essentially a tumor that was attached to his heart. His mother was only 26 weeks pregnant when the surgery was performed. They had to remove both of baby Rylan's arms and his chest in order to perform the 3.5-hour surgery. The first thing Dr. Najim did was insert an IV line into a blood vessel on Rylan's right arm in order to deliver fluids and medications during the procedure. This is grim. This is the medical world here. He then opened Rylan's chest and carefully removed the tumor from Rylan's tiny beating heart. His chest was then closed, and they carefully put Rylan back into his mom's uterus before closing her abdomen. Rylan was delivered 10 weeks later at 36 weeks and 2 days, near full term. My question for the committee is this: was Rylan a person with the right to life during this surgery? According to this bill, he was not. And that is an interesting point. But this bill is just a bunch of words on a piece of paper. Was Rylan a human being that they were operating on? Was it a baby whose arms they were holding as they inserted the IV? Was it a little boy who had a tumor that needed to be removed? Or was it not? It's either one or the other. That one does go on for a bit. It's pretty medically detailed. But I would encapsulate it here. You see, a person's worth is not based on who wants them to live or die. Value and worth are inherent. Remarkable. The more I read, and I would encourage you to read them, we have probably 40 more pages of these, and maybe what I'll do is I'll rip out the parts that are a little bit offensive to people, and we'll just collect the rest and dwell on those for a period of time. And at that point, I'll yield the podium.
Thank you, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Well, first thing I'd like to know where I'm going to start here, because I got so many things running through my mind. I want to thank Representative Hanks for his words. I know some of the content that you read is offensive. I'm not offended at the passion of those people who wrote those words. I'm more offended of the acts, ACTS, that you described, the abortion acts. But I think those are words that need to be told. I think when we're discussing this bill, we are discussing abortion, and it's something that we need to discuss the realities. And earlier today, I was discussing, how even the title is a cleansing word of these acts of murder and destruction. So what I want to do is just stay with that theme on, so we know exactly what we're dealing with here. And so I'm going to revisit what abortion is. I'm going to revisit the methods that are used so the people watching and the members know what we're voting on. And because this is something, when we're talking about abortion, this is something that, a doctor can just snap their fingers and the baby's gone. There's specific procedures, and they're pretty graphic. So what I want to do is, I want to go over some of the procedures, so we're fully aware, and the people watching are fully aware what we're really voting on here, what we're really discussing. And I apologize if somebody has already discussed this before, but I think it's something that needs to be really revisited. So on abortion, when we're discussing abortion methods, there's a method called suction aspiration. This is a procedure most often used in the first trimester of pregnancy, which is the first 3 months. The abortionist inserts a suction tube similar to a vacuum hose with an extremely sharp end into the mother's womb. The suction and cutting edge dismember the baby while the hose sucks the body parts into a collection bottle. Dilation and curettage. In this procedure, the abortionist uses a loop-shaped knife to cut the baby into pieces and scrape the uterus wall. So it's a blade or a loop-shaped knife to cut the baby into pieces and scrape the uterine wall. And that's what we're calling health. The baby's body parts are then removed and checked to make sure that no pieces were left in the mother's womb. So use a knife to break apart the baby, and then scrape the uterine wall. And we're calling that health. So, dilation and extraction, also known as DNX, or partial birth abortion, used to kill babies well into the third trimester, as late as 32 weeks old. The abortionist reaches into the mother's womb, grabs the baby's feet with a forceps, and pulls the baby out of the mother, except for the head, because the head is too large at that time. The abortionist then jams a pair of scissors into the back of the baby's head and spreads the scissors apart to make a hole in the baby's skull. The abortionist removes the scissors and sticks a suction tube into the skull to suck the baby's brain out. Let me just say that again. The abortionist removes the scissors and sticks a suction tube into the skull to suck the baby's brain out. The forceps are then used to crush the baby's head, and the abortionist pulls the baby's body out the rest of the way. That's the DNX extraction. Now there's also a dilation and evacuation, D&E. To describe this procedure, this form of abortion is used to kill babies in the second trimester, 24 plus weeks. The abortionist uses a forceps to grab parts of the baby, arms and legs, and then tears the baby apart. So I'm understanding this theme that if you tear the baby apart within the womb, it's easier to get out. And I remember this testimony during the Born Alive bill where you heard doctors say sometimes it's easier to take, on a third trimester, take the baby out than kill the baby. It's just easier. Oh, but where was I? The abortionist uses forceps to grab parts of the baby, arms and legs, and then tears the baby apart. The baby's head must be crushed in order to remove it because the skull bone has hardened by the stage in the baby's growth. So another theme, like I said before, it seems like it's easier to tear the baby apart within the womb to get him or her out. And I'm seeing the theme also as the head is large, and to make it easier to get him or her head out, I see a theme of crushing the head. So they have to crush the head and dismember the body parts to help get out the baby easily. And that's health. So, hysterectomy. Performed in the third trimester. This is basically a type of C-section. The abortionist makes an incision in the mother's abdomen and removes the baby. The baby is then either placed to the side to die or is killed by the abortionist, by the nurse. And that's something that was told about, like I said, during the Born Alive bill when we were talking about abortion, that you have people saying, you have nurses saying, yeah, this is being used, I've been there. Then you have some people just in denial saying, oh, this never happens. Even though the nurses are saying, I've been there, it does happen. There's a name for it. And you have doctors claim it's easier at times, especially on third trimesters, to remove the baby before you kill him or her. Because the baby's already large, and instead of dismember the large baby within the womb, it's easier to take the baby out than exterminate. Medical abortions. These are abortions that involve the administration of drugs specifically intended to abort the child. Common drugs used for medical abortion include, and I know I'm going to say this wrong, mifepristone. Mifepristone blocks the hormones that helps develop the lining of the uterus during pregnancy. The lining is the source of nutrition and protection for developed babies. The tiny boy or girl is starved to death and then a second drug, misoprostol, causes contractions so that dead body is expelled from the womb. So basically, on that one, when I first was reading this, I thought medical abortion using drugs, maybe that's less graphic. Well, you starve the baby. I don't know if that's less graphic. We don't even starve our most heinous criminals in this country. But I guess we're okay with starving babies in the womb. Mifepristone, if I said it correctly. I don't know if starving is health and equity. I guess there's another chemical. Methotrexate. The highly toxic chemical directly attacks and breaks down the baby's fast-growing cells. It also attacks the life support systems the baby needs to survive. When the systems fail, the baby dies. Misoprostol is then used to cause contractions to push the dead baby out of the womb. How about salt poisoning? Salt poisoning. This technique is used in the second and third trimester. The abortionist sticks a long needle into the mother's womb. The needle contains salt, which is then injected into the amniotic fluid surrounding the baby. The baby breathes in. It's interesting how they said the baby breathes in, but we say that it's just a clump of cells and it's not a baby in some people's eyes. The baby breathes in, swallows the salt, and dies from salt poisoning, dehydration, a brain hemorrhage, or convulsions. The baby takes nearly an hour to die. His or her skin is completely burned, turns red, and deteriorates. The baby is in pain the entire time. The mother goes into labor 24 to 48 hours later and delivers a dead baby. What's interesting is, like I said, we don't even, constitutionally, we don't even treat our most heinous criminals in this country like we do these babies. How about, I know I'm going to say this incorrectly, prostaglandin. Used during the second and third trimester, prostaglandin abortion involves the injection of naturally produced hormones into the amniotic sac, causing violent premature labor. During these convulsions, the baby is often crushed to death or is born too early to have any chance of surviving. Next one, chemical abortions. These are abortions caused by drugs that, at least some of the time, prevent the implementation of the already created baby in the uterine lining. Some of the more popular methods of birth control that can be responsible for deaths of newly created children include the following. It's kind of a run-on paragraph. So let me restate that. So chemical abortions is just a new segment in this description of what we're voting on today. So chemical abortions, let me give some examples here. It's a different type. The Ortho-Evra birth control patch works by suppressing gynolophrin, which may inhibit what? I don't want to sway from the bill, and I think this actually does, because this talks about just birth control, and that's swaying from the bill. So I'm going to refrain from that. So right there, we briefly discuss really what we're voting on today. If we're supporting this bill, this is what we support. These actions. Is this, and this is something as a society we need to look at. And I think when I discuss these acts, at what point there's been times within this country where we supported the United States, as well as most countries supported things that later on they regretted. And then we look back and say, what were we doing? How did we justify that? And I hope that someday we don't look back on this day and say, what are we doing? Or what did we do? I can't believe we agreed to that. I can't believe now, due to us agreeing to that, it's in our history forever. I just hope that we don't get to that point because it's happened before in our country. So, I just described the different acts of abortion. But I think to put it in greater perspective, we need to have a mindset, a vision of what the baby looks like during different stages of pregnancy. Because I think some people out there, so maybe some people watching, think that, well, this isn't a big deal. Babies are just a lump of cells up until birth. Well, I don't know if they honestly believe that or they use that image to justify these acts. But so what I want to do is discuss the level of how a baby grows and evolves from conception, so we can match these abortion methods with a vision of where they're at. And I think that'll help us understand what we're dealing with. That we're not dealing with a clump of cells. So, I think we all need to understand that at different stages of the trimesters, what's going on within the mother's womb, and what these acts are actually doing. So, let's start off with creation, which is the fertilization/conception level. And why I go through these stages, think about these abortion methods that I just described. And imagine those methods taking place to these babies. So, but let's start right at the very beginning, creation, fertilization/conception. A new human being usually begins the first day of his life as a single-cell human embryo at the beginning of the biological process that continues throughout a human being's life. At that moment, a new human person who carries with him much information as 50 sets of Encyclopedia Britannicas is formed. So let's understand that. And this is something that I didn't even know at fertilization and conception, that a human being was such evolved at that time. It's amazing how right at conception, a human is so developed so quickly. And let me restate that. At that moment, a new human person who carries with him or her as much information as 50 sets of Encyclopedia Britannicas is formed. This genetic information, DNA, will determine all this little person's physical characteristics as much as his or her intelligence and personality. Just amazing. That's amazing. Let's go to day 2. Our little friend is now 3 cells big. His cells will continue, and we'll use he. His cells will continue to divide as he starts down his mother's fallopian tube toward her uterus, womb, where he will get the food and shelter he needs to grow and develop. That's already on day 2. Days 6 through 7. Implantation into his mother's uterus begins, and all the while he continues to grow. As his cells multiply, they differentiate to form specific functions, muscular and skeletal. That's days 6 to 7. All this is happening tremendously quick, the development. I mean, a week after conception, so much development has taken place. Let's go, and remember, think of these abortion methods being used during these times, and try to justify the killing associated with this bill. So let's say day 14. Implantation is completed around this time, and his mother misses her first menstrual period. It's day 14. Day 20. His hair, brain, spinal column, and nervous system are almost complete, and his eyes begin to form. Let me just say that. Day 20, just 20 days, his hair, brain, spinal column, and nervous system are almost complete by day 20, and his eyes begin to form. Man, it's amazing. Day 22. By then, if not earlier, his heart begins to beat. By then, if not earlier, his heart begins to beat. Day 22. Week 4. This baby's developing quickly. Week 4. So we're only 1 month in of 9. His muscles are developing, and his arms and leg buds are visible. His large, distinct head is clearly identifiable, along with the major outlines of brain and eye vessels, the beginnings of his central nervous system, mouth, pharynx, body cavity, and the basis of his skeleton. Gosh, only a month in, and this is developed. All this development. Not just a clump of cells taking in oxygen, brain activity, heart beating, just by week 4. Week 5, our little friend's face is taking shape. His forehead, eyes, nostrils, and mouth are evident. External ears are beginning. Hand and foot plates appear in his limb buds. That's week 5. Let's go to week 6. The brain waves of this little boy can be easily recorded. His different muscles begin working together. So we're a month and a half in. Week 8. His fingers and toes are fairly well defined. And fingerprints, a unique and defined feature of every human being, are permanently engraved on his skin. All of his organs are present, complete, and functioning, except the lungs. That's 2 months in. And hopefully everybody's the supporters of this bill are trying to justify these acts, the abortion methods, on this developing baby. Only 2 months in. Let's go to the next one. Week 9 through 10. All areas of his body are sensitive to touch. So week 9 through 10, sensitive to touch. And we're just starting the 3rd month. But let me continue. All areas of his body are sensitive to touch. He sucks his thumbs, swallows, squints, frowns, and puckers his eyebrows. If his palm is stroked, he will make a tight fist. Week 11 through 12. He now has fingernails, toenails, and working taste buds. He can also make all facial expressions, including a smile. So we're within, 2.5 months in? Close to 3? And the baby can smile. And again, for the supporters of this bill, the baby can smile. But that's not a killing, huh? Okay, let's move on. Week 3 at 13. Although this baby was already a boy at fertilization, his sex is now identifiable. So week 13. Now let's move away from the weeks. We're in a month 4. Not even halfway through. Close. Month 4. The little baby's heart is pumping 6 gallons of blood every day. And his mom can now feel him jumping around and turning, exercising his muscles and lungs. He will need to live outside his mother's womb. Rapid eye movement, REM, can be recorded while he's sleeping, indicating that he is dreaming. So month 4, dreams. The REM sleep. Maybe they dream about living. Could be. So you have the capability to smile, dream, heart's pumping, taking in oxygen, major brain activity, but this is not a baby. So, and what some people say. So weeks or months, 5 through 6, we're moving on. He now weighs about 1 pound and is a foot long. If he is born now, he would have a 50% chance of surviving with the help of a dedicated doctor and nurse. So between month 5 and 6, 50% chance of surviving. But we're saying with this bill, it's okay to kill this baby. Okay. Months 7 and 8. He can open and close his eyes and recognizes his mom's voice. His weight continues to increase, and baby fat fills out and smoothens his skin. If he is born now, his chance of surviving increases to 90%. So 7 through 8, months 7 through 8, 90% chance of survival, but this bill allows the killing of this child. Month 9. When he is ready to be born, he will release hormones to trigger labor. He may weigh between 7 and 9 pounds and can be between 18 and 21 inches long. So that's in conclusion. So, and like I said, I want you to discuss look at the development that I just described on each stage and what activity goes on even at conception. And I got to admit, even from me reading this, I didn't know a development was this rapid within the first week. It really is magic. It's astonishing. So as I describe the development, reflect back to the abortion methods. The crushing of skulls, the dismember of body parts, the suction of brain material from the skull. That's what this bill approves in the name of health. And I'm still trying to, I've listened to a lot today. I'm still trying to understand the mindset. You know, I understand, but I'm still, I guess not maybe the mindset, but maybe the justification. I think a lot, there's constituents in every district who want abortion, but I think as just a human being, we have to sit back and try to maybe justify this. And I'm trying to understand, that's why I'm listening. I'm not just sitting back and ignoring the comments associated with this bill, the supporters of this bill. I'm still trying to understand how you have a child with brain activity, a beating heart, can smile, can dream, can feel on his skin, and then you say it's okay, and it's innocent. Couldn't be any more innocent. But it's okay to starve the baby. It's okay to rip their arm and legs off. It's okay to crush their skull and suck out their brains. So I'm still trying to find the step-by-step brain process of justification. So I'm going to continue to listen, and hopefully it'll click. So I'm sure I'll be back, but I continue to stand in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping this thing had a little bit more boost in it, but that's as tall as she gets. So where I wanted to go from here was where I left off, and that is, and how it is germane to 1279, as I mentioned in previous times down in the well, was that it's on the second page. It's on the 6th line of section 1. And impending federal court cases, including Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, United States Supreme Court docket number 19-1392. Where I left it was we were listening to Mr. Stewart talk with Justice Breyer primarily. And what I want to do, and I'm as an Intel guy kind of just doing assessments and trend analysis here. We've gone through one justice. We now can go through and kind of get the mindset and find out if it is possible that this case, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, does end up jeopardizing, according to the bill, access to legal abortion care for tens of millions of people. So my belief is you have to know your counterparts, and this gives us a good chance to do that. We've already met Justice Breyer. These are transcripts from, if you'll recall, December of 2021, so a mere 90 days, less than 90 days ago, and that makes it rather interesting. This truly is the current thinking of our 9 Supreme Court justices. And I left off with Justice Sotomayor. Directly from Breyer, and then Sotomayor took over. And she asks, what hasn't been at issue in the last 30 years is the line that Casey drew of viability. There have been some difference of opinion with respect to undue burden, but the right of a woman to choose, the right to control her own body, has been clearly set for and since Casey and never challenged. You want us to reject that line of viability and adopt something different. Interesting point right here. 15 justices over 50 years have, or I should say 30 since Casey, have reaffirmed that basic viability line. 4 have said no, 2 of them members of this court. But 15 justices have said yes of varying political backgrounds. Now, the sponsors of this bill, the House bill in Mississippi, said we're doing it because we have new justices. The newest ban that Mississippi has put in place, the 6-week ban, the Senate sponsors said we're doing it because we have new justices on the Supreme Court. Will this institution survive the stench that this creates in the public perception that the Constitution and its reading are just political acts? Sotomayor continues, I don't see how that's possible. It's what Casey talked about when it talked about watershed decisions. Some of them, Brown versus Board of Education it mentioned, and this one, have such an entrenched set of expectations in our society that this is what the court decided, this is what we will follow, that we won't be able to survive if people believe that everything, including New York versus Sullivan, I could name any other set of rights, including the Second Amendment, by the way. There are many political people who believe the court erred in seeing this as a personal right, as opposed to a militia right. This is Sotomayor getting a little off track, but it does give us off track in relation to this bill, but it does give us an idea of her mindset, and I think that's extremely useful here as we run through the different justices. If people, this is Sotomayor again, if people actually believe that it's all political, how will we survive? How will the court survive? Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, I think the concern about appearing political because makes it absolutely imperative that the court reach a decision well grounded in the Constitution, in text, structure, history, and tradition, and that carefully goes through the stare decisis factors we've all laid out. Sotomayor, Casey did that. This is a kind of an interesting exchange here. Mr. Stewart, no, it didn't, Your Honor, respectfully. Sotomayor, Casey went through every one. You think it did it wrong. That's your belief, but Casey did that. And you haven't added much to the discussion in your papers as to the errors that Casey made, other than I disagree with Casey. So what we are developing here as a mindset, at least, that Sotomayor is not inclined, and I think that's useful because, as you may recall, this bill, and I think I have it on one of my other many Post-it notes that make me a smarter man than I am without them, that this whole bill is predicated on the idea that other cases are going to destroy Roe versus Wade, and what we are trying to discern here is the mindset of the court, and it does not sound like Sotomayor is in line with this, and to the point, and I mentioned this earlier, the Dobbs material goes directly to whether this bill 1279 is even necessary. If SCOTUS doesn't overrule Roe, SCOTUS, for the late night audience, is Supreme Court of the United States. If SCOTUS doesn't overrule Roe, the bill isn't necessary per the comments of the sponsor at the committee. So are these arguments likely to be compelling to the court? So, this to me is really kind of vital insight. And I want to throw one more justification as to why this is of value as we assess where we stand. And I'd said this before too, and it is simply that as part of the United States, Colorado falls under the jurisdiction of the United States Supreme Court, and we read Supreme Court decisions about abortion because they provide the broader legal context for the bill we are considering. So, in my estimation, and I hope to the audience at home, their estimation, this is quite relevant here. So, let's go back to Mr. Stewart and Sotomayor. Justice Sotomayor, much to the discussion in your papers as to the errors that Casey made, other than I disagree with Casey. Mr. Stewart, well, Justice Sotomayor, maybe I can highlight two. Casey gave one paragraph to the workability of Roe. It then adopted the undue burden standard, which is perhaps the most unworkable standard in American law. It gave about 3 paragraphs, if memory serves, to reliance, which doesn't account for the last 30 years and the changes that have occurred since Casey. It gave a brief factual view to things that have changed since Roe. Those, of course, are not going to take to account the last 30 years of advancements in medicine, science, and all of those things. Sotomayor, advancements in medicine, Stewart, I think it's an advancement in knowledge and concern about such things as fetal pain, what we know the child is doing and looks like and is fully human from a very early, and Sotomayor cuts him off. And Sotomayor then interjects, in regular cases, courts decide whether science fits the Daubert standard. Obviously, under the Daubert standard, the minority of people, a gross minority of doctors who believe fetal pain exists before 24, 25 weeks, it's a huge minority and one not well founded in science at all. So I don't see how that really adds anything to the discussion. That a small fringe of doctors believe in the pain could be experienced before a cortex is formed, doesn't mean that there's much of a difference since Casey. So I would have to say Sotomayor's on their side, on the side of not overturning Roe Wade. So let's go to Justice Roberts for a minute. Chief Justice Roberts. In fact, if I remember correctly, and it's an unfortunate source, but it's there in his papers, Justice Blackmun said that the viability line was actually was dicta, and presumably he had some insight on the question. Mr. Stewart, I'd add, Your Honor, Justice Blackmun, as well as his papers pointed out the arbitrary nature of it. Roberts. And then in Casey, Casey said that was the core principle or a central principle in Roe, viability. It said that after tossing out the trimester formula, which many people thought was the core principle, but was viability at issue in Casey. So Roberts, in this case, is kind of setting up Sotomayor to finish her inquiry, and she does. She says, virtually every state defines a brain death as death. Yet the literature is filled with episodes of people who are completely and utterly brain dead responding to stimuli. There's about 40% of dead people who, if you touch their feet, the foot will recoil. There are spontaneous acts by dead brain people. So I don't think that's a response to by a fetus necessarily proves that there's a sensation of pain. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, and we have now kind of gleaned a little bit of Breyer, Roberts, and Sotomayor, and I'm going to move forward and probably do it on my own time here and come back. But we have Justice Kagan, Barrett, and that I'd like to kind of suss out along with conversations intermixing Breyer. So with that, stay tuned. This is getting better by the page. And with that, I'll relinquish the well here. Slowly, I'm sorry. As quick as I can.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. In the bill, it actually does discuss the Dobbs case, and I think this is pretty important information and pertinent. And so in one of the amicus briefs, they state that in reaching this conclusion, the court decided that the United States' interest did not become sufficiently compelling to override the woman's right to abortion until the point of viability, and that the United States could not prohibit any abortion prior to viability. Thus, in attempting to balance the competing interests, the court determined that the unborn child's life was not sufficiently valuable to be protected until the stage of viability was reached. The point when the unborn child is potentially able to live outside the mother's womb, albeit with artificial aid. And that was Roe. As set forth below, the choice of viability was particularly poor for a number of reasons. Roe's choice of viability was arbitrary and lacked any reasoned justification. The statutes challenged in Roe and Doe v. Bolton did not make any distinctions based on viability, and neither the parties nor the amici argued that the concept of viability was relevant. Indeed, it was not until well after the oral argument and circulation of the second draft opinion that the viability appears to have been discussed as a possible dividing line within the framework that the court was crafting to regulate abortion. Again, and within the bill, we don't discuss viability either. And in fact, I think it could be easily argued scientifically that the bill allows for the termination of a pregnancy well beyond viability. The second draft opinion in Roe drew the line at the end of the first trimester, not at viability. Justice Harry Blackmun, and although the viability was ultimately settled upon by the court, Justice Blackmun described both the end of the first trimester and viability as being equally arbitrary. The internal papers of the court also suggest that the choice of viability was based primarily on pragmatic policy concerns and personal preferences with respect to allowing more time to obtain abortion. It was not based on any evidence presented to the court or in any constitutional or statutory text. Thus, in creating the trimester framework of Roe, the court was not engaged in traditional judicial function of reviewing the text of the Constitution or any relevant statute, nor was the court examining the intent of the framers in drafting the 14th Amendment. Instead, the court was primarily acting in a quasi-legislative capacity, making judgments not about what any duly enacted law said, but rather on what deemed it to be practical solutions to the social problems related to unwanted pregnancies. Courts may not draw arbitrary lines without offering adequate justification for those lines. And that was from Casey. Yet, this is precisely what Roe did. It chose an arbitrary line of viability and gave no principled justification for doing so. In defending its adherence to Roe, Casey claimed that Roe's selection of viability was a reasoned statement, elaborated with great care. However, Roe's explanation for its selection of viability as the critical point upon which to balance the competing interest in the abortion controversy was superficial and conclusory at best. In fact, the entire court's elaboration of its reasoning consisted of 3 sentences making bald assertions, not one of which was supported by any actual explanation. First, Roe asserted that the state's interest was protecting potential life, grows insubstantially as the woman approaches term and at a point during the pregnancy becomes compelling. It's pretty interesting because, again, I believe this bill goes well beyond any point of scientific viability in today's day and age. The court provided no explanation as to why the state's interest in protecting human life should grow substantially as the unborn child grows and develops during pregnancy, nor did the court attempt to explain why the state's interest in protecting unborn human life just prior to viability could be non-existent and then suddenly appear just after viability, if it is growing insubstantially throughout the pregnancy. Certainly, a state's interest in protecting the life of a newborn baby is no less than its interest in protecting the life of a toddler, teenager, or an adult. And I think that's important because we made several points about this of when does life become compelling enough for a state to actually protect. And this bill goes well beyond viability, well beyond when the child could actually live without the mother providing absolute sustenance to it. An unborn child, like a newborn, is on continuum toward adulthood. The state's interest in protecting both is the same. This is especially true if, as Roe claimed, the state's interest is only in protecting potential life. As Justice O'Connor noted in Akron v. Akron Center for Reproductive Health, potential life is no less potential in the first few weeks of pregnancy than it is the viability afterwards. Next, the court stated that the compelling point is at viability because the fetus then presumably has the capability of meaningful life outside the mother's womb. The court did not explain what it meant by meaningful life, nor did it offer any explanation of why capability of meaningful life outside the womb should mark the time at which state may protect prenatal life. Surely the state's interest in protecting the most vulnerable, a newborn or the mentally disabled, whom some may consider lacking meaningful life, is at least as great as its interest in protecting the lives of competent adults, not less. And this goes back to what we were saying so many times, and why we're rising today to speak is because we are speaking for the most vulnerable amongst us and those who can't speak for themselves. Finally, the court asserted that the choice of viability has both logical and biological justifications. Again, it did not attempt to explain these justifications. Indeed, there is a certain illogic to the notion that the state should be able to protect prenatal life by prohibiting abortion only after viability, when the unborn child could live independently and is at least in need of protection, but not before viability, when the unborn child is most vulnerable and in need of protection. The logic would seem to have matters backwards. Likewise, there is little, if any, biological justification for choosing viability as the point when the state's interest in protecting fetal life becomes compelling. A 23-week-old unborn child who would be viable today is no different biologically than a 23-week-old unborn child who would not have been viable in 1973. There is simply no intrinsic biological difference between these two children. And this is what we've been talking about and stating the worries about this bill is there are no protections at any point in the term of pregnancy under this bill. And as science continues to advance, we see that there was no change in the process of human development throughout these years, but there has been medical advances that has made it has changed substantially and made it possible for these unborn children to live much earlier than they would have been back when Roe was decided. Thus, contrary to Casey's assertion, Roe's selection of viability was not reasoned and elaborated with great care. None of the 3 sentences in Roe that relate to the choice of viability as the critical point in time to assign value to the unborn human life explain why actual rationale for choosing it. Instead, it would appear that the court simply decided that a line must be drawn and determined that of the various arbitrary lines available. Viability was the most desirable from their personal perspectives. Viability is a complex medical assessment based on numerous factors of varying degrees of accuracy and application. The court's adoption of viability as a significant dividing line within pregnancy was an apparent afterthought. This may explain its flawed and incomplete understanding of the medical concept of viability, which is evident in the court's descriptions of viability in Roe in later cases. Viability is not a simple limitation or determination. Casey referred to viability as though it is a well-defined line or point in time that can be determined with some precision, a simple limitation. However, viability is not a defined line at all. Rather, it is a prediction, an educated guess about the statistical probability that a baby has of surviving if born prematurely. This is a complex estimation based on assessing multiple factors, many of which are difficult to accurately ascertain. The assessment usually is made in the context of managing a pregnancy at risk of premature birth or in the context of determining the type and amount of care to be provided to a baby that has already been born prematurely. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, in conjunction with the Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine, has published a joint paper discussing viability assessments. As noted therein, viability is currently predicted by examining numerous factors, all of which have varying degrees, accuracy, and application. Some factors are intrinsic to the baby, his or her gestational age, weight, and sex, and are considered non-modifiable. But each of these factors has limitations with respect to its accuracy and determination, especially during pregnancy. Take the gestational age, for example. The most accurate method for determining gestational age is by using fetal ultrasound during the first trimester based on crown rump length. American College of Obstetrician and Gynecologists Committee is the ones who stated that. However, even at this stage of pregnancy, the margin of error is plus or minus 5 to 7 days. Other less accurate methods in determining gestational age, such as those based on physical examination of the patient's recollection of the first day of her last menstrual period, may have much greater margins of error. Therefore, even if a woman has had a first trimester ultrasound, the estimated gestational age of the baby might still be off by a week. And an error of this magnitude during a previeable period can make a difference between a determination of viability or non-viability. Moreover, the accuracy of the ultrasound ultrasound assessments of gestational age decreases as the pregnancy progresses. For an example, an ultrasound obtained between the beginning of the 22nd week and the end of the 27th week has a margin of error of plus or minus 10 to 14 days. In addition to the above intrinsic factors that are considered in assessing viability, there are a number of other factors that relate to intrinsic conditions, which may or may not be present. The most important of these factors are the type of prenatal treatments given to the pregnant women and the postnatal care This is something we still have not defined in the bill, remind you, is what postnatal care is, administered to the newborn. There are currently several different types of prenatal care that can greatly increase the unborn child's chance of survival and reduce the incidence and severity of long-term disability. These include the administration of corticosteroids and magnesium sulfate to the mother in advance of her anticipated premature birth to assist in the baby's lung maturation and improvement in neurological outcomes. And there are additional methods available to delay delivery when a premature birth is expected. This is something the court, or in this amicus brief here, the court's basically discussing something this bill would prohibit, and that's prohibit government involvement. That's things that we could do to actually make sure that these babies are delivered safely and effectively. With respect to postnatal care, the most important factors are providing immediate resuscitation, something that this bill would prohibit us from requiring, to the newborn at delivery, and the provision of intensive care thereafter. During the previewable period, both are critical to survival. Optimally, then the delivery should take place in a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit. Thus, the location of the anticipated delivery and the provision of prenatal and postnatal care significantly impact survival rates for newborns. Reporting that when prenatal and postnatal care was given to infants born between 22 and 25 weeks, each showed reductions in the risk of death similar to those associated with a 1-week increase in gestational age. So, again, these are some major things that we've learned since the decision of Roe, and the bill would prohibit any sort of government regulations, recommendations on many of these things. And as we see, 1 week at this point in time of viability can make a big difference, but just as much as 1 week viability can make a big difference, some of these things that the amicus brief is outlining would make an even bigger difference. Probabilities of survival vary greatly depending on the type of prenatal and postnatal care provided. Numerous medical studies report wide ranges of survival rates at various gestational ages during previeable birth. Significant disparities can arise due to a variety of factors. Many of the studies contain biases that can skew the data. For example, a study that includes outcomes for newborn infants who are provided only palliative care and die soon after birth will report substantially lower survival rates than one that only includes infants that are provided with both prenatal corticosteroids and advanced postnatal care in a NICU. Likewise, significant higher statistical probabilities for survival outcomes are associated with studies based on more recent data that reflect newer technology advances than those based on older data. Even where controls are in place, though, wide ranges of survival rates still have been reported. A recent study comparing infants born at 22 weeks of gestational age at 2 different hospitals reported survival to discharge rates of between 8 and 53%. It's a pretty big difference. Both hospitals had large NICUs, but each took a different approach to the provision of care. The hospital that routinely provided prenatal corticosteroid administration, neonatal resuscitation, and intensive care had substantially higher survival rates than the hospital that only selectively provided such care. Again, so these are things that a hospital can do that we would be prevented from regulating to make sure they do to actually increase the survival rate of an unborn child that's born prematurely under this bill. There is no single reliable source upon which a consensus rests for the predicting survival rates at various ages. Moreover, even if such a uniform and accurate source were available, there is no consensus within the medical community with respect to how great the chance of survival at a particular age must be in order for a baby to be deemed viable. Some doctors or medical facilities may deem a baby to be viable when there is, say, a 5% chance of survival, while others may not do so unless there is a 25% or even greater chance of survival. Let that sink in as we talk about pandemics and other things. The survival rate, we're talking huge differences in opinion here on our most vulnerable amongst us and the ability for them to be their survival rate and what's considered viable. And the bill does not define any of these, which it's very lacking. All of these factors combined contribute to the fact that there is no current consensus regarding what statistical probability of survival constitutes viability, and they make it unlikely that any consensus will be forthcoming in the near future. The medical concept of viability cannot be logically be applied in the elective abortion context. The court's application of the medical concept of viability as a legal standard for elective abortions is like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. It doesn't fit. In a normal, healthy pregnancy, there is no need to make an assessment regarding the baby's ability to survive outside the womb, because there's no expectation that the baby will be outside the womb prematurely. It is only when something threatens the continuation of the pregnancy that viability becomes relevant. And here in this bill, we are talking about that happen electively. I know in some cases, like Representative Van Beber shared her story, she was born prematurely and viability became a reason for an accident. Under this bill, we're actually talking about electively having that happen. The reasons for making viability determination in the non-abortion and abortion context are quite dissimilar. In the non-abortion context, something largely outside the control of the pregnant woman and her physician has gone wrong, and the pregnancy is about to terminate prematurely. Treatment decisions must be made regarding the medical care to be provided to the mother and her baby, and these decisions are informed by making an estimation of the baby's potential ability to survive outside the womb. If the baby is deemed to be viable, steps may be taken to delay the premature birth for as long as possible. Likewise, if conditions permit, the mother also may be given corticosteroids and magnesium sulfate and transferred to a hospital with the NICU so that the baby can be immediately resuscitated upon birth and provided with intensive care. All of these actions are taken with the purpose of enhancing the baby's chances of survival. In the context of an elective abortion, however, nothing is amiss with the pregnancy. It will continue to term, and a healthy baby will be delivered unless the pregnancy is intentionally disrupted prematurely by the actions of the pregnant woman and her physician, or maybe not her physician, as we heard in other cases, which are entirely within their control. In this circumstance, a viability determination has no actual medical purpose. It is not done for the medical benefit of the pregnant woman or her baby. Instead, it serves only to mark the legal boundary for the performance of an abortion and to accord value or not to the unborn child's life. This intentionality control that is present in the abortion context but lacking in other circumstances distorts the meaningful viability and its usefulness as a medical judgment in the different situations. The intrinsic criteria that are usually considered in making viability determination do not apply in the context of an elective abortion. Consequently, the two situations are not comparable. The court ignores these essential differences between the non-abortion context and the abortion context when it tries to graft the medical concept of viability onto an abortion procedure as legal standard. However, these differences are crucial. When premature birth cannot be prevented due to factors beyond the control of the medical team, the availability of prenatal and postnatal care are critical factors that significantly affect the baby's survivability. Perinatal infants do not survive without life-sustaining interventions immediately after delivery. And that probably goes back to the fact that this bill does not have any definitions about what postnatal care is, because we're talking about these babies that are born prematurely, have the chance of viability. We don't define what postnatal care they need to be giving. However, these critical factors that would normally affect a baby's potential survivability and thus viability are never considered where an elective abortion is sought. When a pregnancy is intentionally terminated, the death of the baby is the desired outcome. Indeed, survival of the baby is generally considered to be a complication of abortion, not its object. It is inconceivable, then, that any prenatal or postnatal care is needed to enhance survivability during the previable period would even be contemplated by the doctor, let alone consented to by a pregnant woman seeking an abortion. As a consequence, these crucial factors that ordinarily would be taken into consideration in making a viability prediction are simply irrelevant in the context of abortion. Hence, it is virtually impossible for an abortion provider to make a viability assessment that is comparable to one made by other physicians in the non-abortion context. And I think this is an important point that we've been trying to make all day. In abortion, you have two different lives that we're talking about. But in abortion, the goal is to end one of those lives. The two situations are incommensurable, and there is a significant bias in favoring of finding that the baby is not viable when an elective abortion is sought. Although Roe claimed that a viability determination is a medical decision with respect to elective abortions, it does not appear to be. Instead, it is just a legal construct dressed up to look like a medical decision. As such, the court's insistence on treating it as a medical decision to be left solely to the medical judgment of the abortion provider is completely unwarranted. The viability rule established in Roe is unworkable as a legal standard. One of the primary reasons for overturning a prior precedent is that it has proven to be unsound in principle and unworkable in practice. However, Casey dismissed any concerns regarding the workability of Roe's central viability rule in a single sentence. It stated that this rule had in no sense proven unworkable, representing as it does a simple limitation beyond which a state law is unenforceable. As said above, making a viability assessment is anything but simple, and it cannot be determined with any degree of consistency. Likewise, as set forth below, it is standardless and unenforceable. In short, Roe's viability rule is completely unworkable because it is incapable of being applied and enforced in any principled and consistent fashion. Roe's definition of viability was vague, and the court's later cases did not cure this. From its inception, Roe's reliance on viability has proven to be uncertain and unworkable. Roe referred to the viabilities occurring somewhere between 24 and 28 weeks of gestation over a span of time, but it gave no guidance with respect to how the state could permissibly protect an unborn child in this gray area. And I think that's even important to note, members. When Roe made this assessment, it was 24 to 28 weeks gestation. Now we know 22 weeks. We had Representative Van Beber herself, who was born at 22 weeks of gestation, and she's here with us living today. Immediately following Roe, numerous states drafted abortion statutes attempting to comply with Roe's dictates. These were challenged, and the district courts often reached diametrically opposed conclusions. For example, the Missouri and Pennsylvania statutes both define viability in the manner similar to the definition contained in Roe, potentially able to survive outside the womb with artificial aid. Both definitions were challenged on vagueness grounds, with the plaintiffs, abortion providers, in each case arguing that the definitions could only withstand a constitutional challenge if they contained a specific gestational age cutoff, which neither did. The Danforth District Court received little trial evidence and rejected plaintiffs' claims. Danforth at 1368. In contrast, the Fitzpatrick District Court received extensive testimony at trial from expert witnesses explaining the difficulties and uncertainties involved in making a prediction of viability, especially without any reference to gestational age. Based upon this testimony, the court struck the Pennsylvania definition of viability on vagueness grounds. The court noted that there is no direct way to determine the viability of a baby to live outside the mother's womb, and that doctors would need to correlate certain probability of survival factors with the gestational age to determine viability. The court continued. The evidence clearly demonstrates that the statistical data available to physicians concerning fetus survival is not precise. Also, other variables such as the mother's health and the quality of the hospital facilities in the community must be taken into consideration. There's a lack of consensus within the medical community as to the capability of a fetus to live outside the mother's womb, albeit with artificial aid. When the gestational age of the fetus is determined to be between 20 and 28 weeks. Also noting that physicians had no uniform positions on what probability, 10%, 30% of survival, would be sufficient to qualify for viability. The Fitzpatrick Court concluded that while not every physician who testified would reach exactly the same determination as to gestational age, there would be consensus within reasonable and tolerable limits with respect to the method for determining gestational age. Thus, the court noted that if the statute even limited viability to 24 weeks of gestation, it would be in conformity with the pronouncement of Roe and not subject to a successful challenge. And that was the opinion, 24 weeks. Back then in the Fitzpatrick case, this bill allows abortion well beyond even 24 weeks. The first of these two cases to reach the Supreme Court was Danforth. With little discussion, the court affirmed the district court's holding regarding the definition of viability. We agree with the district court that it is not the proper function of the legislature or the courts to place viability, which essentially is a medical concept, at a specific point in gestational period. The time when viability is achieved may vary with each pregnancy, and determination of whether a particular fetus is viable, and must be a matter of the judgment of the responsible attending physician. Planned Parenthood v. Danforth. This was the first time that the court actually defined viability, and the court indicated it was impermissible for states to draw a bright line cutoff to define viability. There are two fundamental flaws with respect to the court's decision. First, there is no reason why the states could not have set the line at, say, 28 weeks, given there was broad agreement at the time that a baby at that age was viable. Second, the court's pronouncement that a viability determination must be specific to a particular fetus suggests an elementary misunderstanding of the concept of viability. Statistical survival probabilities are based on studies of survival rates within the general populations of neonates at various gestational ages and do not predict the outcome for a particular newborn. When a specific estimated probability for an outcome is offered, it should be stated clearly that this is an estimate for a population, not a prediction of a certain outcome for a particular patient in a given institution. Moreover, because viability simply marks the point in time when the value of the unborn child becomes insufficient to support protection by the state, there is no reason why one particular baby should have greater value than another of the same gestational age. In Coletti v. Franklin, the court revised the definition of viability again, stating viability is reached when, in the judgment of the attending physician on the particular facts of the case before him, there is a reasonable likelihood of the fetus sustained survival outside the womb. Think about that for a minute in regards to this bill. It says in the judgment of the attending physician. If the judgment of and the goal of the attending physician is to terminate the life of an unborn child, how can we solely rely on that as the judgment of when viability is? Rose spoke of viability in terms of fetus being potentially able to live outside the mother's womb, not in terms of having a reasonable likelihood of sustained survival. As Justice White noted in dissent, with the current further refinement of the viability definition, Coletti withdrew from the states a substantial measure of the power to protect fetal life that was reserved to them in Roe v. Wade versus Coletti. As in prior cases, Coletti did not give any explanation regarding what the new reasonable likelihood of sustained survival standards entails. The definition is completely ambiguous and manipulable. Indeed, it is difficult to call it standard at all because the court's definition does not contain any objective criteria capable of being applied and enforced. Does a 20% probability of survival constitute a reasonable likelihood of survival, or must there be more than a 50% probability to qualify? And what is sustained survival? Does 10 days qualify? Does discharge from the NICU qualify? Or does it mean some other undefined time beyond that? According to Coletti, these decisions must be left entirely to the subjective judgment of the abortion provider. Again, back to this bill and giving us no ability to regulate this whatsoever. It leaves that fully up to the judgment of the abortion provider, which the goal is to terminate the life of the unborn child. Neither the legislature nor the courts may proclaim one of the elements entering into ascertainment of viability, be it weeks of gestational or fetal weight or any other single factor as the determinant of viability. So, the legislature, having been forbidden to clarify their viability definitions to answer any of the above questions, and instead having been told by standardless Coletti's court's definition is the only one that will be allowed. Within its holding in Coletti, the court has severely crippled the state's ability to enact any laws prohibiting or even regulating abortions after viability in a manner that could be meaningfully enforced. The criteria for assessing viability remain both undefined and undefinable, and the court has determined that the purely subjective decisions that the abortion providers make may not be questioned. The court has tacitly admitted that there are no objective criteria or standards capable of being consistently applied to viability determinations. Having placed the determination of viability solely in the hands of abortion doctors, based entirely on their subjective judgment, The court has granted virtual immunity to those doctors in determining whether a baby they wish to abort is viable. In doing so, the court has ceded to third-party physicians the ability to determine both the extent of the woman's constitutional right to an abortion and the constitutional value to be accorded to the unborn child. By abandoning the field, the court has tacitly admitted that there are simply no standards capable of being properly applied to the courts to evaluate viability. In short, the court has imposed upon the states a constitutional mandate that the courts lack judicial competence to rule upon in any consistent and unworkable manner. The brief examination of both of a hypothetical situation demonstrates just how unworkable the court's viability rule is. Under the court's judgment, a woman's constitutional right to terminate her pregnancy is dependent on where she lives within a state and the skill or lack thereof of her physician. Take two women who are 25 weeks pregnant. One seeks an abortion from a board-certified obstetrician gynecologist who practices at a hospital with an advanced NICU where intensive care is routinely provided to newborns at this age, and the survival rate is in excess of 75%. The other seeks to have an abortion performed at a rural outpatient clinic by a physician who is not knowledgeable about current survival rates for premature babies. And this is really important in terms of the bill, because the bill doesn't allow for any regulation of this practice whatsoever, when in fact we could regulate safe and secure facilities. We could regulate the licensing and the training and procedures of the physicians. But the bill precludes us from doing that. The first physician would probably judge the baby to be viable, while the second may likely judge the baby to not be viable. Thus, one woman would be unable to secure an abortion while the other would be able to obtain an abortion. Or if a woman goes to the skilled physician and is denied the abortion and then goes to the lesser skilled physician, later that day, her baby may be deemed both viable and non-viable on the same day. There is no plausible reason for basing the woman's constitutional right to abortion or the value of the baby's life on the location or the skill level of the physician who is to perform the abortion, nor is there any constitutional principle under which either of these standards should hinge on a term so undeterminate as viability or be decided by haphazard terms. The states cannot meaningfully enforce any law banning post-viability abortions. The ability of the state to enforce a post-viability ban on abortion is exceedingly limited given the fact that the court has placed the viability determination solely within the abortion provider's subjective medical judgment. For successful prosecution to occur, the state would have to prove that the physician knew or should have known that the baby was viable, perhaps well into the third trimester, and that he performed the abortion in bad faith. Leaving the viability determination entirely in the abortion provider's hands makes enforcement difficult enough. However, the court's requirement that any ban on abortions after viability must also contain health exception makes enforcement virtually impossible. In Roe, the court held that after viability, the state may prescribe abortion except where it is necessary and appropriate medical judgment for the preservation of life, health of the mother. In Doe v. Bolton, seemingly in dicta, the court defined the scope of the mandated health exception. The medical judgment as to the necessity of an abortion may be exercised in the light of all factors: physical, emotional, psychological, familial, and the woman's age relevant to the well-being of the patient. All these factors may relate to health. Given the expansive definition of health, it is doubtful that any statute attempting to limit viability of abortions in a meaningful way would be constitutional and enforceable. In addition, the post-Roe case law, which treats the Doe dicta as binding precedent, does nothing to dispel this doubt. To date, every state law attempting to limit post-viability abortions to those necessary for physical health that has been challenged has been struck down. The federal courts of appeals that have addressed the issue have not indicated a post-viability ban on abortions must contain an exception for mental health. No Supreme Court case has upheld a criminal statute prohibiting abortion beyond a viable fetus. And this is why we're discussing this bill today, because we're about to revisit that, members. The court opined that failure to include an exception for psychological or emotional reasons would violate Doe v. Bolton. In light of unanimity of the foregoing authorities, it is apparent that states currently must allow post-viability abortions for mental health reasons. However, it is unlikely that they can impose any meaningful enforceable limitations on such abortions because the Doe health exception is so broad that it swallows the rule. Furthermore, the court has repeatedly refused to grant review in cases where it could have clarified the scope of the post-viability health exception mandated by Roe. Under Roe and its progeny, then, the United States have no real authority to impose any meaningful limitations on abortion, even after viability. So as a practical matter, it is relevant whether an unborn child is deemed to be viable or not. And again, that's under Roe, which we are discussing this bill because people think that Roe is being under attack, and so hence the need for the bill. According, Roe's viability rule is utterly unworkable in part because it lacks any principled rationale, is standardless, and it cannot be reasonably enforced. But also, it effectively allows abortion on demand, an outcome that Roe repeatedly stated was not intended. Members, that was just one amicus brief regarding the Dodd case, and I think it's a good one because it shows the unworkabilities of Roe as science and technologies have advanced and how we can actually, so much has advanced. And you heard from Representative Van Beber and her very personal story that she was born 22 weeks of gestational age. She's here with us today most days where we can actually see her now. I think it's 51 years later, she said, and things have changed in the last 70 years, and we need to take that into account for what we do here today. And this bill does not allow any restrictions, any regulations at any point in time in the pregnancy. In fact, it allows for the termination of a pregnancy in what I would categorize as a very barbaric manner, well after the point of almost all consensus now in today's scientific day and age of when a baby is actually viable outside the mother's womb.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Neville, for taking us through that very important amicus brief that will be heard, I believe, and will be ruled upon. And it's very clear the ambiguity in law. It's very clear the lack of definition, the lack of interpretation. But here's what is clear, ladies and gentlemen. Viability means a baby lives, can live. That baby deserves life if it can live on its own outside of the womb. 22, 24, 26, 28 weeks, it doesn't matter. That's life. A life to be lived so that baby can have another birthday, have its first birthday, and many others. Kind of like my colleague, Representative Van Beber. We all sang happy birthday gleefully in this chamber, celebrating her birthday. What a gift that was that God has given her. The opportunity for life because she was viable. And she continues to live and serve. Now, I want to talk a little bit about human dignity. Perhaps both sides of the issue. Because human dignity matters. And this particular bill goes against the face of human dignity when you speak of the human that is the little one in that partnership. You see, it does become a partnership. With this bill, it's a one-sided partnership. The little one gets no voice or say. The bigger partner gets the right, a right that is very much in question today legally and has been even before Roe versus Wade and even after Roe versus Wade, the right to pass judgment and terminate life. What an ominous power. The little one doesn't have that. And this particular bill that's brought forth has no security for the little one in the partnership, the little baby that is life. Viability proves it at whatever week that is. We do speak of life versus death. And I know that's a hard conversation to have, and we're going to have it, and we're going to continue to have it. Where does life start? What rights should be given to humankind and when? Well, I will stand up here and stand before all of you arguing that that life is sacred. That life begins in the womb, and it is life abundant and should be protected and preserved. And in that partnership that is a pregnancy, the little person in the partnership deserves representation. And this bill offers none. Zero, zip, zilch, nada. En ninguna forma. Es una gran pena para mí ver a los hispanos aquí en Colorado que están mirando este negocio, porque mi gente quiere preservar la vida. I'm sorry, it's a little late. Something important. Now, I'm going to get into this, the discussion of human dignity. Abortion is unlike any other issue debated today. Millions of American women have aborted a child, and the pain, loss, and emotion need to justify what was done, both on the part of the mother and on the part of her loved ones. And this is strong and deep. This means that in any debate, you may face an invisible thumb on the scale, so that even the best logic will fail to persuade. Well, boy, isn't that evident today. Even modern science and modern medicine and the latest techniques that we have for ultrasound, holographic, color imaging, still, as my good colleague Representative Neville discussed in this latest amicus brief, still we cannot define and determine what that is. And it continues to be debated, and soon will be ruled on. The best we can do is arm ourselves with facts, as we have attempted to do tonight and yesterday, this morning rather, last night and this morning, in the hope that we will have some opportunity to win in your hearts and persuade you. I know the language of faith and religion will not be persuasive enough. I'm not sure even the best arguments of science, the law, and the rights of pro-life can persuade you. Now, science has disproven and continues and will continue to disprove classic arguments about when life begins. Is it a blob of tissue or is it a life? I think we've, since 1973, have learned very much about what an unborn baby is and what it can be, given the right conditions. But I know the discussion cannot be based on religion or even scientific evidence or facts.
I think one thing that strikes me, and if you look at my hand here, by week 16, a baby's fingers and hands are well developed. They move. They react to touch. That's an indication of life. Cellular life, neurological responses, muscular life, cellular life, neurological life, coordinated. I don't know how you refute that. I don't know how you say that little life doesn't deserve any consideration. And that's what this bill does. Gives it absolutely zero consideration. And that is why many of us stand here in strong objection to what is being peddled in this legislation. Now, some defenders of abortion have spoken. And make no mistake about this. This isn't a Reproductive Health Equity Act. This is an abortion act.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes,
Let's
ma'am.
stick to the bill.
Okay. All the scientific proof in the world could be laid here before us. The instruments could be here. We could even have people here that were pregnant. I don't think that would even persuade what the bill sponsors have delivered here in this legislation. What about the humanness? What about the humanness of the child? Is there no proof in that? We talk about a pregnancy and the joy of pregnancy and what that is. Well, that is life. And I've talked about the triad of a father and a mother and a child. I'll talk a little more about human development because in the unborn baby, it's very rapid. I talked about the heartbeat, 100 beats per minute. Definitely an indication of life. Let's talk about a cardiovascular system. 22 days after conception, it is said a child's heart begins to circulate his or her own blood, unique from that of his or her mother. And heartbeats can be detected on ultrasound. I would argue that is life. That is the sign of life. Unrefutably. After 6 weeks, the child's eyes and eyelids, nose, mouth, and tongue have been formed. So now it has a face. This little baby has a face. Look into that face. Put that face against this legislation, and what do you see? If you believe in human dignity, it's not just the dignity of the mother. What about the human dignity we should be giving the child? Oh, wait, this bill doesn't give the child any rights at all. Zero. Zip, zilch, nada. And that is a problem. It's a problem for many Coloradoans, millions of Coloradoans, in fact, and millions of Americans. And that is why you see this country changing. That is why you see the courts changing. Because the evidence is irrefutable. Electronic or electrical brain activity can now be detected at 6 or 7 weeks. and by 8 weeks, this baby has developed all of his or her organs and bodily structures. Is that not a person? A little person? A wee little person that deserves human dignity? Well, apparently not. And especially not with this legislation. Especially not. Colorado will lead that way. By 10 weeks after conception, the child can move its own body movements, can move its little arms, its little feet. And for those of you that have been pregnant and felt that little kick, isn't that special? Because there's a baby in there that's alive. That's why it's special. Does this bill have any consideration for that? Absolutely not. Just write that off. Throw it in the trash.
Representative Holtorf, I'm going to gently nudge you back to the bill.
Thank you for that gentle nudge. I appreciate your leadership. Today, parents can see the development of their children with their own eyes. Obstetric ultrasound, done typically at 20 weeks gestation, provides not only pictures but a real-time video of the active life of the child in the womb. Did I say active life of a child? A living child? Oh, I did. That child just wants its first birthday. And with this bill, that will be denied most assuredly. Because of what this bill delivers to Colorado. A little child in the womb, clasping his hands, sucking his thumb, yawning, stretching, hiccuping. They even cover their ears to loud sounds. A little baby can even smile in the womb. Would that not be life? To see a smile? It most assuredly would be. But does that little face get any rights? Does that smiling little face even get the chance to live? Is there any human dignity for that child in this legislation? Absolutely not. In no way, no regard, no form. And that is why we will be here watching the sun rise and continue to debate this bill. Medicine, too, confirms the existence of this child before birth as a distinct human person. Fetal surgery has become a medical specialty and includes the separate provisions of anesthesia to the baby. Even the medical professionals realize that. You can cite some of the surgeries now performed on children before their birth, such as shunting to bypass an obstructed urinary tract,
Again,
removal of
Representative
tumors at the base of the tailbone,
Representative
and treatment of
Holtorf,
congenital heart
Representative
disease.
Holtorf, when I'm talking, you're not. And we are not talking about surgeries for children. I'm going to read the title for you. The title is Concerning the Codification of a Person's Fundamental Right to Make Reproductive Health Care Decisions Free from Government Interference. So for the last time, please speak to that.
In summary, those who justify abortion by claiming that no one knows when life begins are not arguing science, but rather their own brand of politics, philosophy, or even religion. Maybe even a religion of self. Their argument is not about when life begins, but when or whether the life deserves legal acknowledgement and protection. That's what this legislation, Madam Chair, denies. Clearly, unequivocally, without question, this bill denies the acknowledgement
of legal protection for the unborn. Now, Roe versus Wade has been discussed at length, and I really don't want to go over that at this time. But I will tell you there are some significant flaws in Roe, and they continue to be debated by legal scholars. As a matter of fact, that's what brings us to our point in time today. That's what brings this legislation out of fear that was even mentioned by the bill sponsors. The house of cards that was built on Roe versus Wade, you see, is falling apart. It's beginning to come apart. And I would argue justifiably so. You see, I don't know if people realize, I don't know if even Colorado realizes and understands that the court created an unlimited right to abortion. And odds are good that they won't agree with it. Most Americans favor legal restrictions on abortion that go way beyond current law, it is said, in a recent Gallup poll tracking abortion opinion. In this poll, 61% of Americans believe abortion should only be legal during the first 3 months of pregnancy, or in cases of rape, incest, or to save the life of the mother. More than half of American voters believe abortion should be banned after 6 weeks. Oh my. I think that ruling came today, rather yesterday. Not a surprise. That's the sentiment of the land. Not the sentiment of the bill sponsors, not the sentiment of the majority in this chamber, but it is a sentiment of the land. Because you see, Americans recognize that there is life, that unborn baby is a living creature, and science and advancements in medical science and technology and imaging make it unrefutable. And that technology is only going to grow and improve and get better. Only 13% of Americans believe abortion should be legal in the last 3 months of pregnancy. Just about 1 in 10. The last trimester, where the baby can live, in many cases outside the uterus. What was the word that Representative Neville stated? Viability. Viability, viability, viability. Life is viable. That means it can live. That means the baby can live. Viability has meaning. But in this bill, Madam Chair, it has none. 87% of Americans say abortion should be illegal after the first 6 months of pregnancy.
Representative Holtorf, we're not talking about polls here, so back to the bill, please.
So as we discuss this, and there's a few more details, I'll go by those if you don't feel they're pertinent. I think I made my point. It's easily made in this day and age. But let's talk about pro-choice. There's a lot of people, legal commentators, that speak up about this. But in some cases, and in current cases, there's a strong argument that Roe got it wrong. Roe versus Wade got it wrong. Oh my. Is that possible? Because it is not constitutional law and gives almost no sense of an obligation to try to be, the law clerk of Justice Blackmun, the justice who authored the Roe versus Wade opinion, calls it one of the most intellectually suspect constitutional decisions of the modern era. These are not my words. The Washington Post legal editor said it has a deep legitimacy problem. Well, if that does, this bill does also, Colorado. This bill has a deep legitimacy problem. And that is undeniable for the people I represent. Further, even Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the hallowed Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who I would even imagine the bill sponsors and many who have signed on as co-sponsors perhaps might worship. Maybe not. I could be wrong. It's just...
Representative Holtorf, please do not impugn anyone, any individual, any organization in here, and I need you to relate your comments to the bill, and I have been repeatedly reminding you of that. Is that something that you're clear on?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Even Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg has been critical of Roe, saying that it, quote, ventured too far in the change it ordered and presented an incomplete justification for its actions, unquote. And that the Roe decision was not, quote, not the way courts generally work, unquote. Therefore, and that's why I mentioned earlier, it is one of the most intellectually suspect constitutional decisions of the modern era. It is said that 92% of abortions in America are purely elective. The procedure is done on healthy women to end the lives of healthy children. In many cases, these abortions are not necessary, and with respect to the life of the unborn child, should not be done. I have a myriad of statistics here why women have abortions. I'm not going to go through those. I think I've made my point. I do want to talk a little bit about this bill in what this bill embodies, though, because it's no secret that abortion is big business and a lot of money. It's no secret that there are medical practitioners that this is their specialty. I'm not going to dive into the details that I have here, which are extensive, about the economic side of what is labeled here as reproductive health equity. I think it's important that we do argue for women's rights. We do want to protect the woman because women are sacred. But I equally feel that the rights of the unborn and that child need to be protected. It is not a one-sided arrangement. There's a partnership. I don't think I need to talk much more to that. I'm going to yield the dais. I know that Madam Chair is frustrated with my presentation. I can sense it.
I can feel it on the back of my neck. I will say one thing.
Representative Holtorf, I am not frustrated. I'm just trying to keep members to the bill. So
Thank
as long
you.
as you're doing that, that works for both of us.
I appreciate your leadership. You know, the human dignity piece is really what I want to walk away from here. You know, the inherent dignity of every person, even the little people, even the littlest of people deserve human dignity. This bill does not afford that. Even the little people deserve a birthday. So with that, I offer Amendment L051 to House Bill 22-1279 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. Because everybody deserves a birthday, I ask that page 4, strike line 5, and substitute the Anti-Birthday Act.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Out of respect of everybody's time, I'm simply going to say, please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L51. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Beasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would be useful for us to look at whether or not the fetus will experience pain. There has been a lot of conversation on that, and that's something I think would be useful, informative to us.
Representative Beasley, unfortunately, I'm going to refer you to the bill title.
Yes. Reproductive Health Equity Act, that doesn't say abortion on there, does it? But it does say within the bill, it does say that the egg, embryo, fetus do not have rights. And there had been quite a bit of conversation about whether there would be consequences of having abortions due to there being no rights afforded the unborn. And one reason that we might consider that, whether any rights should be afforded to the unborn, is whether or not the unborn would be experiencing pain due to the abortion. So that's how I believe that this would be informative to our decision.
Representative Beasley, that is a very long way to get there. So I'm going to refer you back to the bill title. We're talking about access in government, and that is where I need you to be.
All right. I will step aside for the next person to talk.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to take a brief segue into the fiscal note, which hopefully we could all agree has something to do with the bill. With HB 22-1279, the fiscal note starts here on page 1, and then there's only 2 pages, front and back. It's a Reproductive Health Equity Act. Pardon me. There is no fiscal impact, according to the fiscal note. The bill codifies an individual's right to make reproductive health care decisions without government interference. That's a summary. The bill creates, again, the Reproductive Health Equity Act to codify an individual's fundamental right to reproductive autonomy, including the right to use or refuse contraception and the right to continue or terminate a pregnancy. The bill also codifies that a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have rights under state law. The bill prohibits state and local public entities from denying, restricting, interfering with, discriminating against, or depriving through punishment an individual's right to contraceptives, to refuse to continue a pregnancy, or to receive family planning information. The Department of Public Health and Environment, CDPHE, pursuant to the federal Title 10 of the Public Health Service Act, all Title 10 services must be provided on a voluntary basis, and patients must always have the right to use or not use whatever contraceptive method they prefer. Under current Title 10 regulations, funded providers must also offer directive pregnancy options, counseling to pregnant patients, which includes providing medically accurate, factual, unbiased information on and referrals to resources for all options, prenatal care, adoption, termination that the patient indicates that they want to discuss. Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, HCPF, the state Medicaid program operated by HCPF currently covers family planning and family planning related services for members. These services do not require a copay if the services are focused on preventing, delaying, or planning for a pregnancy, such as contraceptives or sterilization services. Medicaid also covers family planning related drugs and does not require a copay for contraceptives and emergency contraceptives. Medicaid only covers abortions as allowable under federal law. The assessment of no fiscal impact. This bill is assessed as having no fiscal impact for several reasons. First, the bill aligns with current federal requirements, program guidance, and current operations in CDPHE concerning Title 10 public health services. Second, it is assumed that instances where Medicaid does not cover contraceptives, abortions, or family planning does not constitute denying, restricting, interfering with, discriminating against, or depriving through punishment those services by HCPF, as it is assumed that not covering a service through a health plan does not interfere with the fundamental right to seek those services generally. Additionally, it is assumed that state and local government agencies will comply with all requirements and obligations set forth in state law, and that fiscal note does not estimate or include any fiscal impacts related to violations of any fundamental rights specified in the bill. If the bill results in litigation claiming such violations, the Department of Law will provide legal services to the affected agency or agencies within existing appropriations or work which impacted state agencies to determine if additional resources are required through the annual budget process. The effective date. The bill takes effect upon the signature of the governor and upon becoming law without a signature. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a great, thorough analysis of the fiscal note, and I will go ahead and yield the remainder of this current segment of our discussion to my esteemed colleague from El Paso County.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to expand the conversation associated with this bill, the effects that it may have on our community. And just look at the history of abortion associated with certain vulnerable
Representative Sandridge, I'm wondering if you could tie this back to the title for me.
Leadership.
Because I'm not seeing it, so connect the dots here.
Can you do something?
We're going to take a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for that. What I'm doing is, and I'll tell you what my point is. This is a bill on abortion. I want to discuss the effects of abortion on our most vulnerable people in Colorado, how this bill could affect them. Is that?
Yes, please proceed. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. So what I'm doing is, whenever we have a bill, well, any bill, we discuss how that affects our community. And often in this body, we discuss how it affects the most vulnerable, people who maybe are disenfranchised. And what I did was, I pulled a document from congress.gov and to see how abortion affects different people, different communities. And I think that needs to be acknowledged when we're deciding on a yes or no on this bill. We need to acknowledge how it's going to affect some of the most vulnerable people. So, and this document from congress.gov has to do with blackcommunitynews.com, urbancure.org. And I'd like to go over it, and it'll help us acknowledge how this will affect certain people in our community, good or bad. So, politicians argue for abortion largely because they do not want to spend the necessary money to feed, clothe, and educate more people. Here, arguments for inconvenience and economic savings take precedence over arguments for human value and human life. Psychiatrists, social workers, and doctors often argue for abortion on the basis that the child will grow up mentally and emotionally scarred. But who of us is complete? If completeness were the criterion for taking life, we would all be dead. If you can justify abortion on the basis of emotional incompleteness, then your logic could also lead to killing for other forms of incompleteness: blindness, crippleness, old age. That's a quote from Jesse Jackson, January 1977. Since the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court decision, over 54 million babies have been aborted in centers around the nation. It can be said that with certainty that the practice has had a personal, practical, and political effect on the communities and citizens. Every town, city, ethnicity, and age group has suffered from tragic effects of mostly surgical and sometimes medical procedures. The true toll of abortion may remain unknown and immeasurable because the data, for the most part, has not been collected or has been ignored by those responsible for its collection. The so-called right to privacy that allows abortion on demand was created by the Supreme Court for women. For the 40 years now, that right has been extended to the abortionists as well. The shroud of privacy enables abortionists to literally get away with murder and mayhem. Those are their words, not mine. As thousands of women are injured each year. Abortion has become the most unregulated industry in the United States because governors, legislators, and attorney generals fail to enforce or write laws that will actually protect women. In addition to a lack of regulation, the ravages of choice continue to take a toll on individuals, families, and states, and the economic stability of the nation. The report seeks to examine this issue in the hopes that Congress considers investigation to explore the physical, legal, cultural, and economic harm of abortion has created in our nation. And again, this is from congress.gov. This isn't something from YouTube. So this abortion bill obviously has consumers. And consumers will be taking part in this bill and taking advantage of the bill. The abortion consumer. Disproportionately, the leading consumer of abortionist services is the African American female. According to the 2011 abortion surveillance report issued by the Center of Disease Control, Black women make up 14% of the childbearing population, yet obtain 36.2% of reported abortions. Black women have the highest abortion ratio in the country, with 474 abortions per 1,000 live births. Percentage of these levels illustrate that more than 19 million Black babies have been aborted since 1973. According to the Department of Public Health, of every state that reports abortion by ethnicity, Black women disproportionately lead in the numbers. For example, in Mississippi, 79% of abortions are obtained by Black females. In Washington, D.C., more than 60%. In Georgia, 59.4%. In Alabama, 58.4%. Now, what this does is, this is not just talk about, I'd like to just move away from Black female. It talks about Black babies. So disproportionately killing of babies are African American. In state after state, similar numbers are found with Black women aborting at 2, 3, or more times their presence in the population. At every income level, Black women are higher abortion rates than whites and Hispanics, except for women below the poverty line, where Hispanic women have slightly higher rates than Black women. Now, again, let's move away from ethnicity of the mother. Let's talk about the babies. So, minority babies are killed at a higher proportion. The prevalence of abortion facilities within minority communities serves as a major contributor to the rate in which Black women obtain abortions. So just evaluate, there's more clinics in minority communities. And some people may say that's good. Some people may say that's bad. And it really may also ask why. It's interesting how I'm in a high socioeconomic status district that is so far predominantly white, but nobody's pushing these clinics in my district. And the question is why? The prevalence of abortion facilities within minority communities serves as a major contributor to the rate in which Black women obtain abortions. Meaning, if there's more of these, I guess, businesses pushing abortions, it's going to take place more. Accordingly, Black women are 5 times more likely to have an abortion than white women. A recent study released by Protecting Black Life and Outreach of Life Issues Institute concluding that 79% of Planned Parenthood's surgical abortion facilities are strategically located within walking distance of African or Hispanic communities. This study coincides with historical revelations that during the 1900s and the increased, I guess, implementation of these facilities, they have been more focused on minority populations. And I ask why. So if this bill, what will this bill do? That's just a question to our minority communities. But that's already been done. Historically, blacks have been victims of hidden racism agenda of those behind abortion and birth control organizations because they believed. Remember, I'm just reading this from Congress. Pulled this from Congress.gov, that they were receiving new civil rights choices. In fact, pro-abortion forces have created messaging that reinforces the notion of abortion as a civil right, as seen in a 2012 meeting of the Congressional Black Caucus and Pro-Choice Caucus. On Capitol Hill, the advocates urged their constituents to challenge the pro-life position by accusing them of making the allegations associated an end to health care for black women. Perhaps knowingly, these black legislators continuously damage their political agenda because abortion is destroying their future constituency. It's kind of a radical statement. And you hope it's not accurate. The advocacy for continued funding of organizations like Planned Parenthood demeans and eradicates the concept of natural rights and denies the right to life to the most vulnerable of all, the unborn child. Establishing such a cultural norm erodes the natural rights of the elderly and the informed. For if the powerful can determine that the unborn child does not have a natural, self-evident right to live, then it is very possible that they can and will determine that certain other humans no longer possess these rights as well. Something you really don't want to read, but I'll read it anyway. There's the population control nexus. There is a widespread perception that women, particularly African American women, are freely exercising their choice. Then they enter the doors of the nearest abortion center. Nothing can be farther from the truth. The reality is that black women are being pushed, led from behind into abortion centers by the elites. In fact, abortion is steeped in population control. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg reminded the nation of this in her 2009 New York Times Magazine interview when she said, "Frankly, I had thought that at this time Roe was decided. There was concern about population growth and particularly growth in populations that we don't want to have too many of." And she has been historically accurate. There was concern about population. And the Republican President Richard Nixon was at the center of promoting population growth, particularly in the black community. So this bill, I think I got more questions than answers. That's all I have. And I think I'm saying things that may that may promote concern. I'm going to skip a little bit. And here's a piece on Colorado, since we are in Colorado. A majority of people in Colorado voted for abortion. I think a majority of people in Michigan are for abortion. I think in both cases, well, certainly in Michigan, they will vote for it again because they think that's what's going to be aborted generally are people or babies we don't want. And I got to say, I misquoted, and I'm not going to read it. I'll just say babies they don't want. Many of us discuss we'll say on this bill, anytime you have a bill, you have to look at the history. And the history is always tied to the topic you're voting yes or no on. And the history comes with the bill, whether you like it or not. Then and now, I quote from the CURE document, blackcommunitiesnews.com. Then and now, Sangers, from Margaret Sanger. Sanger's organization has used trusted leaders to convince the black community that abortion is a form of birth control and not to use contraceptive, and has been told it benefits the African American culture, when at the heart, it's killing the African American culture. And let's talk about, let's continue with that. At the same time, the South erected barriers to voting and holding offices. They went even further with the help of the Supreme Court and through the law. The 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson case stripped blacks of another degree of humanity by instituting what has become Jim Crow, and abortion is associated with that. And then it goes back to Sanger. Although Sanger has often been acclaimed as a champion of human rights, her philosophy was actually quite racist, according to George Grant, author of Grand Illusion, The Legacy of Planned Parenthood. And again, we're discussing how this this bill could possibly affect our communities. As I said, the legacy of Planned Parenthood, Sanger's philosophy of race, known as scientific racism, discriminates against others based on quality of genes. In Sanger's eyes, scientific racism in the case of the black community includes skin color. Grant exposed Sanger's discriminatory notions and documents many inflammatory comments she made during her tenure. And I think a lot of us are familiar with those terrible comments. So we must acknowledge how abortion in this bill will affect our communities, and our communities that need help the most. And the Supreme Court has obviously taken certain stances. On March 6, 1857, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Roger B. Taney handed down the court's decision in the landmark case of Dred Scott versus Stanford. In 1846, Dred Scott and his wife, Harriet, had been slaves residing with their masters in free territories for almost 9 years, being prompted by their friends and local ministries. This court's decision stated that Scots were to remain slaves regarding their place of residence. Furthermore, Taney made it clear that slaves were no more personal property and subsequently had no ability to lay claim on freedom, which is utterly shocking. When slavery ended, whites began instituting laws that required blacks to be able to read and write to be eligible to vote and to curtail the possibility of a sudden influx of blacks running for political office. Since almost the entire former slave population had neither skills were effectively shut out of the political process, preventing them from passing laws and more equitable laws associated with race. And I won't just dwell on this. I'll skip around. Consider this: if those 10 million children had not been aborted, and we're talking about African American children, the voting power of the black community could now be at 16% nationally rather than the current 13%. So let me say that again through this research. If the 10 million children had not been aborted, the voting power of the black community would have now been at 16% nationally rather than 13%. And they refer this back to the start from Jim Crow. So, and this, obviously this bill affects certain cultural changes. It will affect as our society changes, and how abortion will affect certain populations certain different ways. Cultural changes and opinion often influence the federal court system over time, leaving expediency and pragmatism, I apologize, I have a dry mouth, and the order of the day rather than honor and genuine concern for the life. As Martin Luther King Jr. stated in Strength of Love, the church must be reminded that it is not the master of the servant of the state, but rather the conscience of the state.
Representative Sandridge, to the bill, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll wrap it up now. If you ever read Freakonomics, Freakonomics is a book by researchers that take unusual looks at criminality. And they really diagnosed the possible hidden, and I'm not saying it has to do with this bill, so don't get me wrong, the history of abortion associated with minority groups and negative intentions and outlandish white supremacist intentions. So I ask, why? I asked to review the intentions, not of this bill, but the intentions of groups that have these abortion facilities, that profit off these. What are their historical intentions? I know everybody's there to make money, but I have concern through the history that they're not coming into my neighborhoods. Why? And why are they focused on other neighborhoods? And the history shows that if you're not concerned, you should be. So it's just a thought. Look at the data. It's there. And to me, it's fairly clear. Thank you.
Representative Bacon.
I would like to see the information that Representative Sandridge just shared, particularly as I spoke earlier in regards to the African American community and some of the statements that we're making. And I just want to be able to renew the same request that I made. You asked a couple of questions in regards to what's happening in the Black community, and given that, I'm a member of this House, wanted to also offer some of those answers. But I think when we're talking about supporting communities, particularly if it's in a spirit of allyship, there should be conversations with those who are impacted. And I caution us in using other people's narratives to make our own without really looking into some of these insights. So I just want to share it again. I would like to see some of the data in regards to the number of people that our communities being indicted of murdering. I would like to see the information in regards to people understanding why we only have one opportunity for health care. We do not have different rates of sexual activity that leads to these outcomes. However, we do not have access to the same types of contraception because of the low level of care that we get through our insurance policies. Again, I want to advocate and note the struggle it has been to be a Black woman with being able to not only advocate to have control over our bodies. I heard references to slavery. I heard references to Jim Crow, to which there was no acknowledgement of how our bodies were used by other people. I'd also like to say that we have societal norms to which we have to deal with every day that does not provide us access and equality to be able to care. I'm responding because there were questions asked. The question was, is this to the bill? I'm responding to questions asked by the previous speaker. And I'm responding particularly to language in the bill on how this is an issue on equity and to which communities this impacts. And if I, as a Black woman, cannot address the issues in my community, but someone else can, I think that's a concern. And I think that's also part of the problem to which I want to call attention to. And so again, there's been a lot of conversations on my community, particularly with some of the indictments that we've heard around our care or love for our communities, our bodies, and our babies. I'm just going to say, if we're going to have that conversation, we need to have the conversation about healthcare. We need to have the conversation about how we can support our families. We need to have conversations about what it takes to raise and support a family that we also don't have access to. I'd also say that our community is also able and capable for advocating for themselves. And I just like to be able to remind folks of that. And so if you do have questions, for what it's worth, I'm a member of this chamber and I'd love to be able to support and answer before I'm told, rather than consulted, on what it is that my community is seeking and why we do it. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Coffee house chats. How I wish we could have this conversation over coffee house chats. This bill is exceedingly short. This conversation has been quite long, and yet I fear that we still haven't gotten anywhere. We continue to talk over each other, around each other. The definition of reproductive health care in this bill covers a lot of things, but our conversation has really only focused on one piece. It's obvious we are at a stalemate. Both sides have seen this issue as being so weighty. For over half my life, I was vehemently pro-choice. Vehemently. In fact, I lost friends over how vehemently pro-choice I was. I doubt it comes as any surprise to my colleagues on this side of the aisle that I no longer hold that position. I've lived abroad for quite a few years, so I've learned a lot about intercultural communication. And I only wish that at 5:30 this morning, I could use those skills to translate between the two sides. But I don't know how to do that. And I fear that because of how weighty this issue is, how important it is to both sides, that neither will cry uncle, that neither will say, enough is enough, the debate is had, we've covered the ground, let's vote and move on. Which leads me back to wishing we could have coffee house chats. And wishing that we could sit across from each other one-to-one and hear each other's stories and explain each other's perspectives and meet each other where each one is. Because I feel as if each of us come at this from very different perspectives, even amongst our own positions. But unfortunately, this job doesn't allow for that. This job allows us to process our deepest held values and beliefs on camera, in front of a world watching and in front of colleagues who each receive differently through whatever lens they wear from their own experiences. And I know that a lot has been said tonight. And I dare say probably a lot has been misinterpreted too, from the places that things have been said. And so I just I wish there was a way forward. I really do. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The most recent text I received from someone in my district, one of my constituents, was about 35 minutes ago. And they're looking for my representation of them in this. And it includes the topic that kind of impromptu came up the last time I was here at the well. And that is sticking to this bill, which I will certainly do. Appropriate that we only talk about this. I'm not talking about road grading or anything else, only on this topic. Here's how this bill is titled: Concerning the Codification of a Person's Fundamental Right to Make Reproductive Health Care Decisions Free from Government Interference. And the short title being what is displayed there: Reproductive Health Equity Act. So there's a pursuit of healthcare decisions free from government interference and equity in the healthcare decisions. What this bill recognizes, without clearly saying so, is the clash of the rights that I've talked about 2 or 3 times already in the past 24 hours here on this topic, and thus the clash of the right of the person pregnant to their liberty over their body versus the right of the person who would be aborted. So the solution offered in the bill is to remove the right of one in favor of the other, which I see as just bringing an enormous cleaver to this, and that is my biggest problem with this bill, is there's not care given. In fact, it reflects very much what Representative Luck was just saying. She says, is there a path forward? How do we talk with each other rather than past each other? And this bill starts out by refusing to talk about the one side of this coin, this obvious glaring thing. It does two items takes two steps that are just I'm trying to avoid the word radical, but I don't know a better one. But in redefining the term reproductive health care to include abortion care, along with all the things that we would all agree to, family planning, contraceptive care, prenatal, postnatal, fertility care, sterilization, STDs or STIs, reproductive cancers, and then inserts in there abortion care, which eliminates one side of the aisle. It's very short-sighted. The other thing that it does, which simply does not fit within the title of the bill itself. And that was what prompted me when I'm sitting on the bench thinking, now, how can I represent 80,000 people of Teller and Douglas counties appropriately if I'm benched for not sticking to the bill? And then I started thinking harder about the bill and realizing under that title, so let's revisit that title, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference. Or the short title, Reproductive Health Equity Act. So, health care given equitably. Within that does not fit by any stretch of imagination that I can come up with page 5, lines 4 and 5 that say, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent derivative rights under the laws of this state. So, killing one side of the argument by simply saying, yeah, we just dismiss those rights, which we do not have the authority to do. We do not have the authority to tell one particular segment of humanity, you do not have rights, and to just put that in statute. At the very least, we should be telling a segment of humanity in our Constitution, and it would certainly need to be U.S. Constitution, to say, hey, you guys in particular don't have any rights within this country, but to do so within statute, within a state, is egregious. It's just beyond what we ought to be doing as lawmakers. So I guess I'm appreciative of the last conversation we had, because it kind of clarified for me just how awkward and inappropriate this piece of the law, of the bill is. So I'm going to suggest that we correct that. And so I move, Madam Chair, L65, and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's a simple edit. It simply removes those words, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. I'll suggest yet again, the reason we need to remove that is because it does not fit within the bill. The bill is concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference. The title does not say, we will define a segment of our humanity, of our fellow citizens, whose rights do not exist. It does the opposite. It says this is for health care rights. It is not appropriate in here. Again, I'll suggest that nor do we even have the authority to remove someone else's rights. So this bill would fix that by striking those two lines.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, members. I urge a no vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. You know that a lot of what we've been talking about for the past, 19, 20 hours now, is about what we all have asked for, at least on my side of the aisle, was a recognition of the fact that there are two bodies involved whenever we discuss this procedure of abortion. That as a woman, I get that we need to make sure that women can do in this world what we want to do. As you know, I've raised 4 children. I've been pregnant more times than that. And I've managed to get a pretty good job here in the Capitol. I've been out to be elected in my district. I'm representing my district here by speaking on this amendment and recognizing that women can be powerful, women can be strong. We are capable even if we're moms. We're capable if we're not moms, but we are capable even with children. I managed to work and take care of my children and feed my family even as a single mom, make those mortgage payments and get the kids raised, and as you know, they're all launched now. And I want to make sure that we all know that women can be powerful even with children. Even with young children, even as a single parents, we can still be capable and do what we need to do in this world. With that, having some recognition that a fetus does indeed have rights of some kind, we've been talking about that earlier yesterday as well, that would include a 28-week-old fetus that's inside a mom versus a 28-week-old baby that's been born. They are at the same level of development and age. One's inside and one's outside, so we're basically judging them based on their location. With that, I feel that striking these two lines would actually be very helpful for a lot of the people that have been emailing me. I don't know about you all, but I've gotten hundreds of emails at least on this topic. People in my district begging me to vote no. Voting no isn't enough. As you know, we also have to come up here and be proactive and be willing to speak up for what's right. And with that, I do urge an aye vote on this amendment, and I thank the sponsor for bringing it.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also talk to the relevance within Roe versus Wade. Someone called out Jesus. I think that's appropriate too. State criminal abortion laws, quoting from Roe versus Wade, like those involved here, that except from criminality, only a life-saving procedure on the mother's behalf, without regard to the stage of her pregnancy and other interests involved, violate the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, which protects against state action the right to privacy, including a woman's qualified right to terminate her pregnancy. Okay, that's one consideration. The other one is addressed in the next line. Though the state cannot override that right, it has legitimate interests in protecting both the pregnant woman's health and the potentiality of human life, each of which interests grows and reaches a compelling point at various stages of the woman's approach to term. Then it addresses the three periods of trimesters. For the stage prior to approximately the end of the first trimester, the abortion decision and its effectuation must be left to the medical judgment of the pregnant woman's attending physician. This would be the effect of this bill, 1279. But the next two descriptions show how 1279 is not reflective of what is accepted national law for the time being, Roe versus Wade. So it says, for the stage subsequent to approximately the end of the first trimester, the state, in promoting its interest in the health of the mother, may, if it chooses, regulate the abortion procedure in ways that are reasonably related to maternal health. If the fetus has zero rights, then the state has no business exercising this second trimester address within Roe versus Wade. And then the third says, for the stage subsequent to viability, the state, and this is the third trimester, in promoting its interest in the potentiality of human life, may, if it chooses, regulate and even proscribe abortion, except where necessary and appropriate medical judgment for the preservation of the life or health of the mother. If these lines, 4 and 5 on page 5 of 1279, remain in there, then the basis for this graduating interest by the state in the unborn, in the potentiality of human life, as it puts it, is moot. So I just see for all the reasons of everything established, where the state does have interest, progressive interest in the unborn, and within what is described in the title, in the motivation for this bill, in equitable access to health care, declaring that the unborn, all the way up to the moment of birth, do not have rights, is inappropriate, does not fit within the bill title, does not fit within the long nor short bill title. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the question before us is the adoption of L65. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, in the bill, of course, there's the legislative declaration, and we've heard several different comments about this too, that access to abortion and reproductive health care is currently under attack across the nation, impending federal court cases, including Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, United States Supreme Court. You get the point, but it's the fear over the Dobbs decision we've heard that's why we need this bill, and we need this bill prior to any decisions being made. And so I have another amicus brief that I want to hit some points on regarding the Dobbs decision. The previous one I read was from the Catholic Medical Society, and this one is from Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists, Right to Life of Michigan, and the National Catholic Bioethics Center. So the background on this is the Mississippi legislature enacted the Gestational Age Act, limiting the abortion of preborn infant after his or her gestational age of 15 weeks. except in cases of medical emergency or severe fetal abnormality. Since Mississippi already limited abortions taking place after the gestational age of 20 weeks, the law exclusively regulated abortion of preborn children between the ages of 15 and 20 weeks of development. So again, this bill would allow it for any period of gestational ages. The Dobbs decision is actually a little more narrow focused, but would give us the leeway to actually regulate it more beyond the 20 weeks. And in this case, they were looking at 15 and 20 weeks. I won't read everything in this, but the 14th Amendment does not include a liberty interest to abort all pre-viability unborn children. And I think this is important because, as we discussed in today, a lot of people think that this is a liberty that we need to protect for some people, but then as we've discussed, there's another human that we're talking about here, in my estimation, in my view, there's another human. So when we talk about liberty interest, I think that's pretty important. So the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution requires that no state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. That's U.S. Constitution, Amendment 14. The Constitution is not a set of guidelines, but a framework on which we, the people, constructed our government and our legal system. The words of the Constitution both create the court's authority and give it definition. Our country's founders crafted the words quite clearly to express a simple meaning. Faithful adherence to our Constitution serves as the touchstone measuring the fulfillment of the court's solemn duty. Every justice taking the oath of office swears to uphold the Constitution as written, not as he or she prefers it to be written. Honestly discerning and applying the truthful meaning of the drafters originally embodied in the Constitution's language should be this court's high calling. To the contrary, using these words instead to match an outcome that the judge personally prefers is the first step on a path towards tyranny. In their estimation, for example, in the Dred Scott versus Stanford decision, the court deemed some human life unworthy of constitutional protection based on color of a person's skin. That judicially contrived policy trampled upon the truth of the value of all human life, further dividing a divided nation and precipitating a bloody civil war. After the Civil War, the people of the United States formally invalidated Dred Scott. Proving that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it, the court in Roe 410 again deemed some human life unworthy of constitutional protection. And that's what we've been arguing about today for several times, in my view, is really in this bill we're saying that we're going to endow what their bill terms fundamental rights, some of the highest rights that can be given, and we're going to give that to some humans, and in my opinion, not other humans, that through the gestational ages have the right to life just like all others. And it was also interesting just to mention too in the committee report, this was a question that was asked numerous times, does 1279, the bill itself, actually, when are those rights vested? And we never heard a totally clear answer. There were some different answers back and forth, but that gets to the point of when is life protected, because the bill itself, if it's giving rights, fundamental rights to a human being, when are those invested or vested? Is it the point when they just seek the health care? Is it the point where they're outside of the mother's womb, regardless of gestational age? That's the concern and what we've been debating for quite a bit. But the court incorrectly declared provisions of the 14th Amendment included a liberty interest in aborting an unborn child based upon the child's age. In the matter now before this court, the Fifth Circuit held that Mississippi's law interferes with the 14th Amendment liberty interest found to exist in Roe and its progenitor precedents. The Fifth Circuit held that this interest precluded a state from placing limits on pre-viability abortion, even when those limits are based upon a woman's health, the development of the unborn child, and the integrity of the medical profession. The advancements in medicine since 1973 require this court to revisit its core precedent in Roe and assess whether the 14th Amendment thwarts all states pertaining regulation of pre-viability of abortion. And again, this bill would also allow for abortions regardless of viability and gestational age. Historical evidence demonstrates that the Constitution does not require a ban against all state regulation of pre-viability abortion. This court has explained how historical evidence reveals not just what the draftsman intended a constitutional provision to mean, but also how they thought it should be applied. The debates of Congress and documents of the state legislatures that ratified the 14th Amendment provide the most direct and unimpeachable indication of original purpose. Most of the discussion in the first session of the 39th Congress related to the subject matter of the 14th Amendment. This discussion included governance of the South, readmission of the Southern states, Union loyalty, issues concerning the newly freed black race, and the distribution of powers between the states and the federal government. The bulk of the session long debated concerned the following measures: the Freedmen's Bureau Bill, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, and the 14th Amendment itself. The first two of these measures were statutes passed in response to the Black Codes. Their premise was the protection of the newly freed black race. In the history of Brown v. Board of Education and Black America's struggle for equality, not a single word uttered or written in the promulgation of the 14th Amendment suggests that the amendment included a liberty interest in the right to end the life of a preborn child without regulation. Again, so this bill allows that right, actually codifies that right of ending the life of a preborn child without regulation, regardless of gestational age. If that decision occurs within the first or second trimester of the child, but this bill would go even further than that. Indeed, it is beyond dispute that the historical discussion of the authors of the amendment never contemplated including such a provision. Moreover, for the Roe Court to reach the result it did, had to find within the scope of the 14th Amendment a right that was apparently completely unknown to the drafters of the amendment. To illustrate, Connecticut prescribed abortion as early as 1821. By the time the adoption of the 14th Amendment occurred in 1868, state and territorial legislators had enacted at least 36 laws prescribing abortion. In Casey v. Hellerstedt, therefore, incorrectly presumed the meaning of the 14th Amendment included a right to abortion. This court should correct that error by acknowledging the invalidity of Roe's jurisprudence. Correctly understood, the 14th Amendment does not include a liberty interest to abort an unborn child, including unborn children at 15, 20 weeks gestational age, or in this bill, 38, 40 weeks gestational age. The Mississippi statute at issue, therefore, cannot violate the 14th Amendment. Policy arguments relying upon stare decisis hold no merit in the cases like Dred Scott or Roe, when what the court decision relied upon was incorrect and extra-constitutional. Respondents assume that simply because the decision in Roe and its progeny occurred, they must stand. But incorrect decisions require correction, not preservation. This court should not adhere to Roe's error for the sake of predictability or consistency. Being consistently and predictably wrong is no virtue. To be sure, clarifying whether to analyze laws under Casey's undue burden standard or Hellerstedt's balancing of benefits and burdens provides some predictability. Rather than providing predictability in the application of wrongly decided precedent, though, this court ought to set a new life-affirming precedent in accordance with the Constitution. It should do so now, before the current precedent deprives another human life of his or her liberty. The extra-constitutional holding in Roe undermines representative constitutional governance and the rule of law. Proponents of evolving judicial preferences wrongly accuse that by amending the Constitution from the bench, unelected judges can bestow new meanings and even new rights and understandings for the people. In the jurisprudence wonderland, judges wrongly see the Constitutional as an evolving organism, the meaning of which they believe their office empowers them to manipulate, becoming Platonic king philosophers. They rule by judicial fiat, unbound by the constraints of the Constitutional's actual language. At great risk to our republic, the court's abortion decisions embed this tyrannical principle in American constitutional jurisprudence. Roe, with its progenitor, precedents, and progeny, supplants our politically accountable system and governance with an unelected judiciary's own preferences. In addition, this court's abortion jurisprudence exceeds the scope of the judicial power and therefore undermines the judiciary's institutional legitimacy. The Constitution expressly delegates specific lawmaking powers to Congress and specific enforcement powers to the President. These enumerated powers provide legitimacy when Congress or the President act pursuant to such powers while carrying out their respective constitutional roles. Unlike the enumerated legislative and executive powers, the Constitution's delegation of the judicial power includes no specific enumerated powers to the judiciary to carry out its constitutional role of resolving cases and controversies. The judiciary's duty to apply the rule of law as understood and expressed by the people's representatives preserve this legitimacy. And I think this is important because, as we've heard several times in this debate, a lot of people believe there is an inherent right to abortion under the Constitution, but as this is laying out, that is really something that was beyond the scope of the court's authority during Roe, and that's what I think is being revisited here in the Dodd decision. Under the guise of exercising judicial review, Roe's ban on state regulation of pre-viability abortion actually amends the Constitution. In opposing ratification of the Constitution, the Anti-Federalists foresaw that the threat to representative governance from an unchecked independent judiciary. The authors of the Constitution have made the judges independent in the fullest sense of the word. There is no power above them to control any of their decisions. In short, they are independent of the people, of the legislature, of every power under heaven. Men placed in this situation will generally soon feel themselves independent of heaven itself. Thomas Jefferson, although on the other side of the debate, nonetheless likewise understood how an independent judiciary could lead to an abuse of power. The Constitution is a mere thing of wax in the hands of the judiciary, which they may twist and shape into any form they please. It should be remembered as an axiom of internal truth in politics that whatever power in any government is independent is absolute also, in theory only, at first, while the spirit of the people is up. But in practice, as fast as that relaxes, independence can be trusted nowhere but with the people and the mass. The concern of independent judiciary undercutting its own institutional legitimacy continues to hold merit. The judiciary's solemn duty requires adherence to the rule of law as expressed in the Constitution. This duty requires it to resist the temptation to use its independence, as it did in Roe, to impose its will over that of the people. Mississippi can enact second trimester abortion regulation to promote its legitimate state interest in protecting the life of the unborn and protecting the women's health. And this is important too, because this bill actually prohibits not only enacting any sort of regulation on second trimester abortion, but certainly on what I foresee when you look at the applicability clause of rules, laws, regulations within the state would prevent us from actually regulating the practice of abortion clinics themselves. This court has correctly recognized that the states hold a legitimate and substantial interest in preserving and promoting fetal life and women's health. The state's interest in protecting the potentiality of human life and the health of a pregnant woman were both important and legitimate. This court in Roe intimated that these legitimate interests were separate and distinct and grew in substantiality as the woman approaches term. And we've heard some of that discussed about how the farther along the woman is in her term of abortion, the more danger is actually not only to the baby, which is fatal, but to her as well. The further along she gets in the term, the risks actually go up exponentially, but this bill would prevent us from doing any sort of safety regulations, possibly even licensing, under its current broad drafting. The court in Roe determined that in the second trimester, the state's interest in maternal health was found to be sufficiently substantial to justify regulation reasonably related to that concern. In viability, usually in the third trimester, the state of interest in protecting the potential life of the fetus was found to justify a criminal prohibition against abortion. This court departed from the trimester framework of Roe, Webster, Reproductive Health Services, and the constitutional standard under which abortion regulation must be scrutinized has transmorgified over time. Yet the principle set forth in Roe that a state's legitimate interest should weigh more heavily in the court's analysis as the child develops and as the pregnant mother faces increased health risks from late-term abortion remains. Advancement in science. We've talked about this a lot. This is why these decisions made years ago, decades ago, are no longer valid, and we should continue to evolve and adapt as a society. Unfortunately, Colorado hasn't, but for instance, other states have a 24-week ban. Colorado, and this bill specifically, allows it through all gestational ages up till 40 weeks, 41 weeks, some circumstances, you could argue. Advancements in science now reveal the humanity of a preborn child between the gestational ages of 15 to 20 weeks. Gone are the days where society can question or reimagine how a child in utero looks, or if a child is merely a compilation of lifeless cells. Actual video of children in the womb reveal the advanced development of a fetus, especially later in his life or her development from 16 to 20 weeks. Mississippi's law is partially based on legislative findings pertaining to the advanced development and humanity of preborn children at the gestational age of 15 to 20 weeks. Again, this bill goes all the way to all the weeks, all the way to birth. At 22 days, the child's heart begins to beat. At 16 weeks, the child begins moving. At 7 weeks, scientists can detect a child's brainwaves, and the child can move his or her head and hands. The child displays leg movements and the startle response. At 8 weeks, the child's brain exhibits complex development. The child begins breathing movements and shows preference for either his or her left or right hand. At 9 weeks, the child sucks his or her thumb, swallows, and responds to light and touch. At 10 weeks, the child's unique fingerprints are formed on his or her fingers. At 12 weeks, the child opens and closes his or her mouth and moves his or her tongue. The child's fingers and hands are also fully formed by 12 weeks gestation. By 16 weeks, the child's gender is easily detectable, and the child looks undeniably human. There's a picture of a 16 weeks ultrasound in here, and this is it's a video of a male fetus hiding his head away from the touch of the ultrasound transducer. So that's pretty interesting. The baby can already kind of feel touches and everything on the belly and shows a response. By 19 weeks, the child hears noises and makes facial expressions when listening to music. The humanity of preborn child in the second trimester is more apparent today than when Roe was decided. This court should grant Satori to clarify the balance between the right to privacy and autonomy, with the state's ability and right to regulate abortion at this later stage of gestational development. And I think this is really specifically pertaining to the second trimester abortions. We're already seeing the humanity within those more and more than we ever have. This bill, again, goes further than that. It goes to all the way through third trimester abortions, where I think if you take a look at the displays and the science, it's really hard to argue the humanity of that unborn child at that stage of life. Mississippi law rightly protects women from adverse effects of late-term abortion, and I think this is important too when we talk about the broad language of this bill and preventing the state laws, rules, and regulations from inhibiting access to this, because that could easily be construed as though you're trying to limit access if you were to do regulations. Maybe say it's regarding which kind of instruments to use, what sanitary conditions need to be, the size and scope of maybe the facility itself. Maybe the hallways need to be large enough to get a gurney through. And any regulation like that could possibly be prohibited through this bill. Extending elective and unnecessary abortion late into the second trimester increases negative health consequences. Unlike abortions performed in the first trimester where the fetal bones are soft enough to collapse into a large bore suction catheter, unborn children at the gestational age of 15 to 20 weeks cannot fit into the catheter because they are too large and their bones have calcified, making them too firm to remove by suction alone. Therefore, dilation and evacuation procedures are required. This court detailed how abortion in the second trimester is performed. Although individual techniques performing the D&E differ, the general steps are the same. A doctor must first dilate the cervix at least to the extent needed to insert surgical instruments into the uterus and to maneuver them to evacuate the fetus. The steps taken to cause dilation differ by physician and gestational age of the fetus. A doctor often begins the dilation process by inserting osmotic dilators such as a laminaria, sticks of seaweed, into the cervix. The dilators can be used in combination with drugs such as misoprostol that increase dilation. The resulting amount of dilation is not uniform, and the doctor does not know in advance how an individual patient will respond. In general, the longer the dilator remains in the cervix, the more it will dilate. Yet the length of time doctors employ osmotic dilators varies. Some may keep dilators in the cervix for 2 days, while others use dilators for a day or less. After sufficient dilation of the surgical operation can commence. A woman is placed under the general anesthesia or conscious sedation. The doctor, often guided by ultrasound, inserts grasping forceps through the woman's cervix and into the uterus to grab the fetus. The doctor grips a fetal part with the forceps and pulls it back through the cervix and vagina, continuing to pull even after meeting resistance from the cervix. The friction causes the fetus to tear apart. For example, a leg might be ripped off. The fetus, as it is pulled through, the cervix, and out of the woman. The process of evacuation, the fetus piece by piece continues until it has been completely removed. A doctor may make 10 to 15 passes with forceps to evacuate the fetus in its entirety, though sometimes removal is completed with fewer passes. Once the fetus has been evacuated, the placenta and the remaining fetal material are suctioned or scraped out of the uterus. Some doctors, especially later in the second trimester, may kill the fetus a day or two before performing surgical evacuation. They inject digoxin or potassium chloride into the fetus, the umbilical cord, or the amniotic fluid. Other doctors refrain from injecting chemical agents, believing it adds risk with little or no benefit. Although similarly important, the procedures required in the second trimester abortion are undeniably more destructive than the first trimester. Later term abortions cause an increased risk of preterm birth and subsequent pregnancies, and an increased risk of adverse psychological outcomes such as depression, substance abuse, and suicide. Again, that's obviously the procedure itself. I'm trying not to choke up reading about it, but again, those are more dangerous for the mother herself, and this bill would prohibit regulations regarding those types of procedures. Empirical data shows that abortions performed in the second trimester pose a far more serious health risk to women than abortions performed at an earlier gestational age. Abortions were performed at or before 8 weeks of gestation. Women whose abortions were performed in the second trimester were significantly more likely to die of abortion-related causes. Since late-term abortions pose a more significant health risk to women, and Mississippi appears to offer a legitimate basis for limiting late-term, I won't get into that because it's more specific to Mississippi, and I want to remain specific, most as specific as I can to this bill as possible. But as you can see, there are concerns and there are reasons where we need to regulate, create laws. There might even be reasons that local governments, which this bill would prevent, need to create ordinances, such and so forth, regarding the actual regulation of abortion clinics. Abortion providers seeking to invalidate Mississippi's law that protects women from the negative health consequences associated with late-term abortion do not represent the same interest as pregnant mother. Normally, a plaintiff cannot rest his claim to relief the legal rights of interest of other parties. Whether characterized as Article III standing requiring a plaintiff suffer a concrete or particularized injury in the Daimler-Chrysler Corp. Versus Kuno, prudential standing generally prohibiting a litigant raising another person's legal rights. Respondent's potential conflict of interest here precludes it from asserting the constitutional rights of others. And this is, members, why I say when we get up here and speak against this bill, we're speaking for those who can't speak for themselves. We're speaking for those unborn and for the right for everyone to have a birthday. Indeed, in Roe, this court found that the plaintiff Roe satisfies standing as a woman whose condition of pregnancy was capable of repetition, yet evading review. Abortionists asserting his or her right to perform her duties lacked standing and was dismissed from the case. Abortion providers hold no constitutional right to their own to execute abortions, and they certainly are not exempt from the health and safety laws when providing their services. And this goes back to the bill specifically. Abortion providers should not be exempt, they should not be completely unregulated, and they shouldn't. We shouldn't prevent localities from passing ordinances, laws, and regulations on abortion clinics. In this case, the law at issue protects a woman's health from the dangers of late-term abortion. Notwithstanding life-saving purpose, an abortion provider seeks to invalidate the law purporting to represent the same interest as every woman protected by the law. Cases like this one reveal real motives to expose potential conflicts of interest. Abortion providers financially benefit every time they abort a woman's unborn living child. If they genuinely represent the interest of those for whom they supposedly speak, why do they want to invalidate the laws of those that they protect? How are male abortion providers situated in the same position as a pregnant mother facing an abortion decision? Simply put, they are not. Regrettably, 5 members of this court recently upheld the right of a third-party man to eliminate state-enacted health and safety regulations of a surgical procedure performed exclusively on pregnant mothers. It concluded so without any legal reasoning. We have long permitted abortion providers to invoke their rights of their actual or potential patients in challenges to abortion-related regulations. Permitting such a practice to occur for a period of decades does not make the practice just or any more in line with the conventional requirements to satisfy standing. Indeed, individuals far more greatly affected by the woman's abortion decision lack standing to bring legal challenges to it. Stating a father's interest and the abortion of his child did not provide him with a legal basis to participate in the mother's abortion decision of said child. Would not the father of the preborn child be substantially more affected by the access to abortion, both personally and financially, than, for example, the male doctor who performed abortions on a part-time basis in June Medical? Allowing abortion providers to bring these lawsuits enables them to amend duly enacted legislation to promote their own interests, such as pecuniary gain, professional security, protection of medical malpractice, and retention of an undemanding and easily satisfied standard of care. None of these incentives, however, help or promote the interest of the pregnant mother. Permitting people with this degree of potential conflict to assert constitutional rights of a pregnant mother pushed to the sidelines in these lawsuits is unconscionable, especially given that the right asserted supposedly finds it in the basis of his personal autonomy. And that is something that I didn't address, but I do want to address, because there were some comments made that those with the Y chromosome shouldn't be up here and may lack standing. I mean, there wasn't any, I'm not saying they were impugning motives, but there was some mentions that maybe we lack standing. And I'm here to tell you, members, I am here fighting for my wife, my 3 daughters, and all my constituents in my district. And I'm specifically here fighting for those constituents in my district who are preborn and don't have any rights under this bill and will be denied their birthday because of this bill.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I was just checking to make sure she was listening. So, members, I saw in reporting, and I guess we should all feel this, we've been here for close to 20 hours, and you know what? I'm thrilled to be here. This is such an important topic. This bill, getting to the bill, this is crucial. The work that we're doing here today, I'm seeing my colleagues' faces. We're beaming. We're thrilled to be here. There's no better place to be than right here defending a fundamental right for every woman. And this matters for all of us. It's not even just women, it's all of us. All families, all of Colorado does better when women are able to control their bodies and their futures. You know, growing up, I remember a long time ago thinking, you know, how fortunate we have been, people in my age group. You know, we were born at a time when every woman was guaranteed the right to choose. And I thought, oh my gosh, so many women who had come before us had already fought for this. And now we just get these rights. And it seemed to be that this would be a right that couldn't be questioned. Well, as we've seen, that a right once won isn't necessarily unassailable. The interests that didn't want you to have that right never went away. And we've seen this play out over and over and over again. And I think the legislative declaration in the bill that we're considering today, and we have been considering for the past 20 hours, makes clear we do have this right under assault by our United States Supreme Court right now. This is not a decision that is hammered into stone. And people have made it very clear that there is an intent to push this decision down to the states. So the fact that we are working on this legislation now matters. It's absolutely on point. It is the time. We can't have it both ways, members. We can't say, you know, this is not the right time and to look at the Roe versus Wade decision. I've heard people come up here and use some of the writings in Roe to justify why we shouldn't be doing anything here today. But then, of course, I know that there are many people who are pretty happy about Roe going away. So I'm just going to pull it back and just remind you this really matters. It's fundamental. I'm thrilled to be here. And I know many of us are going to stay here for as long as it takes to make sure we protect women and our liberty and our right to say what happens in our lives. I'm not doing it just for my daughter, although I'd stay here for as long as it takes. I've already said that. But I'm doing it for everybody's daughter and everybody who needs this right. So, thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill. And we've had a lot of discussion, but I just want to summarize why I am so opposed to House Bill 1279. And I'll start with the legislative declaration, which I think makes a false assertion. The legislative declaration asserts that the Dobbs case currently in front of the U.S. Supreme Court will have a negative impact on Colorado law. Members, not so. If the Supreme Court, let's look at the options. If the Supreme Court upholds the Mississippi law and as part of that decision overturns Roe, the consequence of overturning Roe is to return to the states the decision on what the law should be on abortion. In such an interest, if that were to occur, Colorado's current law would apply, which is that abortion is legal right up until the time of birth. Should the Supreme Court uphold the Mississippi law and not overturn Roe, all that means is that they are adjusting the Roe framework. They are upholding the Mississippi law for Mississippi, but it has no effect in changing Colorado law, which is that abortion is legal up to the point of birth. And then, of course, there is the, what I think, unlikely option that they will find the Mississippi law in violation of Roe and strike it down. But members, those are the three options. In none of those options is there any, repeat, any impact on Colorado law. It remains exactly the same what it is now. So I wanted to deal with that first and foremost, and now move on to the substantive parts of the bill, the new Part 4. There was an assertion made in the opening statement on 1279 that this simply repeats or codifies current Colorado law on abortion. In my opinion, that is not legally correct. This bill does much more than what the current law specifies. Under current law, as I previously stated, abortion is legal up to the time of birth. However, we also have the provisions on parental notification. We have the felony provisions on unlawful termination of pregnancy, starting with a Class 2 felony for intentional killing of the unborn child, separate and apart from abortion, of course. And yet, when we look at the language of Part 4, from the language that declares that there is no legal or derivative right that recognizes the fetus, putting at risk all of the criminal provisions in Title 18 for unlawful termination of pregnancy, which is based upon an idea of the unborn child having some legally cognizable right, direct or derivative. In addition, you have two provisions that are so broad in their application in stating prohibited activities on all public entities. Completely new section of the law. And the way I read it, the way I believe it will be applied, and the way I believe lawyers will utilize the language, is to impose on all public entities, which include all elected political subdivisions, but is vastly broader than that, to impose potentially a code of silence. Any official act that can be deemed to interfere or discriminate, and discriminate just means what? Treating abortion versus pro-life differently. That can be a statement, that can be a tribute, that can be a parade permit, that can be a protester permit. And this language sweeps so broadly and is so ambiguous that I believe it opens up that possibility across the board. I think if I were an opponent of the pro-life movement, I couldn't have written a more useful section or combination of sections in which to attack and silence the opposition at every level of government or public venue. It is quite cleverly written. So I am in vehement opposition of new sections 404 and 405, which I believe will have a pernicious effect. I am in opposition to 1279, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During this debate, we've had an awful lot of discussion about what the rights of the woman to control their own bodies are. But I think the debate has missed, from that side of the argument, the key fundamental point is that what are the rights of that child? The legislation says that that child has no rights. But the question remains, and the fundamental difference of opinion here is that that child is a child that does have rights. So for those who want to say we're fighting for the rights of women to control their own bodies, what about the millions of women who never had a birthday? How about those millions of women who never had the right to breathe, to be born? That's what we are fighting over. And Madam Chair, we will continue to fight for those rights, for those women, that everyone can have a birthday.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, since the day is new and all of us seem to have great new energy with the sun coming up, I thought we might spend some time listening to or reading through how abortion has impacted women in our state. These are official affidavits that have been filed in a court proceeding, 119 of them, on behalf of women and their stories. So this particular one is written by Rhonda, and she was 13 weeks pregnant when she had an abortion. She was not adequately informed of the nature of the abortion. In fact, she says, "I was told that the precious life I was carrying was nothing more than a blob, a little smaller than the size of a grape. At this stage, it was nothing more than a clump of cells, not yet formed into anything." I will never forget those words. I heard them from a worker at Planned Parenthood, and I was a 19-year-old college student. As it turned out, I was too far along to have the abortion done there, and they referred me to a private doctor who had to dilate my cervix 24 hours prior to the abortion. He did not explain anything. I went in thinking I was removing a blob from my body. She was also not informed about any consequences. Years later, at a state fair, I came upon a booth from a Right to Life organization. I viewed photos of a baby's development at 13 weeks, which was its age when I aborted. I was absolutely devastated. I realized for the first time it indeed had been a precious life, with fingers and toes and a beating heart. It sent me into severe depression. I'm reading this, just so you know, because the way that I understand the bill that is being considered, as well as our current law in Colorado, we don't really have any requirement that women be fully informed of what is happening and the consequences. And even in the committee hearing, we heard from a woman. It was devastating to listen and see the tears and just experience her pain as she expressed how she hadn't been informed of what was going to happen and hadn't really been given an opportunity to fully choose. And even in the midst of that procedure, she asked for it all to stop. And she fought in order for it to stop, and it didn't. And so I think it's important that we recognize that if we put forth this bill and we don't allow for any regulation at all, then we're saying that we are not requiring any sort of informed consent for these women. And I find that heartbreaking that more women might have affidavits like this. She said, "It's remained a very painful part of my life. I catch myself constantly thinking about how old my child would have been. There's an ache that will never go away. I'm angry that I was not told the truth as a young, impressionable woman. I went to Planned Parenthood for a pregnancy test 29 years ago. I was naive and scared, and I believed it when I was told it was only a blob of tissue. I've shared this with my husband and my oldest son. I spoke to my son about it because I felt he needed to be educated about the long-term effects of this. I told him when he was 16, and he had a surprisingly difficult time. He was very angry with me. He has since forgiven me. You know, in the committee, there were folks who explained that they have been called monsters for this practice, for having undergone an abortion. And while I've never said that to anyone, I want to apologize on behalf of all who have. For everyone who has said that, for everyone who has heard that, I just want to apologize. I do believe that these affidavits reflect women who are hurting, women who this practice has hurt, women who believe that in going and getting this procedure done, they would return to normal and life would be okay, and it would be as if nothing ever happened. And yet, as this woman shows years later, it still impacts. Now, I understand this isn't every woman's story. And yes, these are only 119 affidavits, all basically saying the same thing. But for those women who maybe have joined us this morning over their morning coffee, or who maybe one day will see this, I just want to say that there is healing for those in this category. And again, I understand that there are different stories. But for those who are still struggling, those who are experiencing grief, those who maybe find themselves awake at 3 a.m, feeling guilty and shame, I just want them to know that there is healing, and that there are people, myself included, who genuinely care and who genuinely desire for them to find a place where they don't feel isolated, where they don't feel like theirs is the only story that is in this category. We've talked about the fact that this is a weighty issue. It is. It really is. So, these stories deserve to be heard. They deserve to be read. These women and the families that they represent, the stories that they represent, deserve to be named and known. But perhaps for today, it's best just to know of Rhonda. Just to know that she represents a whole group of people who, if they were standing here, would say, there has to be a better way.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you this weekend morning.
It is such an honor to serve with you, Representative Ortiz.
Members, I was actually in committee when this bill was brought before us. And kind of like today, it was a long committee of listening to proponents and opponents. And that's our job. That's our role here. God gave us 2 ears for a reason, because we're supposed to listen more than we are supposed to talk. But one theme that emerged was how much we were impugned when it came to whether we were spiritual enough or religious enough. Just like no one party or individual has a monopoly on the right answer or the best ideas, no one party has a monopoly on morality or fighting for and speaking for life. And just as the choices that we're talking about preserving today are deeply personal, so is one's faith. So is one's spiritual belief. And I think that's part of the reason why we have a cornerstone of separation of church and state. Not that your faith should not inform your decisions that you make in this building or how you view things. But that faith is so deeply personal, and there is no one in this building or outside of this building that has a right to tell you whether you are spiritual enough or whether you intend to try and do the right thing or whether you're fighting for life. To that end, I'm going to read an article that was written by a Catholic mother. And the article is titled, "Why This Catholic Mom Marched for Abortion Rights." It's by Valerie Schultz. The last-minute Women's March on October 2nd was as small as the town. I showed up because it was the closest advertised gathering to my home. About 40 of us marched around the block and waved our signs on the busiest corner of Highway 101 and Nehalem, Oregon. I participated in the women's marches throughout the last administration's tenure, from 2017 in Los Angeles to 2018 through 2020 in San Diego. Those marches encompassed far more than reproductive rights. This little march in 2021 was targeted to protest the onslaught of anti-abortion legal measures triggered nationwide by the mess in Texas. This local demonstration felt more personal, less anonymous than those massive big city marches. The positive car honks and thumbs up signals of passerbys warmed my heart. Why was I, a Catholic mother, holding a homemade sign on a sunny corner in support of abortion rights? The short answer is that the so-called pro-life advocates in the United States have turned me pro-choice. The longer answer follows. Being pro-choice is not the same as being pro-abortion. The fact of abortion, the description of what it accomplishes, is terrifying. But pro-choice means that the decision to have a baby is every woman's and pregnant person's to make. Some abortions do literally save the life of the mother. Some abortions do help to alleviate the suffering of a victim of rape or incest. Regardless of the heart-wrenching circumstances of any particular situation, however, the state, in the form of a lot of Republican men, should not force a woman to give birth, any more than it should force a woman not to give birth. Her words, not mine. Make all the noise you want. The pro-life voices speak and vote against this kind of social advances that would actually benefit people. The bootstraps are attached at birth. Women can be trusted with autonomy. One can hardly think of another decision that is more private or more life-changing than becoming a mother. I am neither a theologian nor a scientist, neither educated nor trained to ascertain when life begins or when life outside the womb is viable.
And Representative Ortiz, just to maintain consistency from the chair, if you would tie this back to the bill, I know that would make everybody happy.
Absolutely. Everyone's been speaking tonight about who we're fighting for and who we're advocating for, and everyone else has been allowed to read testimony, some from that day in committee, some from emails that they've received from constituents. And this is to prove that no individual has a monopoly on morality or on what pro-choice truly means and what pro-life truly means as it pertains to preserving that choice and enshrining that in state statute. I'm a mom intimately acquainted with the stages of conception and pregnancy and labor leading to all the wonder and madness that come after that moment of crowning glory. I'm obviously pro-life. What I don't agree with is the pro-life movement that seems to concern itself with children only up until the second of their birth. Somehow, pro-life has given true pro-life a bad name. Where are these abortion opponents when it comes to the strategies that might help a woman avoid an unintended pregnancy? I'm thinking about accurate and early sex education for students, as well as meaningful access to contraception as part of universal health care for all. And members, that's what we're talking about. We are talking about reproductive health care and reproductive choice, spoken from the perspective of a devout Catholic woman who cares about the entire spectrum of a life. We need to be very careful about the way we speak at this well when it comes to acting like we have a monopoly on wisdom, on knowledge, and on morality. I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, you say that with such hesitation.
I was just making sure that Representative Van Winkle wasn't also competing for space here, so just... Yes, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Van Winkle, for yielding the dais to me at this time. And I know you have very important words with regard to this particular bill. I just wanted to follow with my good friend, colleague, and fellow veteran from Arapahoe County. There we go. Boy, that settles a lot of things, finally. Now, to the bill. Representative Bacon, don't distract me now. To the bill. So I just want to, and I'm saddened that, and I know that it's a long debate, and we are sensitive to many things. I hope that I never, in no way, tried to impart morality or burden somebody with the notion that I am more holy or more righteous than anybody else in this chamber. That was never my intent, nor is it, I believe, the intent of my colleagues as we argue this very difficult issue. Hugely difficult issue. There are moral questions. There are ethical questions. There are questions about life. There's questions about taking life and terminating life. So I want to make sure that my good friend and colleague understands that that's not my intention. And for my colleagues, if they did do that, I'll apologize on their behalf, because that's not what our desire is. We have a very passionate argument and a very passionate plea, and most people wonder, why does Representative Holtorf sit here and speak for more than 4 hours now? And I could talk for 4 more. But I want to tell you why, ladies and gentlemen. It's not funny. It's actually a true story. You see, many years ago, my mother, many years ago, my mother contracted cervical cancer. And I was in the womb. This is a true story. Now, there were medical practitioners and doctors that said, well, we have to do an abortion. The only way to solve the problem, Mrs. Alonso, at the time, was to have an abortion. And then, in that abortion, concurrently, we will do a hysterectomy, and the problem will be solved. Now, you're not going to see tears. I'm not going to get emotional. I've lived with this my whole life, and I've heard this story since I was a small child. And even as a small, wee little boy, my big brothers used to beat me because they accused me of taking my mother's womb. Physically. Because it was my fault. Because I was the little baby that was in there when this terrible thing happened to Mommy that almost took her life. And I have 2 older brothers. But I will tell you the reason I stand before all of you and debate this so vigorously and with such passion and with such zeal, unhesitating and untiring and unwavering, and no, you will not tire me, is because if it wasn't for my mother's choice to reject what is the premise of this bill, what is the foundation of this bill, I would not be here today. Now I'm going to extend that a little farther. Not only would I not be here today, but I wouldn't have been here to take over our family's ranch as the youngest of 3 sons when both of my older brothers passed to keep the family business going. Not only that, I wouldn't have 5 daughters, 5 beautiful daughters in this earth. 2 of them married, and I wouldn't have beautiful grandchildren of those daughters. I wouldn't have any of my kids. I wouldn't have my grandkids. And the future would have been very different, not only for my mother and my brothers, but for me and my family. But what did my mother do? She made a choice to put life over an abortion. Life over the taking of life. At her own peril and risk, because many doctors said, you can't do that, ma'am. But here's what my mother did that I will never forget. I can never forget. And that is, she said to the doctors, no, I will not abort my baby. This is my baby. And I talk about this partnership. See, it's a deal between two, not one. There's a little baby in that womb that wants a birthday. Now, I've had 57 birthdays, thanks to the gift of my mother. 57. I've been to many birthdays in my family. I've had the privilege of participating in birthdays for my children and my grandchildren. I thank God. I thank my mother and my mother's faith. And I in no way want to challenge anybody's faith, but I will tell you, if it was not for the faith of God and her spirituality, she would have fallen victim to a very sinister trap that would have taken my life, would have taken me and thrown me in that metal bucket. So now, ladies and gentlemen, you understand maybe a little more why I speak the way I speak and why I say what I say. There are choices in life. And yes, women are sacred, and their rights need to be protected and preserved. But you cannot discount the rights of that little baby, because you cannot foretell what the future holds for that little baby long after that first birthday. Now, I will tell you, this bill offers, as we talk about reproductive health and equity, reproductive health equity, this bill does not offer life abundant to those children, those unborn children. And I've spent much of the evening and the morning talking about those points, not in a way to offend or hurt anybody, but in a way to make people in this chamber understand what we're really dealing with. We're really talking about protecting life and human life. And yes, the winds of this country are changing, in my humble opinion, for the better, and I welcome that change. I embrace that change. Even though as we started this debate, I don't know how many hours ago it was, let's see, 18, 19 hours ago, 20, 21, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Time is transient, and the time we spend here, even in this job, is transient. So it really doesn't matter. It's not even relevant in the big picture. In the larger scope of things, what really matters is what we do to try to really, in the title of the bill, equity, to try to create equity within the relationship that is a mother and a baby in the womb, in utero. So I stand here, and it's a privilege for me to be alive in more ways than one. But in that one decision that my mother made to allow me to have my first birthday and 57 more. I will tell you, this is real. It's real for many people. It's real for many of you that have things in your personal story that you haven't told. It's real for millions of Americans that have similar stories on either side of the issue. It's real for millions of Coloradoans who also are on either side of this issue. But at the end of the day, what is really important? The sanctity of life and the respect for life is what is really important. We sit here this morning with the news of the war in Ukraine that continues and the loss of life and suffering. the refugees, and the millions of people that are being affected by that tragedy. But I will tell you, as the world shakes, as economies suffer, could you imagine if you could quantify or even try to understand the suffering? In fact, the question I pose is rhetorical, and I wouldn't ask anybody to answer it in the literal sense. But could you imagine the suffering of the millions every year, of the millions of children that are aborted? And I will speak to true suffering in the second and third trimester. Make no mistake about it. Those little babies suffer. They feel every bit of that pain. Every bit of it. Maybe not so much in the first trimester, but most assuredly in the third trimester. Really, the issue isn't, and it is for many people, it's a religious issue. It's a moral issue. It's an issue of, do you respect life or do you not respect life? Are your personal choices and what you feel or care about yourself, does that supersede, and this is the essence of this bill, does that supersede your opinion of the right to life, to create life, support, and bring life forth into this world against all odds? Well, in my personal story, my mother made that choice against all odds. And yes, she did have a hysterectomy, and yes, she was a cancer survivor. So, did the doctors get it wrong? Absolutely. Did they misdiagnose, misassess those esteemed medical professions that are all-knowing and supposed to know everything? Absolutely. Got it wrong. Dead wrong. My mother was told she could not have a baby, and she had to have an abortion and a hysterectomy concurrently. By not one doctor, but two doctors, because my father and mother did seek a second opinion because they couldn't believe what they were being told. And then they rejected. They rejected what is the premise embodied in this bill and said no. They searched the earth for some medical practitioner or doctor procedure that could allow for my life. And lo and behold, they found it. They found a doctor that said it can be done. Now, it's very risky, but it can be done. And they went forth to that doctor in that hospital, and they did what that doctor asked of them. And I was born. Subsequently, my mother received her medical treatment, and then she survived cancer and has lived to have 86 birthdays, soon to be 87. You see, my story is a story that can't be told when you pass this bill. Colorado. A story like mine, and there are so many like mine, cannot be told if you embrace wholeheartedly House Bill 22-1279 and everything that is embodied in that legislative language. I don't even get my first birthday. My children of 30, 28, 26, 23, and 20 don't get any of their birthdays. None of them. My daughter's husbands don't get their wives. My wife does not get 2 beautiful grandchildren. And yesterday, the day before yesterday, she got to spend all day with our granddaughter. And all she did was tell me what a wonderful day it was with her, 2.5 years old. Now, the story isn't about me, you see. What it's about is the story of life and discovery. What can come if you choose life over not respecting life or the taking of life for your personal reasons? Now, many, many years ago, I had a good friend of mine. We were captains in the Army. I was C Company commander. He was D Company commander. Just gotten married. And Dave asked me, what's the best time to get pregnant and start your family? What's the best time? I said, Dave, there is no best time. Let God answer that for you. And just live and love. If you overthink it, you're probably overthinking it. And then within a few months, not even 2 months, he made the announcement, well, my wife's pregnant and we're going to have a baby. And I was so happy for him to make his family complete. Now I know that's probably an ideal situation because there's many women, just like some of the stories that I even spoke to, of a single mother who's between 14 and 18, that has no husband, that's family doesn't support the pregnancy, and has to make a very hard decision that they want to keep their baby. They want to keep their baby and allow for the opportunity of life. The essence of this discussion, see, in my humble opinion, isn't about choice. The proponents of this bill argue, my body, my choice. It's my body, I can do what I want with my body. No one should tell me what to do with my body. It's my body, it's my choice. Get out of my way. Let me do what I want with my body. Earlier this last year, we sure saw that that argument didn't hold when other people made the same proclamation about vaccinations and their bodies and their choice. Now, I know I'm getting a little off of the bill, so I'm going to go back to the bill. But I just want to point out that the argument that's made sometimes isn't applied equitably. Equitably in all circumstances under the argument of my body, my choice. And I've never understood that. I've never understood why. Why in one case, boy, we're going to fight till the end. But in the other case, oh, it's not your body, it's not your choice. It's what the state wants you to do. It's what you're being mandated to do.
Representative Holtorf, so we'll just bring this back to the bill. If you could remind us, that would be great.
Thank you. So as we sit here and discuss and debate House Bill 22-1279, we've brought some very good points forth. And I think my friend and colleague and fellow veteran and fellow field grade officer, Representative Terry Carver, very accurately and carefully parsed out the dangers of this irresponsible legislation. This hasty legislation made in a hurry-up offense for the fear of what has now happened in Texas and what will happen across this land. And probably long overdue. Even the words of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, it's late, early, whatever. Even her words pointed out the fallacy and the flaws. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Even her words. As later in life she had time to contemplate and consider. Roe versus Wade. You hang your hat on that. This legislation hangs their hat on that one thing. And it's a shame. It really is. But I will tell you, I will never stop. I will never stop pointing out that a little baby is alive in every woman that is carrying that baby. And I will tell you that baby has a right to have its first birthday. And I thank God and I thank my mother that I was given the right to have my first birthday.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a lot of, I think, confusion in the past 20 hours about general aspects about women and their pregnancies. And one that I'll just highlight, as was recently exposed, pregnancy is actually not contagious. So it is not equatable to a public health crisis like a pandemic and the need for vaccines. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really hope if anyone's watching that they do not call my cell phone because it is way over there and the ringer is on. So apologies, members. I do want to address something that was mentioned earlier, and it was really by a very dear friend of mine from the other side of the aisle. And yes, if you're watching at home, it may surprise you that we have friends on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of issues. Sometimes we'll be fighting tooth and nail on an issue like this for hours. I don't think I've ever done 24 hours, but for hours, and it can become actually quite vicious. And then the very next bill, I've had this experience, the person I was just fighting with standing right here, we actually had the very next bill together. It might have been Representative Kennedy or something, but we spend a lot of time together, especially during session, probably too much, frankly. But we actually do develop pretty good friendships. And a good friend of mine from across the aisle, from the polar opposite of me, said one thing that troubled me, and it was that implied that Christianity is inherently patriarchal, and it lifts men up and puts women down. And it just very much troubled me because as a Christian man, certainly I am not perfect. I'm not perfect at all. I'm not a perfect husband. I want to be a better husband. I want to be a better dad. I want to be a better representative of my district. But in this case, marriage in the relationship biblically between a man and a woman is not the man lifted up. In fact, the Bible does say, wives, serve your husbands. But in that very, very same passage, I think I lost my friend. It says, that very same passage, it says, husbands, love your wives. Husbands, serve your wives. And then it says, it gives the husband actually one more clause that it does not give to the wife in the relationship. And that is, love her as Christ loved the church. And what it is saying there is Christ laid down his life for the church. So what it's saying is, men, when necessary, not only are you supposed to be a servant to your wife, to a servant to your female friends, but when necessary, lay down your life for her, if necessary.
And Representative Van Winkle, I understand you're responding to comments, but in the spirit of making sure we're consistent and bringing this back to the bill, I'll just make that request.
Yes, and I'll stop right there. I just wanted, my friend, I didn't want her to feel as if there's some sort of toxic masculinity. If masculinity is in fact biblical, there's no toxic masculinity. But the problem is we're all fallen and we very rarely live up to our biblical calling. Anyhow, I do want to tell you a story about a family, and it's a family. A father, he had syphilis. Syphilis, I know it mainly from like pirate movies and things like that, but it was a very serious bacterial infection that usually spread through sexual contact. And a mother who had tuberculosis. Tuberculosis was and still is potentially a very serious infection that affects the lungs and body. And it spreads from person to person through droplets like sneezes and coughs. And it was actually so common back in this area for this family that I'm talking about that it was often equated with death itself. Tuberculosis was a primary disease in cities, crowded cities where people lived in very filthy conditions, and there was a tremendous amount of poverty. It was well before safety nets and FDR and things like that. But the urban poor represented the majority of tuberculosis victims. And this dad, who had syphilis, and the mom who had tuberculosis, they actually ended up having 4 kids. The first of their child was blind, the second died during childbirth, and the third was both deaf and dumb. And the fourth had tuberculosis, just like her mom. And the story was told to a medical school, and they said, "What would you advise a woman do if she found out she was pregnant again?" And a student answered, "I would advise they have an abortion. There is no way they should have yet another child." And the professor responded, "Well, congratulations, you just killed Beethoven." And I wonder, members, since the passage of Roe v. Wade, well, it was a court ruling, not a passage of a law, I'm told 63,500,000 kids have never had a chance for a birthday. And I do wonder what might have been, if there may have been another Beethoven, or just maybe 1 or 5 or 10 of these babies would have been able to find a cure for cancer, for things like ALS or Alzheimer's, or other diseases facing us right now. And I suppose it brings us back to the very portion of the bill and the central question, which is, does elective abortion unjustly take the life of a defenseless human being? That is a yes or no question. Is the unborn a member of the human family? Again, a yes or no question. It's the same question, just put more simply. So I ask, since when does anyone have the right? Since when does anyone's right to live depend on someone else wanting them? Killing the unwanted is wrong. So should a woman have the right to choose? I have the right to free speech, but I cannot shout fire in a theater. A person's right, and I've heard this several times from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, stops when it injures or harms or kills another living being. Well, I won't go down that road about. But members, I did miss a brief portion. I actually fell asleep. I've never slept using my suit coat as a pillow before, so that was new. But I slept for a bit, so I don't know if we were able to pass the amendment that we've been really trying to get, and that's the notification for parents, because it's said that this doesn't touch the notification section, because we actually have a very good section of law in our statutes that says no abortion shall be performed on an unemancipated minor until at least 40 hours after written notice of the pending abortion has been delivered in the following manner, and it gives various attempts. So that the parent of, say, a 13, 14, 15-year-old girl can be there with her and give her the support she really needs and requires afterwards. because it is such a troubling experience. And we've heard that, of course, from both sides of the aisle. It is a life-changing and troubling experience. It's often the hardest choice that a woman, a mom, has to ever make. And that's, I think, goes back to my original question, which is, does it take a life? And I believe the answer is yes. But again, the worry is that this bill, as it's written right now, removes all notification for parents when it's a young teenager. And so we ran several amendments, and all of them have been struck down that simply say this bill will not touch 1322-704, which is the notification piece that's been put into place in Colorado law for several years, more than several years. In fact, it predates all of our time in this body. And so I again urge the majority to consider, even as we move into 23, 24 hours into this debate, allowing us to, at the very least, allow for notification of parents when we are talking about a young woman who needs support, who needs probably professional support. She needs the support of her family, and of course, she needs to support herself. So I ask again for that notification piece to be put back in the bill, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your indulgence.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of this debate has been centered around parents and kids. And unlike everybody else in this chamber, I've been actually parenting kids during this whole time. My kids slept on the couch. I slept on the floor next to them for a little while because they couldn't go to sleep when I wasn't there. But I do think the rights of parents are important. The rights of kids are important. And also, what we're doing right now is making this a place where it's almost impossible, if you're an active parent of children, to be here. I'm doing it, and like we're figuring it out. But also, we should think both about the autonomy of parents, their ability to make the decisions that they want to make, parents or not parents, or the decision whether or not to have a child. And I support this bill. But also, we should think about the amount of pride we take in the performative thing we're doing right now.
And just Representative Gray,
Yeah,
only
I'm
in
done.
the spirit of consistency, if you
I'm
could
done.
tie this to the
I'm
bill.
done. That's all.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, as mentioned earlier about religion informing your decisions, and I certainly do want to say that religion does inform all most of my decisions, but I do think that in many cases, if not most cases, as science advances and continues to advance, science ends up proving Scripture correct. And so, to be absent of Scripture, and given the fact that the bill does state, I believe it is page 5, line 4, that a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state, I want to spend a little bit of time on that and read from something that's just very scientific and absent of Scripture completely. And it's actually from the American College of Pediatricians from March of 2017. And this is an abstract, and it says, the predominance of human biological research confirms that human life begins at conception. Fertilization. At fertilization, the human being emerges as a whole, genetically distinct, individual, zygotic, living human organism, a member of the species Homo sapiens, needing only the proper environment in order to grow and develop. The difference between the individual in the adult stage and the zygotic stage is in one form, not nature. The individual, or the statement, focuses on the scientific evidence of when the individual human life begins. It has been recognized for millennia that both the paternal and maternal contributions are required for the formation of new human life. The first recorded embryological reports are in the 5th century BC books of Hippocrates, who noted from the study of incubation chicken eggs that the nature of the bird can be likened to that of the man. A century later, Aristotle studied the chick and the embryos, but incorrectly thought that they arose from a formless mass of semen combined with menstrual blood. In 1677, Ham and Leeuwenhoek, I probably am not doing that name correct, observed spermatozoa under the microscope, but they thought they contained miniature humans. Spallanzani demonstrated in 1775 that the oocyte and sperm were necessary. In 1827, von Baer observed oocytes in the ovarian follicle and the fallopian tubes and the blastocytes in the uterus of a dog. Finally, it was the advent of the cell theory developed by Schleiden and Schwann in 1839 that it was recognized that the embryo develops from the single-cell zygote. Direct based upon this observation, the knowledge of the single-celled zygote was a live and independent being. In 1859, the American Medical Association published a statement strongly opposing abortion. That was in 1859, particularly commenting on the independence of the zygote during the time between its formation and its implantation. Although the College of Obstetrics and Gynecology in 1965 attempted to redefine contraception to mean implantation rather than fertilization, medical dictionaries and even English language dictionaries before and after 1966 defined conception as synonymous with fertilization. Moore's 1974 edition of the Human Embryologic Textbook states that the development is a continuous process that begins when the ovum is fertilized by a sperm and ends at death. It is a process of change and growth that transforms the zygote, a single cell, into a multicellular adult human being. Moore's 2008 edition emphasized that the development does not end at birth, but extends into early adulthood. It's a little bit of the history, so I don't want to just be up here and just reading stuff that doesn't necessarily apply, so I'll skip ahead a little bit and say, they go on to say, however, it is controversial is whether this genetically unique cell should be considered a human person. Nonetheless, one could make the case that personhood can only exist in a living human being and that the division of these two entities is arbitrary at best. In the last century, and particularly in the last decade, much more detailed observation has been made of the first 24 hours of the life of a human being. During this time, the cell membranes of a sperm and ovum fuse and the first cell division occurs. During this 24 hours does a new human life begin? Embryologists are less united on this question. This statement aims to clarify this issue. And again, members, I'm doing this because the bill specifically states that what I am talking about here would not have independent or derivative rights under the laws in this state. So essentially, all the laws that we are, or all the rights, the fundamental rights that we are supposedly giving to persons in this bill wouldn't apply to the persons I am talking about here scientifically. During the first 24 hours, once the sperm and egg bind to each other, the membranes of these two cells fuse, creating in less than a second a single hybrid cell, the zygote or one-cell embryo. To protect his or her bodily integrity, within minutes the zygote initiates changes in its ionic composition, releasing zinc in a spark that induces egg activation, first modifying the surrounding zone of pellucida, blocking further sperm binding to the cells. Cooperation between sperm and egg components to achieve the replication of DNA, cell division, and growth occurs as maternally and paternally derived factors of the zygote begin interacting with chemically modifying each other to initiate the final round of meiotic division in the maternally derived nucleus to enable DNA replication. So in other words, members, at this point, this person who would have no rights under this bill has its own unique DNA. Finally, the nuclear membranes of the pronuclei break down. No new nuclear membrane encompassing both pronuclei is formed. Rather, mitosis occurs in two cells, each within its own identical nucleus, in case the nuclear membrane are formed. Furthermore, studies with mice embryos demonstrate that despite the plasticity of cells, which allows for disrupted blastomeres to form an entire organism. I'll skip ahead a little here too. Some embryologists consider fertilization a day-long process and regard the beginning of human life as occurring near the end of this process at Sinjami. I'm probably saying that incorrectly. But whereas others consider the time of the cell membrane fusion when the embryo gives evidence of being a different kind of cell than either oocyte or sperm. So again, once that unique DNA is then created, to be the beginning of new human life. Since within minutes the new embryo acts to prevent the merger of another sperm with itself and starts the business of self-replication. So at this point, this Under this, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus doesn't have rights, but at this point, this is very early on in conception. It's multiplying by its own cells, its own unique DNA, it's its own living organism. The single-celled embryo is a very unique kind of cell than that of a sperm or oocyte, and contains a unique genome that will determine most future bodily features and functions of his or her lifetime. An organism is defined as a complex structure of interdependent and subordinate elements whose relations and properties are largely determined by their function in the whole. An individual constituted to carry on the activities of life by means of an organism or organs separate in function but mutually dependent, a living being. It is clear that from the time of cell fusion, the embryo consists of elements from both maternal and paternal origin, which function interdependently in a coordinated manner to carry on the function of the development of the human organism. From this definition, the single-celled embryo is not just a cell, but an organism, a living being, a human being. The American College of Pediatricians concurs with the body of scientific evidence that corroborates that a unique human life starts when the sperm and egg bind to each other in a process of fusion of their respective membranes, and a single hybrid cell called a zygote, or one-cell embryo, is created. As physicians dedicate both their scientific truth and into the Hippocratic tradition, the college values all human lives equally from the moment of conception, fertilization, until natural death. Consistent with its mission to enable all children to reach their optimal physical and emotional health and well-being, the college therefore opposes active measures that would prematurely end the life of any child at any stage of development from conception to death. So that's just sheerly scientific talk, and I do think this is an interesting conversation. I think it was Representative Soper who came up to me earlier, and he was looking for synonyms for life, and I got to tell you, members, I was at a loss. Couldn't think of anything. I looked at the Google machine. There was no good synonyms for what we're talking about for life here. I even went back in the Bible and the Blue Letter Bible translations and tried to look for the original Hebrew and Greek words and to see if there was something else that could pop up for life, and there just isn't anything for me. And so that's what we're truly debating again when we are opposing this bill and the points that we're trying to make. It's life starts at conception, and that's worth supporting. It's worth advocating for. It's why we are down here all through the night and still speaking to the morning, because that's what we want to defend. The bill itself is giving fundamental rights to what in committee we heard was one patient, but then we also heard OBGYNs who testified in support of the bill that they considered both the fetus, the baby, the unborn child, and the mother patients. But under this bill, one patient would have the right, and the physician would have the right to kill another patient, which violates the Hippocratic Oath, and it violates what I think is a very worthy term, that what we are down here and what we are advocating for is that everyone deserves a birthday.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot has been said about parent notification, and something comes to my mind. If only we had experienced and professional, nonpartisan legal staff that draft our bills and are experts on the legal ramifications of the bills they help us. Oh, wait, we do. And I do remember during committee that specific question was asked to our very experienced and professional, nonpartisan legal bill drafter if this bill in any way would impact parent notification. And unless my memory is failing me, I do believe the answer was no. So I just want to remind my esteemed colleagues that this was addressed during committee, and that was the answer given.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do trust our nonpartisan legal staff. They do terrific work, and they do it for long hours into the night. But if that's true, then what is the harm? What is the problem with accepting a simple amendment that simply points from the statute that you're creating to 1322-704? If it doesn't do anything, if the current bill isn't going to harm that, then why not just simply add a sentence that say this isn't going to harm 1322-704 notification concerning abortion. It seems, I mean, I can see it, there's some bills that, you're at the end of session and it's a Senate bill, you're the last chamber, you need to get it to the governor's office, and if you amend it, it's going to go back and it's going to cause a headache. An amendment at this point doesn't change the timeline of the bill at all. The timeline of the bill, in fact, may be harmed by not allowing any amendments on and no compromise whatsoever. But that 1322-704, which is a notification piece we simply want referenced and have tried to do several times, is very important. Again, it says no abortion shall be performed upon an unemancipated minor until at least 48 hours after written notice that the pending abortion has been delivered in the following manner. The notice shall be addressed to the parent at the dwelling of the house, the abode of the parent. Shall notice be delivered by the physician, the physician's staff, the sheriff or county, any other person age 18 not related to the minor, a clergy member who is over 18. Notice delivered to the person. And again, members, I could read the statute. It's pretty basic. It essentially says just make sure parents know, because again, this is not an easy decision for any woman, any mom. There have been fantastic moms that started out being a mom at age 15. And there's been some moms also that made the choice that this is too much. And in that circumstance, when they do get the abortion, they truly need, because it is so traumatic, the support and care and love of their parents, perhaps their grandparents, their friends and their family around them. And if a parent doesn't even know that, that is absolutely the worst case scenario. There are better outlets than there used to be for a student facing depression and struggle in isolation, but students and children today in the year 2022 feel more isolated, more alone, and more, for lack of a better term, in darkness by themselves than ever before. And that communication isn't always there, especially with the amount of fear that could come to a 15-year-old teenager, depending on where she lives. So again, it's very important that amendment be put on, and I'm very disappointed that it continues to be rejected.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning to you all. Over the course of our debate on House Bill 1279, I have heard a couple of references to a couple who testified in favor of the bill on Wednesday evening. And I'm paraphrasing what I heard, but the gist of what I heard is that this couple chose to have an abortion for the sake of convenience, to free them to live a comfortable life with their other children. If you'd heard their story, you'd be ashamed to say that. I just got to say that. I think it's best that we hear their actual story, and so I have their testimony here. And just to set the story for you, they come together, and they brought their toddler daughter with them. And so I'll begin with Roy Taylor's story. And this is from, I admit his testimony isn't from the other night. It's from a previous testimony, but it generally follows what he said the other night. My name is Roy Taylor. I moved to Fort Collins after graduating from Trinity University in San Antonio in the late 20th century. After beginning my career here, I consulted around the country and ended up back in Dallas, where I met my wonderful wife, Christina, from whom you've just heard. And we're going to hear from her in a minute after this. Recalling my previous experiences here, we decided that we wanted to raise our 2 young children and grow our family in Colorado. Christina became pregnant again, and we had no hint anything was wrong until that fateful May the 4th, a day that will always be with me. As will the day a week later, which was the longest of my life. My son's condition was determined to be incompatible with life, a medical term I was unfortunate to learn. Over the entirety of the day and night on May 11th, my wife was induced and my son Gene's life was ended. After he passed, I was able to hold him in my hand, and as we said goodbye, we could see he had my nose. The choice we were given by God, and I am a pantheist, and I have no issue speaking the word with an absolute faith, was simply this: how do you want your son to die? It was not a fun choice to make. It is not one I would wish on anyone else. To desire a child, to desire a son, and then find out you do indeed have a son, and your only choice is about how and when he will die. It is not an easy choice to make, but it is absolutely one that should be made by the women and families faced with it. It is an intensely personal decision, and to take that freedom away and dictate exactly how all families must decide to deal with the difficulties on the edges of life is just wrong. I don't believe it is humanly possible to have enough wisdom that you could make this decision for everyone else, to decide in this building how our children must die. We were extremely fortunate with our son Titus, who was conceived shortly after Gene left us. If we had not let Gene go, had we not made that decision, Titus could never have been. Titus is a being of pure joy and is completely compatible with life, allowing Americans and Coloradans the freedom to make their own family choices leads to better, happier, stronger families and people. And now I'll read Christine's testimony from the other night. And they both were here to testify against the bills that we heard 2 weeks ago in committee. So that's how she starts her letter. A few weeks ago, I was here until 10 p.m. with my 4 kids to testify in front of testify against 2 abortion bans. I told my story about getting a fatal diagnosis late into pregnancy and choosing to have an abortion rather than wait for my baby to die. The freedom to decide what was right for my family was a gift in the midst of our devastation. I will shout that from the rooftops for the rest of my life. It is one thing to testify out of fear. It's quite another to do so with hope in my heart. Being a mother is the most important part of my life, in no small part because I chose it. People who want to limit or ban abortion disrespect all of us who choose to risk our lives to endure a pregnancy and raise children. That flippant disrespect for the profound nature of parenthood is a bigger insult to me than anything else I'll hear from anti-abortion folks tonight. After my abortion, so many women came to me with their stories. Every one of them and their children are thriving, most of them in Texas. Both Roy and I grew up in Texas. Our families are there. Mine has lived in that part of the world for generations. It will always be a part of me. Yet we chose to leave a place we love to raise our kids because we did not feel safe. Texas used to be a bit like Colorado. You could disagree with people's life choices, and this is a Southern thing, but maybe y'all have heard this, with a bless your heart and a tip of your hat. I feel that here in Colorado too. Want to smoke a joint in the comfort of your own home or wear shorts in the snow? Go ahead. Are you a gay Jewish nerd? Run for governor and win, probably. Truly a wonderful place to live. What a brave, bold statement the state of Colorado could make with this bill. While states across the U.S. are terrorizing their own residents by criminalizing abortion, Colorado has the opportunity to stand and ensure that every Colorado has a right to choose if and when to have children. For me and my family, that opportunity is worth putting ourselves in rooms full of people who believe I'm a monster and a murderer. It's worth having to explain to my kids why people say those things, because we hope good can come from it, like a rainbow after a storm. Let this be the last time Coloradans like me have to beg for abortion rights. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make history. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1279? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to jump back to the conversation we had previously related to parental rights. I received this memo from an attorney who just looked at the bill and provided a brief overview of some issues. And in this, the concerns raised were things like, given the structure and sweep of the bill, it would effectively overturn Colorado's parental notice law. Then there's another section, he goes on and explains, and then there's another section where he says that for the same reason, the bill would likely overturn any existing regulations of abortion facilities in Colorado, and at least in the absence of future legislation amending or limiting the Reproductive Health Equity Act, preclude any meaningful future regulation of such facilities by state agencies or local governments. And then it goes on to further say, an entirely plausible reading of the bill, particularly section 25-6-405, subsection 2, would suggest that existing law prohibiting non-physicians from performing abortions would be invalid. Prohibiting non-physicians from performing abortions could be viewed as burdening an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. And he continues to go on. And I read this not as proof that this is the right interpretation versus the interpretation that our wonderful nonpartisan staff has given us. I read this in order to show that the way that this bill has been crafted is a lawyer's playground, and it is rife for litigation. And so if this body wants to pass this out, let's just make sure that it is clear so that we don't open up the courts to litigation that is going to cost us as the state additional monies and additional time. Let's just do it and do it right if we're going to do it. And again, it's one lawyer's interpretation, but as we know, lawyers get paid to see things differently, and let's just try and limit the ways in which they can do that. Thank you.
Representative Ortiz.
I do appreciate those comments by my colleague, but again, I'm going to go back to the fact that I find it a little difficult to, in one breath, say that you trust the nonpartisan staff, and then in another, present this argument, even though you state that, well, I'm not saying that this makes our nonpartisan staff wrong, but this is a playground. Our staff are professional and experienced enough that if they believed it was going to be a minefield or a litigation playground, they would state as such. And the answer was very simple and very clear, that this would not impact parental notification.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate our nonpartisan staff being spoken to in that manner. I don't believe that's what the representative from Pueblo was saying at all. In fact, we have a duty. Our nonpartisan staff does a terrific, amazing, very good job. When you go to them and say, I need a bill that does X, Y, and Z, they find exactly where to put it. Even if you take it, say, hey, this bill passed in Kansas, let's pass it in Colorado. It's not that easy at all. And our nonpartisan staff does a fantastic job finding exactly where in those many, many, many books we have back there, in thousands and thousands of pages, where it ought to go, what it ought to say, and how to do it. But they do it entirely on the instruction of the bill sponsors. And the bill sponsors have, of course, the full authority and duty to pass bills that are good. It's up to the bill sponsors. I've had bills before, and the bill drafters said, you know what, Representative Van Winkle, we think this could be litigated, but you can, I mean, we have the authority to pass whatever we want, and it is considered, it is presumed constitutional until there is a challenge brought, and a court at that point looks at it perhaps years down the road. Even other famous bills we passed years ago are still being litigated right now as we stand here, that passed 5 years ago. And that is up to the bill drafter. That is not the responsibility, I'm sorry, that is up to the bill sponsors, not the responsibility of the bill drafter to, if a legislator says, I want a bill that does X, Y, Z, to say, actually, you can't do that or you're not going to do that. The bill drafter will draft the bill we tell them we want drafted, and it's a bill that gets brought here. They do a very fine job of putting it in the right spot in the statute, using the right words, but using the right references, using the right references to other portions of statute before and after where it goes. That's very important. We often look at bills and we read the bill, but we often don't read the statute before and after, and that's very important. And that's something our bill drafters can advise us to. But we, as the bill sponsors, of course, have the duty to introduce and pass legislation, and we are the ones responsible for it. Often people will say, oh, I need this amendment because the bill drafter screwed up or something. I usually don't say it like that, and that's just not true. We have that responsibility. If there's something, I've never actually seen it in a bill, but spelled wrong or the comma's in the wrong place or something, that's on us. That's not on the bill drafter.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now let me tell you the rest of the story. So in committee, it was about 3 a.m. The bill drafter was brought up after I proposed the amendment on the parental notification after addressing my concerns. The bill drafter was brought up, and the first thing that actually happened was she was asked, does this amendment fit within the title? That obviously put the bill drafter in a very awkward and uncomfortable position. The bill drafter was extremely professional and said, well, Madam Chair, as you know, that is the decision of the chair. But put her in an extremely awkward and uncomfortable position. So then the next question followed up, and the bill drafter's actual statement was, this bill does not affect that area of statute, the whole area of statute. Not just, she didn't make a qualified opinion on whether or not it affected the results after all the litigation is done, because that's not her role, it's not her opinion as a drafter, they're nonpartisan. So she did what she should have done and said it does not affect it, because technically the bill does not address that part of the statute. Again, but the worry here is the applicability clause, the way it's written so broadly that this will be applied to every state law, hence the parental notification statute that was passed, I believe in 2003, and after that goes to the courts and gets adjudicated, typically the courts see the most recent legislation as the most recent legislative intent, and this bill will take precedence. Furthermore, we even had former Representative State Senator Ted Harvey, who was the sponsor of the 2003 bill, show up and testify and state those concerns specifically, that this bill will eliminate the parental notification statutes that we have. So absent an amendment making this explicitly clear, this remains a grave concern, is another reason why we say this bill is extreme and radical, would make other states that are probably much more liberal than Colorado blush, and that has not been addressed. And so unless we address it in an amendment somehow, some way, we've tried, that remains a huge major concern, and I do think it will end up eliminating parental notification.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I think there's another thought that we should consider. You know, after COVID, parents naturally became somewhat distrustful, I would argue even more distrustful of government and the role that government can play with inside of families and that sort of a thing. And I think that's something that certainly we are all very familiar with. But I think it's discussions like this, discussions in and around the idea of, you know, an argument on it won't affect parental notification in 1322-704. And then the argument that, okay, well, and if it doesn't, let's just go ahead and put it in because there's no disruption there, therefore it won't take away from the bill, it won't do anything. But I think the point that's being missed is that I believe parents are probably looking for something like this because parents do want to have trust in government. But it's actions like this that make it more difficult. In fact, I would argue it actually further erodes the ability for parents to trust. And so while we may have a hesitancy and we're looking through the lens solely of 1279 and the idea of an amendment to say that parental notification is still a piece of it, I think what we're missing is yet one more hit, one more barrage on what is that foundational element of trust when it comes from parents as they look at government. And that's applicable whether it's a school board, whether it's a state, whether it's whatever the entity is. And so I think the more that we have a hesitancy to acknowledge the voice of a parent, the role of a parent, I think we actually do more damage in the long run. And we just further chip away and chip away and chip away at that level of trust that I think parents want, but that they're finding so hard to find. So I think that's something that we should consider specifically as we discuss the idea of the amendment that was brought forward that was not adopted specifically for 1279. I just wanted to highlight that there is a long-term effect outside of just education, outside of 1279, and it's that compilation, it's that each time that an issue comes up where the family, the parent feels like they are either being shut out or that they're not being notified or that they're not being involved or something of that nature, that it fundamentally just continues to chip away over and over and over again. So something for us to consider. Again, I renew my opposition to 1279, but I did want to make that point clear because I think that's an important one that we all need to be mindful of, not just as it pertains to 1279, but certainly for the remainder of this session and future sessions. Thank you, members.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then just on a personal note, I actually really do appreciate your optimism and positivity as you chair the second reading. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Williams.
Members, along the lines of highlighting testimony that has been provided by outside individuals as well as experts, I wanted to go ahead and highlight testimony from Dr. Thomas Perrell with the organization Democrats for Life. He was in opposition to this bill, and he stated various reasons as to why he was opposed to the bill. And I thought it was important to read this, not only because he is, in fact, a medical doctor, but also because he is with, I think, an organization that I didn't even really know existed until I actually came down and started serving in this body in 2017. But I'll go ahead and start here, and I won't read all of it, but I do want to highlight a few aspects of here. So starting out, it says the Reproductive Health Equity Act will codify abortion access at any time during pregnancy for any reason. This totally disregards the humanity, dignity, and value of the developing fetus, even in the days or weeks prior to birth. It would be a drastic deviation from the long-standing abortion jurisprudence promulgated by Roe and Casey. It would be arguably the most radical abortion law in the country and the world. Even China and North Korea don't allow abortion at any time for any reason. The Reproductive Health Equity Act appears to eliminate the only abortion restriction currently enforced in Colorado, parental notification. This means that our teenage children may confront an unplanned pregnancy and abortion on their own without any parental involvement. And again, I won't belabor the point too much here, but my colleagues, Representative Neville as well as Representative Geithner and Van Winkle and others have already touched on this. I know that I ran an amendment on this very thing, and I think it gets back to what even Representative Carver was talking about in her opening statements about how the bill itself is overly broad and could very well potentially touch into other areas that were at least not intended to. But with that said, Dr. Perel goes on to say, Colorado is a state that places high value on personal autonomy. The majority is opposed to legislation that outlaws most or all abortions. However, the majority is also clearly opposed to unrestricted abortion. The Reproductive Health Equity Act, which is predictably are predicated exclusively on the autonomy rights of women with absolutely no acknowledgement of the competing rights of the fetal human, is out of sync with Coloradan sensibilities. The birth standard in the Reproductive Health Equity Act is more arbitrary than the viability standard promulgated by Roe. Viability is constantly changing, but there is sufficient scientific consensus to narrow the developmental window to within 2 weeks. Birth, on the other hand, can occur anytime between 21 to 42 weeks gestation, making it a much more arbitrary standard for determining a developing human's value. Whether a human is wanted or not should not be the only criteria Colorado embraces to adjudicate abortion prior to birth. The bill does not address the rapidly increasing number of abortions in Colorado, up 34% in 5 years and 13% in the past year alone, according to CDPHE. It does not address how the lack of resources disproportionately affect poor women of color, nor does it provide access to alternatives. He goes on to say that abortion, because the fetus is the wrong sex, typically female, is a well-recognized phenomenon, most common in other developing nations across the world. This bill would give the veneer of legitimacy to this practice, even if the enforcement mechanism is problematic. The bill should explicitly exclude abortion for sex selection. And again, that's something that we debated at length, members, so I won't really get into that, but I will say that we should be doing what we can to at least put those types of protections in this bill, and if we're not, then I think we're missing the mark entirely in a situation where we're already missing the mark to begin with. But in so doing, I'll go ahead and end with a few more sentences from Dr. Perel. The Reproductive Health Equity Act prioritizes access to abortion over the health and safety of women. While first trimester abortions are relatively safe compared to other common out-of-patient surgical procedures, the same is not true for second and third trimester abortions. The risk of dying from an abortion increases 38% for every week of gestation. By the 20th week gestation, the risk of dying from an abortion is as high or higher than the risk of natural childbirth. There is similar gestational related risk of serious injury from the procedure. The language of the bill suggests that implementation of appropriate health and safety regulations for abortion might be interpreted as impeding access and thus prohibited. Democrats currently enjoy a trifecta of power: the Colorado House, the Colorado Senate, and the governor's office. Embracing radical positions of important social issues is not the way to retain majorities. Again, this is his words, by the way, so I do apologize, but I'll go ahead and get to the very last sentence here, Madam Chair. The Reproductive Health Equity Act is a path to electoral defeat. His words, not mine. But with that, I'll just say he was very much concerned with the party of which he is a part of, and he wanted to at least express his views on the bill, not only as they relate to the issue of life and abortion, but also for the sake of his own political party. Members, I think it was important to highlight that, because this is not someone who is voting Republican. You know, this is not someone who is a part of the minority party in most cases. I would probably venture to say that, life is probably the one thing that Dr. Perrell and the minority party, do agree on, but others maybe not so much. So with that, members, I thank you for the time, and I do, again, renew my call for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next week is St. Patrick's Day, and my daughter and her husband and my granddaughter are planning to come over. She's going to bring a half of a cake because that's going to be my granddaughter's 6th-month birthday. So she's going to come over and enjoy that. And so I just wanted to let my granddaughter, Molly, know where her grandfather has been. Okay? Yesterday, we normally have to wake up at about 4:30 to get ready to get ourselves into work. My wife is a school bus driver, and to get her ready to go to work and to get me ready to go to work. And so she let me use the car because we knew we were going to be kind of late. Didn't know it would be this late. I probably didn't need the car because it's not moving. But I got to bring the car down, and I've been here. I stepped out in the lobby there, and I think I napped for maybe an hour. The rest of the time, I've been sitting right there. And I want my granddaughter, Molly, to know that I was there when a bill came up that's going to make sure that it prohibits denying, restricting, interfering with, or discriminating against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception, or to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits, services, information, and facilities. You see, folks, my granddaughter, just last week while she was over at our house, I was able to see her roll over. Okay, that's a big thing for kids. I mean, I'm waiting for her to start talking, and it's like, here, walk over to Grandpa, come on, let's go, we'll get in the car. No, that comes much later on. She just rolled over. And I want her to know that there are times in your life when things are happening, and I mean big things are happening. And people are going to ask, well, when that was happening, where were you? And I'm going to tell Molly, I was right here. I was right here the entire time to make sure that no one, and whenever that happens, because as I say, she just rolled over last week, the rest of this stuff that's in here shouldn't be coming to her for quite some time, but I want her to know that her grandfather was here to make sure that whatever decision it is she wants to make, just like the decisions that her mother got to make, and her grandmother got to make, and her great-grandmother, who is still living with us and in our house, that they all got to do that because it was their choice. And I want to make sure that my granddaughter knows that she is going to be able to make that choice. And however long you want to do this, I'm going to be here. Because I'm doing this for her. I'm doing this for all the other little girls who just also learned to roll over. Maybe some of them are a little bit older and are starting to scoot across the room. Maybe some of them are grabbing on to somebody's pant leg and starting to stand up. Maybe some of them have actually started to say that first word, like maybe Dad. Maybe. But I want them to know that when the time was, and people want to know where you were, I was here. And I'll stay here as long as it takes for my granddaughter to be able to live in a world where she gets to make up her own mind about what she wants for her body.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think with everybody, we're celebrating birthdays and want birthdays. But I want to revisit a topic that was brought up earlier about morality and religion. And I know some people, when they look at a bill like this, some people do, look at different leaders for guidance of how to vote, and how to perceive abortion. And I would like to just read some of our leaders' perception on it, because I read it to have guidance on how to interpret this bill. Mother Teresa: abortion is murder. Those who carry out abortion kill. At the 3rd week after conception, often even before the mother is aware of being pregnant, all the organs are already starting to develop. It is human life, period. And this human life has to be respected. It is very clear. And then some of us look to a pope, our current pope, Pope Francis. I feel that the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion, because it is a war against the child, a direct killing of the innocent child, murder by the mother herself. This is his words. And if we accept that a mother can kill even her own child, how can we tell other people not to kill one another? How do we persuade a woman not to have an abortion? As always, we must persuade her with love and remind ourselves that love means to be willing to give until it hurts. Jesus gave even his life to love us. So the mother who is thinking of abortion should be helped to love, that is, to give until it hurts. That is our Pope. So there is different people that we can look for guidance. And it's clear. And I know many people don't want to be judged, and I'm not here to judge anybody. But the only person that does judge is our God, and he will judge. Thank you.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just hearing the last statements about perception reminds me of my own story. Many of you know I have 3 beautiful children, but what many of you don't know is that I've been pregnant 4 times. My first pregnancy was a miscarriage. And we were really, when we found out we were pregnant, we were really excited. So, we scheduled the doctor's appointment and went to that first appointment, and there was no heartbeat. They said, come back next week, because it could be that it's just a little bit, the days might be off. And so
We went back again the next week, and still no heartbeat. And I was probably 27 years old. It was my first pregnancy, and my colleagues at the time, who were social workers like me, and I considered close friends, we were so excited, so we told them that, I told them that I was pregnant. And so they also knew of the unfortunate situation that we were in at that moment. And when I shared, because it kept going back week after week, knowing that there was no heartbeat, one of my colleagues, who was a male colleague, and this is where, relating to what we're here talking about today is about choice, right? My option to actually choose at that moment in time to have a DNC procedure, because I knew that what was inside of me at that moment in time had no heartbeat. And I was accused and asked, "Oh, are you having an abortion?" That was incredibly hurtful to me, because I had lost my child. I'd lost what I was hoping would become my first child, because somebody didn't understand my body. And it was my choice, because I didn't want to have to go back each week, because the miscarriage was not happening on its own. He was judging me for my choice and what he was calling it. And I have never forgotten that. And now my oldest is 12, my middle child is 11, and my youngest is 7. And I love every single one of them. My 2 oldest are my daughters. This is incredibly important for their future. I don't want them to feel the way that I felt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1279? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is a awful story. I don't know who your colleague was, but I feel awful on your behalf that as you're mourning your child, somebody's calling it something else. A child that dies inside a mom is definitely something to mourn and to be sad about when you're hoping and you think that you're going to be having a baby and then you're not. I guess I can add a little bit to that story. Many of you know that I have 4 children, but I've been pregnant 8 times. So I've had a lot of miscarriages as well. 2 of them were second trimester. So I went through some really awful times as well, trying to have babies during some of those years. All that being said, if onlys will kill you if you let them. I have thought about those 4 children many, many times, how old each one would be at different times in my life over the past couple decades, actually. I've thought about where they would be and if I would even have this job right now if I had had another child that was younger than my youngest now that's living and married and he has his master's degree, he's living a great life. So would I have had this life? Well, the if onlys will kill you if you let them. If only the doctor had made a diagnosis sooner. If only that car hadn't have landed in the intersection when it did. If only you had missed the plane. We can spend our lives thinking about if onlys and being concerned about if onlys. We actually heard one a little bit ago about Beethoven. If only his parents had listened to the advice that was given because all the strikes were against his parents when they were having a child, we could have been living the past couple hundred years without all that music that he provided in our world. Who've we already aborted in the past 5 decades? Doctors, nurses, we have a shortage of both. Teachers, parents, grandchildren, grandparents mourn the grandchildren sometimes that they will never see. The if onlys will kill you if you let them, because everyone deserves a birthday. And when we are debating this bill and looking at people saying women have the right to choose, well, choose what? What are you choosing? Okay, whether to continue a pregnancy or not. And clearly, the bill also has some other points of choice within it, such as birth control, things like that. At this point, I'm speaking about the woman's right to choose. And then again, I will say choose what? Choosing to end a pregnancy. Well, we established yesterday sometime that you cannot end a pregnancy, you cannot terminate a pregnancy without killing a living, growing human being. What is in the mom is not a dog or a cat or other animals. It's undeniably human. It's growing. It gets bigger every day. It's undeniably alive. If we let it keep growing, it would be a baby in the arms, but it's already a baby inside mom. So I'm back to the if onlys will kill you if you let them. And if we look back on all the babies that have been aborted, would we have a cure for cancer? I don't know. I can't answer those questions. But there have been millions of abortions in just the United States, and we have no idea who those people would have grown to. And with that, I feel like we are really cutting short this discussion and really working towards saying that women can't be successful if they are having a baby that's unintended. Well, I can tell you of those 4 children that I ended up having, that grew up, that I raised, there was one that was unintended. Well, she's grown up now. I'm not going to tell you which one it was, but if I had an abortion back in those days, I would not have her. Now, the if onlys will kill you if you let them. I would never know what I was missing. Think of all the people that don't know that. And I'm just feeling like we need to have all of those babies and all of those if onlys in the conversation, because everyone deserves a birthday.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill, 1279. Everyone should be treated with respect and dignity, no matter who you are. A woman should have the right to decide and the right to choose what happens to her body. She should be able to make the decision with her family, her priest, her imam, her pastor, but the government has no role in that place. The government should not be telling her what to do with her body, and really, women's rights are human rights. In our communities of color and the Black community, we lack access to adequate health care. Each woman has the right to choose her destiny, and that is a fundamental right. In the words of Maya Angelou, each time a woman stands up for herself, without knowing it, possibly without claiming it, she stands up for all women. I am proud to be standing here today, and we stayed here all night, and no matter what it takes, it's worth it to stand up for the women of Colorado.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and And thank you for the comments of those who came before, especially my colleague from Aurora who speaks of his, I think, granddaughter. That is, I remember when my kids first rolled over, I remember it's weird being a dad because you're there, but it's very different being a dad, but you still get those wonderful moments like feeling your baby kick in your wife's belly, and it brings back great memories. But I think I really want to get us back to the crux of the debate, and that really is, does elective abortion take the life of a defenseless human being? And that, again, I've said it a couple times in the last 24 hours. Almost 24 hours. Does elective abortion take the life of a defenseless human being? That's a yes or no question, members, and that's what each one of us has to answer for us today. And so I have an amendment here. And so, Madam Chair, I will move Amendment L066. Thank you. I'll ask for it to be displayed, and God bless our front desk and everyone who's been working for so long to keep us going. Thank you. Oh, look at you.
All right. Amendment L066 has been properly displayed. Representative Van Winkle, tell us about your amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And really, the big part of the bill for me is on page 5, it's lines 4 and 5. And it, to me, is perhaps the most objectionable part of the bill. It says a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have an independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. I want to add simply a fertilized egg, embryo, fetus, otherwise known as an unborn human. Fetus, of course, means human. My apologies, Madam Chair. I'm just, it's been several hours, have not slept much lately. So, sorry I'm a bit disjointed here, but simply all it does is add as otherwise known as an unborn human. It actually doesn't change the bill at all. It just further defines those words, which is egg, embryo, or fetus, to add otherwise known as an unborn human. And to me, it's the crux of everything we're debating today on both sides, and that is an unborn baby a member of the human family? If the answer to that question is yes, I would then argue, and this isn't in the amendment, this kind of takes it to a philosophical perspective, not in the bill, but philosophically. If it is a member of the human family, then there is moral questions that rise far beyond simply removing a tooth or something. I would, of course, argue that based on science, logic, and, of course, faith, it's hard to argue that babies in the womb are not humans. I believe they are, and I believe that everyone deserves a birthday. I remember looking at the 3D images of my children still in the womb and recognizing qualities, not only actually of myself, but of grandparents, being seen in those faces long before they were ever born. They're 3D, they're amazing. But if the unborn are human, and this again takes it not what will be in this amendment, but to the philosophical questions that then will come afterwards, if that is a human like a toddler, then we shouldn't kill them in the name of choice any more than we would a toddler. Again, the debate is one question: what is the unborn? And if my child, if I'm in one room in the house, my kids are in the other room in the house playing, and they say, "Dad, can we kill it?" The very, very first question any dad will ask, well, probably we'll start running or moving towards the room, but we'll say, what is it? If you're talking about the cat or the dog or their brother or sister, of course the answer is no, no, no. But again, what is it? That is the question. Scientifically, we know that from the early stages of development, the unborn are distinct, they are living, and they are whole human beings. They need nothing more than the same thing we need to sustain us in these long hours, which is things like rest, nourishment, and so on. I've heard several arguments, and I anticipate, and because of us putting the term unborn human in this bill, that we'll hear arguments such as they're tiny, they're too small, they're not big enough to be defined as really human. And it's true, embryos, as this very line states, are smaller than newborns and adults, but why is that relevant? Do we really need to say that large people, or mean to say that large people are more human than small ones? That doesn't make sense. Just because someone is bigger, or men generally are bigger than women, it doesn't mean, oh, we deserve greater rights or more rights under the law. Size doesn't equal value. I've also heard that they're not fully developed. At this stage, they're still in their mom's belly, and embryos and fetuses are less developed than adults will one day become. But again, why is that relevant? Because my 4-year-old daughter is dramatically and you can just see when you have a 4 or 5-year-old and a 1 and 2-year-old that there is a very big difference there in terms of development. Again, both children deserve the right to life. Older children shouldn't just necessarily, because they're older, have more rights. And I'm sure if you ask my 4-year-old going on 5, she would disagree with this. But just because a child is older doesn't mean they have more or less rights as a human being. Some people say, well, their mental abilities when they are an egg, embryo, fetus do not equal a human being because they don't have the higher mental capabilities or awareness. But if that's true, newborns do not qualify as valuable human beings. 6-week-old infants lack the immediate capacity to perform high functions, as do those who perhaps got in a car accident in a temporary comatose or sleeping, or those with Alzheimer's disease, which is just terrible. But that doesn't make those people in those situations, or even us in our prime of our lives, sleeping, less human or less deserving of the right to life. And another that we heard Wednesday night late into the evening is, well, the baby's in the womb, not outside. And we've talked about that before. The space that you occupy does not depend on the rights that you have. If someone were to cross the street, their rights do not change. If someone even goes to outer space, their God-given rights as a human being, or their natural rights as a human being, as many founding fathers would say, does not change. If you can go to space and you still have fundamental human rights, the journey 8 inches down a birth canal suddenly doesn't change you as an independent, distinct, living, whole human being with rights there versus there, or at least in my opinion, and that's my values, in my opinion, the research I've done from medical professionals is that shouldn't. Of course, babies are dependent upon their mom to live, and at some point, each and every one of us, and I would even argue today, just to simply function and eat and stay awake, we are dependent on others to continue going here. At some point, we all will be dependent, our very lives will be dependent on someone else helping to sustain us. And so I don't think that is a very good argument either. So I hope we can pass this and simply add, after the sentence, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus, add otherwise known as an unborn human. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in full support of this amendment. You know, Christians, as I am, believe that conception starts, or life begins at conception. That is a human. These models that are here on display show just that. So I think that this is the true meaning. They are human, and we need to have that in this bill. So I rise in full support of it.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I support this amendment as well because I do truly think that it gets at the crux of the issue. And it's funny that the bill has a lot of other plain language, especially in the applicability clause of this applies to all state rules, laws, regulations, ordinances. But this plain language is really needed so that we can be truthful to our constituents on what we're voting on here. And this really gets to the crux of the issue of what we're fighting for. And that is exactly as the amendment says, an unborn human. And I know people are annoyed that we're here so long and that it's now early hours of the night, but you know what? This is important because this is what I feel that we are called to do, and that's be a voice for those unborn who can't speak for themselves. And just because they're unborn, they shouldn't be disregarded. And they deserve a birthday.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, I can't believe we're up to L066. You might have heard me say yesterday sometime that the word fetus is not a bad word. It means young one or living one. That being said, a lot of people don't know what the Latin origins of the word means. So to include unborn human in the bill is actually just saying what we're doing here. It turns out that when a fetus or unborn human is growing inside its mother, and it starts growing from the very beginning, by the way, when a sperm and an egg meet, whether it's no matter where it is, if it's in a lab or inside a mom or whatever, it starts growing right from the beginning. So it's growing, it needs time to grow, it needs nourishment to keep growing, and it needs protection. That being, okay, so look, what are we talking about here? The lack of protection that terminating a pregnancy would create for that young one or living one. And I will say again, if it's not human, what is it? It's not another type of animal. It's not, we've fully established that it's not a clump of cells or pregnancy matter, because tissue doesn't have brain waves, and pregnancy matter can't possibly have a heartbeat or a central nervous system. Those are in humans. They are in living humans. They are in unborn humans that we are trying to protect, at least by this, having this amendment, by having some language in the bill that is actually showing what the honest description of what is inside a mom's uterus is, because it is unborn and it absolutely, undeniably is human. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. And the reason I do is I agree with everything that my colleagues have said, from Representative Ransom, Van Winkle, Neville, Pelton. They're absolutely right that what we're dealing with here is human life. But I also look at this as kind of like a truth in advertising type deal. It is what it is. These are unborn humans. They're children inside the womb. And if we're going to go down this road, then we should, make sure that we have our eyes wide open on this particular issue. We should have no doubt in our mind what exactly is going on here. In the bill, where the amendment references, it starts with a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus, does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. If we're going to go ahead and have that declared in this bill, then let's be perfectly clear what we're dealing with here. And let's not, try to come up, or not come up, but use terms that more or less have been used as a way to sort of take the humanity out of the debate. We are dealing with unborn human life, and if we're going to do this in state statute, then let's talk about it as it is. These are babies, these are children, and if we're going to declaratively say they don't have any derivative rights or independent rights, then let's just go ahead and come out and say it. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do sincerely hope that we can provide some truth in advertising, just simply because oftentimes a scientific term is used when it's not necessary for the everyday public. We have great rules in this body so that the public can understand exactly what we're doing in terms of things like the single subject rule, and we typically have very short bills that are easy to read. And it doesn't change the effect of the bill at all. I wish it did, but it doesn't. It's just, as I may have been said previously, truth in advertising, fertilized egg, embryo, fetus, otherwise known as an unborn human. Scientifically, something very radical occurs that is frankly kind of mind-blowing, that the simple part of one human being, as in the man's sperm, and the simple part of another human being, a woman's egg, can join together and create a genetically unique, brand new, whole living human that is completely different than either the mom or the dad. That human being will have 46 chromosomes, plus or minus, in the event of Downs or Turner syndromes. But that's a unique individual person. It is an unborn human. That baby in the womb will have a different DNA and a unique DNA that has only belonged to that baby in the history of the world before and history of the world after. That is their DNA. That's that person, and that's the only person that'll ever be like them. They will often have even a separate blood type than their mom and of course, their dad. And so I hope we can accept this amendment and simply say a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus, otherwise known as an unborn human.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, and I think for everyone in here, words have such a profound effect on how we feel about things. And I'm looking at this amendment, which I fully support, and I started thinking about some basic things as a child growing up. I used to love some fatty foods and some sugary drinks. When I wanted a piece of salami, my dad would say that's fat. So I literally started saying, hey, Mom, I want a piece of fat. And it's kind of nice it really changes things, doesn't it? I used to drink a lot of pop, Mountain Dew, Pepsi. My dad would say, hey, you're just drinking pure syrup. And it's amazing what that did to me. I don't drink pop anymore. It's amazing what the reality of these words mean and what that effect might be on someone. So I fully support this amendment. I think it's great. We need to be very truthful and be very direct to everyone and let them truly. It's not that people don't know the definition of fetus, but why would we not call it exactly what it is? And so I rise in support. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle to the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And these tall guys. I must admit that when I was drafting this amendment, I was thinking through several different ways of doing it. The very first way was to say, otherwise known as a person. And I know there's some debate between humanity and personhood, and that was something that came up Wednesday night a lot, and we actually heard the terms, there's some proponents of the bill testifying. We recognize...
Representative Van Winkle, just one moment. Members,
Oh.
I know we are so excited that it's Saturday morning, and I'm excited too, and we're doing great work, but it's just getting a tad difficult to hear up here. So if we could just keep our conversations a little more quiet, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Van Winkle.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and kudos to whoever's providing Red Bull so that people still are talking among each other. That's very good. So it was testified to several times, or it has been argued that a baby in the womb or embryo or fetus can be a human recognized but not have personhood. And that to me is somewhat akin to saying if you were walking your dog in the park and someone said, wow, that's a nice canine you have there. And I said, well, thank you. That's my dog. No, sir, that's a canine. Well, the canine is a dog and the dog is a canine. So it's pretty much akin to what we're doing here with this amendment in that we're just again, truth in advertising, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus otherwise known as an unborn human. I don't think it should be, if I wrote unborn human person or an unborn human with personhood rights, if I did something like that, I can see this being quite controversial, and that again leads back to what is it? Is it a human? Is it a distinct individual or not? But simply it says an unborn human. I hope it will be accepted to provide some truth to the public exactly what we're talking about and who we're talking about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment as well. You know, we heard some comments that discussed the DNA and how two different DNAs come together, or the sperm and the egg come together, and a whole new human is created. But there's another aspect that I remember when my wife was pregnant, and we have two boys, and that had to do a little bit with the personality, right? Even in the womb, there was very much a personality. There was a response to certain things based on, something that my wife might eat. Maybe my son either really enjoyed it or really did not enjoy it. I don't know. But certainly the kicking and the pushing and all of that. I mean, that very much expresses, even inside of the womb, without ultrasounds, without technology or anything else, that personality, that human nature is truly coming through. Based on maybe a position. If my wife slept a little funny, or maybe she had a pillow in a certain position, maybe my son experienced some discomfort or whatever, and for maybe the rest of the day he was in a super awkward position or something like that, and you could just tell a little bit that he was a little frustrated or uncomfortable or whatever. But that personality, even in the womb, comes through. And so I think unborn human, I think that really does convey truly what we see when it comes to our child or a child in the womb. And so I rise in support because I think this really does a very good job of conveying what we know to be true.
Further discussion on the amendment. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would simply ask for a no vote. It's unnecessary.
Right. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L066. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L066 fails. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, today I rise in support of the Reproductive Health Equity Act, and I really do appreciate the importance of this moment in time, that the right of women to control our own bodies has not come without the fight and struggle of the generations that preceded me. But now women across the country, we fear for our futures. We fear for the revocation of our right to control our own bodies, our health, our autonomy. I really felt quite moved by the testimony from our colleague from Boulder last night, this morning, whenever it was, that we're here having this debate because in this country, women are still not seen as equals by many. We're not seen as capable, thinking, competent decision makers. Somehow we're not trusted to make choices, to know what's right for us, what we want or what we need. We heard a lot of testimony to support that view. But we are capable. We can make the right choice for ourselves without the intrusion of government into our bedrooms and our doctor's offices. And though our country is heading down a frightening path, we are here in Colorado to ensure that our state remains a place that respects my privacy and your privacy, and the right to the full range of reproductive health care, which includes abortion care.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I said this sometime last night, that you can be a strong, capable woman with children. I think every woman in this building that has children, kudos to you all. I know it's a hard job, But to the dads, a lot of the dads spend a lot of time with their children too. And I'm older than most of the women I think here, but you know what? I grew up and came of age when I think there truly was discrimination in a really awful way. And we all make the same money here. I know, gosh, I made more money than my husband did, just because I worked hard and I, had a good degree. And I just don't think that women should be seen as, oh, you better have this procedure done if you want to be successful, because you can be very successful and still have children. 1, 2, 3, in my case, 4. Remember, Kimmy Lewis had 6, very successful with her career as well. And I just don't want us to start thinking that women need the special words that are saying that you have to be able to make this choice in order to have the life that you want to lead, because life can be pretty great even with children. I urge a no vote on the bill.
Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, and top of the morning to you, Madam Chair. A little while ago, my colleague from Arapahoe County came down and spoke in personal terms about why he's here and why he feels it's important to stand up as we go on hour 24 here. So I thought I would do something similar. And going all the way back to how we started this yesterday morning, somebody said something to the effect of why do we talk about the woman so much when we have this debate? I think in really close to 24 hours now, we haven't been talking about women enough, actually. Because to me, the autonomy, bodily, morally, legally, of women is what this is all about. And too much of what has been said here has skipped right over that. We've talked around the edges, or in some cases read at great length from Roe and other cases about how that case law has anchored this right of autonomy in federal jurisprudence. I personally find it most powerfully to anchor in equal protection in the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. I also thought I would call attention to something that we have that goes even further. Article 2, Section 29 of the Colorado Constitution. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the state of Colorado or any of its political subdivisions on account of sex. Given the basic biology about who can bear children and who can't, frankly, I think any restriction on this right, on this autonomy, flies right in the face of that provision of our Constitution. But I didn't really come here right now, this time, to talk about the law. I wanted to talk about and to channel who I have been thinking of in the last day, in the last week, in anticipation of this debate, and now that we are very far into this debate. A very long time ago, when I was in my 20s, I remember a conversation with a friend, a woman, registered Democrat like I am, ardently pro-choice like I am. I'm sure that she would have stood up here, as long as we all have, to defend the right of people to protect their autonomy and make these choices without the government treading on their sovereignty, as my colleague from Boulder put it many hours ago. She also commented, if I ever found myself pregnant, even in an unexpected way, I might carry to term. I think if folks on the south side of the aisle don't understand that that is where some women's intuitions lie. Everything that has been said here about the difficulty of grappling with this decision if it confronts you in life, I don't think I make light of that. I don't think anybody over here makes light of that. I don't think any women make light of that. I think the question rather is, do we, this government of Colorado, in our laws, believe that women have equal moral, legal weight to grapple with those difficulties themselves? Or is the government going to cut in and make them less than men and take away a domain of personal sovereignty and personal autonomy in a way that is never taken away from men? Is the woman going to make the choice, or is the government going to make the choice for the woman? Conversation with another friend. Was together with a guy. They were not planning to have children. She found herself pregnant. The guy had some pretty serious drug problems. It wasn't going to be the right time, and bluntly, I think that she was concerned he wasn't going to be the right father. So she made a very difficult choice. That was her choice, not the government's choice. You know, last year, a good friend of mine and his wife became parents for the first time, something they very much wanted. There were some challenges along the way, but nonetheless, they're both parents now, first-time parents, to a baby girl that they love very much. And I'm very happy for them. But, you know, there were some uncertainties, and as I think about what I want in our law for my friend and his wife, the only thing that could have been worse, had things not turned out okay, had things begun to go very wrong, would be for the government to have come in on top of that strain, that stress, that awfulness, that trauma, and begun to say, this is what you can and cannot do. Another friend, a couple years ago, became a mother for the first time. I think after trying for quite a while. And it basically turned out okay after all that uncertainty. And they are now parents to a young child that they love very much. That's what they wanted. That is wonderful for them. And I think that my friend is going to be an amazing mother because she's an amazing human being. That was their choice. That was their path. Had things not gone okay, and as we've heard, they don't always go okay. You don't always know. The only thing worse, I think, for my friend than having to grapple with that awfulness would have been for the government to have come in and said, this is what you can and cannot do. Again, another friend decided to become a parent for the first time with her partner. It was a difficult pregnancy. I was concerned for them. But it turned out okay, thank God. And they love being parents, and they're very happy right now. But had it not turned okay, had it not turned out okay, and had they been forced into difficult diagnoses, awful reports of the health of a child that they wanted very much, the only thing I think that would have been worse for them than having to be in that situation was for the government to come in and say, this is what you can and cannot do. If people are sensing a theme here, it's because I intend a theme to be sensed. You know, several weeks ago, my cousin, my youngest cousin on my mom's side, there are 6 of us, told us all that he and his wife were expecting. That's going to be the first among the 6 of us, even though he's the youngest. And they're due later this summer, and that's going to make me an uncle, which is kind of a trip. Something that they want. It's something they have decided to do, and so far it seems to be going all fine. But now I'm talking about my own cousin, now I'm talking about my family, and what I do not want the law doing is coming in over top of my family and saying, these are the choices that you can make, and these are the choices that you are not allowed to make. You know, just a week or so ago, another friend shared with me that she was expecting for the first time. And I know that down the road, you know, she's looking forward to being not just a mother, but a grandmother, because she has a pretty unique relationship with her own grandmother, and I think wants to be able to have that relationship going a couple of generations forward. Her choice, what she wants, and I'm so happy for her and for her husband. And right now things seem okay, but if ever they aren't, the idea of the government coming in over top of my friend and a very personal situation, telling her what she can and cannot do, would make me very angry. That is not the state I want to live in. That is not the country I want to live in, not for my friends, not for my family. So that's why I'm here, for all of them and everybody like them. And that's why I'm urging a yes vote on 1279.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to highlight something in the bill on page 5, line 22. It says, "The rights protected under this Part 4 are a matter of statewide concern." And the title of the bill is the Reproductive Health Equity Act. And so with both of those in mind, I move L011 and ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment has been properly displayed. Representative Geithner, please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, members, what L011 is it's refers to the SMART Act, obviously. And so just a couple of points here of what it would include. Total number of abortions the person performed, meaning the medical physician, the demographics of each individual who received an abortion from the person, again, the medical professional, the week of pregnancy in which each abortion was performed, the cost of each abortion, and then all of this would be reported through SMART Act beginning January 2023. And I know that some of you may be thinking, well, why is this pertinent information? Well, I think it's important that if we're going to talk about the bill title, and the bill title being Reproductive Health Equity Act, and we know that this is, according to the bill, page 5, line 22, specifically a matter of statewide concern, it certainly seems appropriate that the state would have some of this disaggregated information. Obviously, no names, no addresses, none of that. And I would bring our attention to the fact that the state knows the number of children that are born, right? Because every child that's born gets a birth certificate, so we know very specific things about the child that's born. We know the sex of the child. We know the county of the child. We know the date on which the child was born. In fact, I would argue we know the exact time of when the child was born. And so I think it's appropriate, if we're going to call this an equity act, if we're going to make it a matter of statewide concern, that the state also understands certain things about abortions that may be performed in Colorado. And so I think there's another piece of this too, and it has to do specifically with the total number of abortions the person performed disaggregated by individuals who live in Colorado and outside of Colorado. I think it's understood well within this chamber that this is seen as one of the more aggressive approaches to policy that I think we've seen statewide. And so just understanding what that impact is on the state as well is another key piece of 011. And so, members, with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask for a title ruling.
The committee will stand in a brief recess to discuss whether the amendment fits under the title. Will the representatives please join me on the side of the chamber for a discussion? Committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would disagree, and a couple reasons why I would disagree that it doesn't fit under the title is, A, the title of the bill specifically talks about the equity. And then within the bill, it talks about a matter of statewide concern. And some of the arguments that I just heard on the side over here said that somehow collecting disaggregated information that doesn't contain a name or an address or any personally identifiable information would somehow have a chilling effect on abortions performed within the state of Colorado. Members, we know the name, we know the address of children and their vaccines that they've taken. We know the number of children that are born each day in the state of Colorado. We know the sex of the child that is born each day in Colorado, the county that the child was born in. The state has all sorts of data, all sorts of information on things that they deem to be a matter of statewide concern. In fact, to exercise your Second Amendment, you have to do a background check. Members, we utilize the SMART Act in many number of ways, and the mere fact that this bill contains the word equity, are we even sure that what we're about to do in 1279 would be equitable if we can't demonstrate through a SMART Act hearing? I think it's important that if we're going to make arguments such as equity and deem something a matter of statewide concern, then we also look at basic data to understand the true impacts on the state. And so I firmly disagree with the ruling of the chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would be remiss if I didn't touch on this topic slightly. And it's more broadly, I wanted to talk about I think, an issue that we're having in this chamber with respect to these title rulings. I understand if we have disagreements on what does fit under the title and what doesn't, but through the course of this debate, not only in committee but also on this floor here, I have seen reasons for title rulings that are probably more appropriate to ask the chamber to vote no instead of using a title ruling to avoid the vote altogether. That's my objection to this whole process right now. I know that I'm not in the majority. I know that this is an issue of the chair, but ultimately I would ask that the majority please use title rulings with discretion, because the reasons, especially the ones that I heard on the side here, was probably more appropriate for encouraging a no vote instead of avoiding a vote altogether. And so that's all I ask, and I look forward to continued debate.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate how alert and active you are right now. Very, very much appreciate that. And I very much also look forward to welcoming several members of the body to the Great Beard Caucus. We meet on Thursdays, and we talk about our beards, and so I look forward to that. But members, I think data reporting is something that's very important, and actually I think it's already happening to a great deal. Definitely not in terms of like Jane Smith had an abortion or anything like that, but the aggregate data. So we know nationwide since January 22nd of 1973, there's been roughly 63,500,000 babies aborted in the United States of America. So we know that data. I think it's perfectly acceptable and reasonable to include this in a SMART Act hearing in the same way we do perhaps Second Amendment rights. How many concealed carry issues or permits were issued for Douglas County and Jefferson County, things like that. That's the kind of aggregate information that we would like to see, and specifically also things that the majority has spoken to several times about equality, making sure that there are certain facilities in certain neighborhoods and for certain populations. It would be interesting to me to know if certain neighborhoods are being somewhat targeted by a company that provides abortion services. And I'm not even sure if the amendment went to that. We're past the amendment now. But it seems to me like this data, the number of, I would like to see, perhaps, if the number of abortions in the state of Colorado increases because of this bill, decreases this bill, does nothing because of this bill, which actually I suspect the bill will have a little outcome on that. Although I do know it won't save lives, and I do think it is barbaric in its very nature, but I'd like to see the data to see maybe it does increase or decrease abortions going forward. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hey, good morning, everybody. It is just lovely to be here on a Saturday morning with all of you, talking about an issue that is so important to all of our constituents. So thank you, everybody, for this robust debate. I really, really appreciate it. And here's, my main takeaway from what I want to say today is every child should be a loved and wanted child. Every child should be a loved and wanted child. Now, the other night when you guys were having the debate in committee, I'm not on that committee, but I was listening in, and I think it's fair to say that reasonable people can disagree about this kind of issue, right? We all have very strong opinions, very strong values when it comes to the topic of reproductive health care and reproductive rights and how we think that those should be dealt with. The voters of Colorado have spoken on this issue over and over and over again. Most recently in 2020, when by an overwhelming majority, they said, this is where we are on this issue. And that is where the majority of our voters are. And that is why I am here today representing the voters in my district. And I know there are some voters in my district who disagree, but that's going to be true everywhere. But there are most of the voters in my district agree with making sure that we put into law this policy that allows women the right to choose what to do with their own bodies concerning their reproductive health care. You know, government involvement in these types of decisions is really not okay. That's not where we want statute to be. We don't want statute to get in the way of these personal, sometimes really heart-wrenching decisions about what women need to do with their lives and their bodies. You know, a number of years ago, I read a really interesting article, and it was about, frankly, overpopulation, right? I mean, there are a lot of people on our planet, and, you know, you say, well, how do we stop overpopulation? Well, you know what? The guy who wrote the article, I thought, had some really good points. And basically, there are two main ways that we raise women up in the world and work on this overburdening of our planet at the same time. And that is by empowering women. You empower women by making sure that they have not only autonomy over their own bodies for family planning, birth control, abortion, and all of the other reproductive health rights that they need to have, and by making sure that they have a way to pursue economic success, right? They need a way to make sure they can move forward in life. That is good for them, that is good for their families, that is good for all of us. Empowering women is part of what reproductive health care and health rights are all about. This allows all people to have better economic mobility, not just here in Colorado, but frankly, throughout the world. So, you know, I've listened to all of those conversations the other night, and frankly, you know, I understand that passions and emotions run strong on this issue. I understand that everybody has a different perspective. But really, what it comes down to is empowering women and making sure, in this case, that every child is a loved child and every child is a wanted child, because that is ultimately what we need to make this world a better place. So I really urge your support of HB 22-1279.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's no surprise that I'll be a no vote on 22-1279, but what would have made it a better bill, what's not in it, is the data, and I believe that that is a safety issue. And what I'm talking about, I think, frankly, was addressed in 22-1075. I would invite the people of Colorado to look up that bill, I think sponsored by my esteemed colleague, Representative Luck. The amendment, L001, I beg your pardon, L011, would have helped us to, if this is going to become statute, provide better government oversight of facilities that are conducting abortions. Right now, status quo, we don't know where these are happening. We do not know how many. And yet, somehow, L011 didn't rate the cut to be able to ask and to be able to ensure that the government and public health knew the total number of abortions, the demographics, the week of pregnancy, the cost. These are things that government collects on other operations. The government's got its hand in just about everything. It's really remarkable to me that we're willing to turn a blind eye to how these procedures are performed. But I will definitely be a no on 1279.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So people have been talking about the response they've been getting from their constituents or family or whoever, and I wanted to just get up and share a little bit about that for me. I have 3 sons, and they don't worry about me too much, but we recently got a daughter-in-law, and she called me last night to say she wanted to come over and just visit. And I was like, well, I'm going to be working pretty late. And when she heard I was going to be working late, she said, well, what time are you going to be home? And I said, I don't know, like maybe midnight. And she said, well, you have to text me when you get home so I know you made it home safe. And that's kind of funny because, you know, nobody really worries about me like that. So this morning at 5, I texted her and said, I didn't make it home yet. And so we've been texting back and forth because she's from Chile. She doesn't have a lot of knowledge about how our government works. And probably she's actually, maybe that's not because she's from Chile, but I said, well, we're here to defend a woman's right to choose how she wants to live her life and what she wants to do in terms of her family planning. And she said, well, don't you already have that here? Because they don't have that in Chile. And I said, well, we do, but it's at risk. And if we aren't vigilant about protecting it, we run the risk of losing it. And then she said, well, then I'm so proud of you for being there and defending that right for me and for all the other women in America. And I just wanted to share that with you all. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a couple points just very recently made in the well that struck me as interesting. It's been said several times over the last 23 hours that every child should be loved, a loved and wanted child. And I agree. In a perfect world, every child would be loved and wanted, but since when does anyone's right to live depend on someone else wanting them? I'm sure there's some of us in this body that don't want other people in the body to even be here right now. Oh, no, and my apologies. I did not mean to impugn any motives or say anything like that. It was a bad attempt at a very sleep-deprived speech. But really, since when does anyone's right to live depend on someone else wanting them? And then we also heard, well, voters in my district have polled 70% in favor of pro-choice arguments and stuff like that. And I would say voters clearly have been right in many House district elections, but throughout the history of our country, the overwhelming population and voter sentiments have not always been morally perfect. And I think of our very own Ralph Carr, our great Republican governor here in Colorado, who stood up in a very, very dangerous time to stand up against the U.S. federal government and against Japanese internment camps that they were trying to put in here. He stood up against it and was actually run out of office for making that stance. But now we look back and say, wow, What a hero. He was right. He was on the morally right side of that equation. We also heard, and also, I mean, there's even been acceptable speech in our nation's history that may be acceptable, but it's definitely not acceptable today. I think Huck Finn, when Huck is talking with Aunt Sally and asks if, and he's running late. It's of course a very long story, but some of it is he reports that there was an explosion of a riverboat, and she says, "Well, Huck, was anyone hurt in the riverboat explosion?" And he said, "No, ma'am. Killed I'll use the term, killed a black man." That's not the term that was used in the book originally. "No, killed a black man." And she replies, "Well, that's lucky because sometimes people get hurt." They didn't even refer, and that's not right. Just because the voters, and that's the overall sentiment of your time, I would urge you to rise above that and do the morally right thing. And that again goes back to the question, what is it? Is it a human being that we're talking about here? It is also stated that we have an overpopulation problem. I'm not even sure how to tackle that. I'll just say like Thanos much, like that's, but I couldn't believe I heard that as an argument for passing this bill. So I will urge a no vote on this bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1279? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier I talked about how this conversation is one that we seem to be passing each other, that we can't seem to figure out what each other is saying per se. Okay, it's early in the morning. What I guess I mean is we start from different starting places, and so we reach different conclusions. And I do appreciate that this has been a discussion. I appreciate that this has been an opportunity for both sides to engage with one another. And so I thank you all for coming up and sharing stories and for providing your perspectives and allowing this to be a two-way dialogue so that we can better understand each other. I do think that in some ways it has narrowed the scope of misunderstanding, at least for some of us. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate the vulnerability. I appreciate the openness. I appreciate the heart. I think the question is, does the state have a role in this space? And I guess it goes back to my colleague's question for me, is there a life here? And if there is a life here, at what point does that life have a value attached to it that's worthy of protection by the state? And once that is determined, then we ask the question we should always ask, which is, at what point is it just to take another life? Now, this is for many of us the crux of the issue. And if we narrow the conversation too, I know that a number have talked about medically necessary procedures. And I'll speak for myself, but I don't include those in this conversation. And so if the state has a role at all to play in deciding when to protect life and under what terms a life can be taken, then it does have a role to play in this conversation. And that is a hard thing. I'm not minimizing that fact at all. And I will just leave you with, again, gratitude for the open dialogue, gratitude for the vulnerability, gratitude for the ability to hear your heart and for you to hear ours. I think that that is what this building is about, and I appreciate that it happened on this bill. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost missed my chance. It sure is a pleasure to serve with you, Madam Chair.
It is such a pleasure to serve with you, Representative McCormick.
I just wanted to come down here to echo what you shared earlier, that I am also incredibly honored and excited to be here today. Somehow I got my third or fourth wind, and I'm ready to keep going because this is one of the issues that I decided to run for office on. Because of my 3 kids, because of my own family, but this is a really big deal for me, and I'm prepared to be here as long as it takes because this is that important. And I think that we actually have come to an understanding on where each of us on the sides of this issue are. I don't think there's any lack of clarity on where one perspective is versus another. I'm very clear on the perspective that happens to be different than mine, and I'm very clear on my perspective. So I think it's just unlikely that we are ever going to change each other's mind or even potentially be able to truly stand in another's shoes on this issue. We just come from different life experiences and different perspectives. We come with different faiths, different deep personal, private beliefs that we each passionately support. We're all fellow citizens of this wonderful state. We are not evil. Those that may disagree with me are not evil. And so it is with kindness and respect that I wholeheartedly and with a very clear conscience will disagree with any person or government that wants to interfere with my ability to make decisions that have to do with anything in the realm of healthcare on my body. And it is also, and I will always see this as a healthcare issue. This is definitely a healthcare issue. It's also with tremendous understanding and compassion for every person in our state and on this planet that is living with a uterus, that I will enthusiastically, without hesitation, with every fiber of my being, vote in favor of this bill to keep abortion and all other reproductive health care decisions legal, safe, to keep medical decisions private, and to keep government from interfering with any of those private decisions. So I encourage all of you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a long couple of days now. So I want to just recap what we are really discussing and talking about here. And I do, this paper actually has discretion advised, so if the millions of people listening on the Colorado channel, if you have children watching, you may want to turn it off briefly. But we are discussing what is being done to an unborn child, and there's different procedures. And this is only 2 pages, so I want to just quickly go over this so we can truly get at the heart of the matter of what we're discussing being done to unborn children here. And the first one is a chemical abortion. This is known as abortion pills, at-home abortion, medical abortion, and RU486. Used through the 10th week of pregnancy, RU486 is a 2-drug method. The first pill, Mifepristone is a synthetic steroid that blocks the hormone progesterone. This is intended to kill the baby before his or her expulsion. Women then take a second drug, misoprostol, which is a synthetic prostaglandin, to induce contractions and expel the dead baby. Ella, another abortion drug, which is falsely labeled as birth control, works in the same way. And then there's suction abortion. After dilation of the cervix, a suction curette, a tube with a serrated tip, is inserted into the uterus. The strong suction, 20 times the power of a household vacuum cleaner, tears the baby's body apart and sucks it through the hose into a container. This is the most common method of surgical abortion in the first 12 weeks of pregnancy. And then there's dilation and curettage. Used through the 12th week. After dilation of the cervix, a curette, a sharp looped knife, is inserted into the uterus. The baby's body is cut into pieces and extracted, often by suction. The uterine wall is then scraped to remove the placenta and confirm the uterus is empty. And then there's dilation and evacuation, committed up to 18 weeks. Forceps are inserted into the uterus, grabbing and twisting the baby's body to dismember him or her. If the head is too large, it must be crushed in order to remove it. Then there's dilation and extraction, committed in the second and third trimester. The cervix is dilated, forceps extract the live baby by the feet until the head is just inside the cervix. Scissors then puncture the skull, allowing the abortionist to collapse it by suctioning out the contents. The dead body is then fully removed from the mother. Hysterotomy. The womb is entered by a surgical incision in the abdominal wall, similar to a cesarean section. However, the umbilical cord is usually cut while the baby is still in the womb, cutting off oxygen supply and causing suffocation. Sometimes, though, the baby is delivered alive and left unintended to die. Members to the bill, we talked about it previously, but there is no definition of postnatal care, and I think this is why, just one of many problems with this bill, postnatal care, this could be done under this bill. Saline injection, now uncommon, but was committed in previous years between months 4 through 7. A 20% salt solution, the normal salt solution is 0.9%, is injected through the mother's abdomen into the baby's amniotic fluid. The baby ingests the solution and dies of salt poisoning, dehydration, and hemorrhaging of the brain. The baby's skin is burned off. A dead or dying baby is delivered. The baby born alive is usually left unattended to die, though some have survived. Gianna Jessen is a survivor of saline abortion. Gianna Jessen has actually spoken decades before in front of this very chamber. Late-term abortion. Late-term abortion is a multi-day procedure and is typically done through a lethal injection of digoxin. On the first day, the woman will go into the abortion facility or hospital to begin the dilation process with seaweed sticks called laminaria. These sticks naturally expand after placement and they allow access to the baby through the cervix. The abortionist will then use an extremely long needle to inject digoxin into the fetus's heart, which will cause cardiac arrest, commonly known as a heart attack. On the second day, the woman will continue to be artificially dilated while still carrying the dead child. She'll be administered misoprostol to artificially stimulate uterine contractions. There may also be a second injection of digoxin. On the third or fourth day, the mother will deliver the dead child. Members, that's the crux of what we're talking about being done to unborn children. Let them live. They deserve a birthday.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've heard comments that Coloradoans have time and time again supported this abortion law, and I don't believe that's totally true. Late-term abortions, partial birth abortions, adolescent abortions without parental notification has never polled well in Colorado or nationally. I believe Coloradoans have an expectation that personal responsibility should be considered. They have never supported unbridled abortion, and that's what this law is, unbridled abortion. We have made attempts all evening long and this morning to make some amendments to add some personal responsibility aspects to this bill. Unfortunately, there was no flexibility with the majority in this House. They would not allow any common sense amendments to be added and put in place. And for that reason, I still ask for a no vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have very little to add, but I do wish some of our amendments, especially when it comes to parental notification, would have at least been accepted or added to the bill. It's very disheartening that I can't. I view this bill, and I ask you to vote no because I view this bill as very radical. I think it will make the bills that are in New York and California and elsewhere in our nation, it will make them blush. I view it as barbaric as well because especially when we're talking late-term abortion, part-term abortion, that's morally wrong. We're talking about people, and again, just circle back to where I began literally 24 hours ago, 23 and a half hours ago. Does elective abortion unjustly take the life of a defenseless human being? It's a yes or no question. And another question that goes right with it, is the unborn a child? Is the unborn a member of the human family? I believe the answer to those questions are yes, and thus it is a person, and thus unborn babies deserve the right to life. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it was interesting to some people, or the millions of people listening. Earlier, maybe 6 hours ago, I was talking about the bill. I was talking about methods. Because whenever we're discussing how to vote for this bill, we also need to know about the methods that are used within this bill associated with abortion. We need to be clear on what we're voting on, the actions that we're voting on. I mean, abortion is a word, but there's actions within that word. There's different types. And some of those types, all the types you may be okay with, some of the types may give you pause and may have you rethink what's really in this bill. So what I want to do is, somebody sent me some information and said, Shane, there's a lot more going on than you discussed 6 hours ago. And, you discussed different methods, but there's a lot more. So what I want to do is, those additional methods I want to relay to you so you know what you're voting for, because these are the methods that are going to be taking place within the bill in the state of Colorado. The methods, the first one on the list here is the suction aspiration. And that's something I lightly discussed earlier, but this is more detailed. This is a procedure most often used in the first trimester of pregnancy, the first 3 months. The abortionist inserts a suction tube similar to a vacuum hose with an extremely sharp end into the mother's womb. The suction and cutting edge dismember the baby while the hose sucks the body parts into a collection bottle.
And Representative Sandridge, just for consistency's sake, if you could just remind the members how this fits in with the bill.
Okay. Well, like I said at the very beginning here, this bill has to do with abortion. We all need to be clear on how an abortion is done where we have no surprises. There may be some people who think an abortion is done one way, but doesn't understand all the ways, and that may affect their judgment. Some people may say, I agree with all those methods, Somebody may say, well, I never knew about that method. That's a little bit too draconian. Maybe I'm going to look at the bill a little differently. So the next one, dilation. Actually, it's called D&C. In this procedure, the abortionist uses a loop-shaped knife to cut the baby into pieces and scrape the uterine wall. The baby's body parts are then removed and checked to make sure there's no pieces were left in the mother's womb. So this is a procedure that we'll be allowing within the bill. Now there's the dilation and extraction, which is D&X, used to kill babies well into the third trimester, as late as 32 weeks old. The abortionist reaches into the mother's womb, grabs the baby's feet with a forceps, and pulls the baby out of the mother, except for the head. The abortionist then jams a pair of scissors into the back of the baby's head and spreads the scissors apart to make a hole in the baby's skull. The abortionist removes the scissors and sticks a suction tube into the skull to suck the baby's brain out. The forceps are then used to crush the baby's head, and the abortionist pulls the baby's body out the rest of the way. So that's what a procedure we'll be voting on in this bill. Now there's the dilation and evacuation, D&E. This form of abortion is used to kill babies at the second trimester, 24 plus weeks. The abortionist uses a forceps to grab parts of the baby, arms and legs, and then tears the baby apart. The baby's head must be crushed in order to remove it because the skull bone has hardened by this stage in the baby's growth. Now I'm going to say there's probably this name wrong. Hysterotomy? I'm sure I said it wrong. This is also performed in the third trimester. Again, this is something that the bill will be allowing. This is basically an abortive C-section. The abortionist makes an incision in the mother's abdomen and removes the baby. The baby is then either placed to the side to die or killed by an abortionist or nurse. Medical abortions. And these are abortions that involve the administration of drugs specifically intended to abort the child. Common drugs used for medical abortion is mifepristone, and I think actually Representative Neville alluded to that in his speech. But to expand on that, mifepristone blocks the hormones that help develop the lining of the uterus during pregnancy. This lining is a source of nutrition and protection for the developing baby. The tiny boy or girl is starved to death, and then a second drug, misoprostol, causes contractions to the head, so the dead baby is expelled from the womb. And this is, again, what we're voting on here is these procedures. Another...
Representative Sandridge, actually, that's not what we're voting on. Just bringing this back to the bill title.
Well, if the bill's approved and the governor signs it, will it allow these procedures?
Going back to the bill title, we want to, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference.
And we are discussing those choices. Because shouldn't the body be aware of the choices before they make those decisions?
Sure,
Madam
just
Chair?
make sure you tie that to the bill.
Sure, thank you. And again, we're discussing abortion. These are the types of abortion, which is part of the bill. This is something that, if this bill is signed by the governor, these procedures will be allowed. Methotrexate, I'm sure I said it wrong, a highly toxic chemical directly attacks and breaks down the baby's fast-growing cells. It also attacks the life support systems the baby needs to survive. When the systems fail, the baby dies. Misoprostol is then used to cause contractions and push the dead baby out of the womb. Salt poisoning. The technique is used in the second and third trimester. The abortionist sticks a long needle into the mother's womb. The needle contains salt, which is then injected into the amniotic fluid surrounding the baby. The baby breathes in, swallows the salt, and dies from the salt poisoning, dehydration, brain hemorrhaging, and convulsions. The baby takes nearly an hour to die. His skin is completely burned, turns red, and deteriorates. The baby is in pain the entire time. The mother goes into labor 24 to 48 hours later and delivers a dead baby. And I'm almost finished. Actually, very close. I'm going to say this wrong too. Prostalogen, used during the second and third trimester. Prostalogen abortions involve the injection of naturally produced hormones into amniotic sac, causing violent premature labor. During these convulsions, the baby is often crushed to death or is born too early to have any chance of surviving. I do respect everybody listening to these, and hopefully they'll be used in consideration when making your decision about this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1279? Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, again, our concern on this is really the fact of the matter that we are not addressing what's being done to unborn children, most likely against their will. And I gave an example, it was probably yesterday afternoon at this point, about how sometimes we can see objective truths more clearly through our own children. And so I just wanted to share with you another story that I'm reminded of as we go through this long debate of what I've learned from my own children. And that's the moment when, I've shared with you the 2 miscarriages we had. They had the second child, and then would have been our 4th child. But we finally got past that moment where we were scared and worried that we might have another miscarriage. And we knew that my wife was pregnant with our youngest child. And we decided it's time to tell our 2 older children about the glorious news that we have. And I've got a really cool video I can dig up if any of you want to see it. It is really one of the cutest videos I've ever seen, and it was one of the best moments of my life. But when we went to tell them, we sat them down, told them we had big news. Little kids, they were 9 and I think 6 or 5 at the time. And we wanted to tell them the big news. So they're concerned. They're sitting in our living room, and they're sitting on the couch, and they're kind of concerned. They're kind of worried if they're in trouble or not. And we break the news that you're going to have a little baby sibling. And I will tell you, their eyes lit up with excitement. My middle child, she just lit up and started running around and dancing and running all over the house, screaming and yelling, and complete excitement for the moment. My oldest child, I'll never forget her little face because she's grown so much now, having turned 14 yesterday. But her little 9-year-old face and just the big giant smile, and she's really over and over, and she was so excited, so incredibly excited. And then she went on to make the cutest little thing. She went and made these cute little Post-it notes saying, "The baby is cute in there," and "Hi baby, we love you," and started putting them on my wife's belly. And it was one of the happiest moments of my life, just seeing their thrill. And they knew at that moment that was a baby. Little Lydia was a baby at that moment. Even though we hadn't met her, we hadn't seen her, she couldn't speak. She was just developing at the time, but she was a cute little peanut, probably the size of the 12-week display over here in her mom's tummy. And those little kids understood right away that they were about to have a baby sister, and they were so thrilled. And so I want to remind you what we're talking about, because I truly do think that sometimes through a young child, they can see this objective truth so easily, and remind you that that's truly what we're talking about here. And that's why we've been here so long, to be that voice for the unborn, because everyone deserves a birthday.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this has been, from what I'm being told, one of the longer debates in the House of Representatives history. So that's at least something to be commended and celebrated. And I just want to say that this was worth it. I know we've heard a lot from many of our colleagues who have stated that they'll be here as long as it takes. To that I say ditto, as long as it takes. Members, I want to go back to my opening remarks yesterday. We did hear the majority leader and the minority leader kind of kickstart this debate, and there were some good points to have been made. But one of the things that I think is important to understand as we talk about this issue and as we grapple with this weighty topic is what we ought to do, right? I mean, that is primarily what concerns us in this building. What is morality in any given issue? What is justice? What is truth in any given issue that we deal with? That's all we do here is legislate morality. That's all we do here is create systems that would administer justice in any given situation. And in this particular situation, we need to ask ourselves, what is life? And when does it start? And what is our responsibility as state lawmakers, as government actors, in protecting that life? As I described in my opening statements, I do believe that abortion, is morally wrong, and that is an objective truth, that it is our responsibility to be protecting innocent life from conception to natural death. This is literally a bill about life and death. And Representative Will, I won't forget his comments when he was debating on this yesterday. I think he said it so clearly that this bill deals with the desire to advance death, and that's something that should all concern us. I mean, he made an analogy that in this state we no longer have capital punishment, except for children that are unborn and in the womb. That was his analogy. I think it was a pretty apt one and a pretty good one. And that sort of paints the picture of how we've, in this state, allowed things to get so backwards. These children, these babies, they're human. And should not matter whether or not they're in the womb or outside of the womb. I remember when my wife was pregnant with our son, with our daughter, and at no time did we refer to our child as a fetus. At no time did we refer to our child as a clump of cells. At no time did we disregard the humanity of the living being that was inside her womb. And for good reason. Because there's something inside of us that all of us know what's right and wrong. And we all know that the individual, that human being inside that womb is life, and that life should be protected. And so again, the real discussion, the real crux of this debate is when is life, what is life, and what is our responsibility to protect it? And I think it's obviously clear here. We shouldn't be making exceptions for homicide, but unfortunately this is what abortion does. And what this bill would do is codify it in a way that hasn't been codified in Colorado law before. We're being told that because of an impending Supreme Court decision, we have to do this right now. We have to codify the rights that were established by Roe versus Wade. Well, I certainly don't agree with that, but I would also like to point out that this goes beyond Roe versus Wade. My esteemed colleague from El Paso County, Terry Carver, in her opening remarks, highlighted with respect to page 5, starting at line 6, prohibited actions with respect to public entities. In that, overly broad language that would, in fact, be in conflict with other state laws. And you see that followed through on the same page with respect to the application section. This is exactly why the minority wanted to offer an amendment on parental notification. All the safeguards that are currently in place, all the reasonable state statutes we have in place in order to try and limit what's happening with regard to these abortions, especially as it relates to minors, could very well be undone. And while we've heard, from the bill proponents and the sponsors themselves that parental notification won't be impacted, the minority can read what's going on here and understand that that may not be the case, especially attorneys who are not only members of our minority caucus, but also on our staff, or who are otherwise helping us, have pointed out that there could be conflicts that will probably only be adjudicated in the courts. And if we leave it to the courts, what's going to happen then? Will the parental notification laws that we have, will they be upended? I don't know, but that's certainly not a risk we should be taking. As lawmakers, we should be responsible in what we're doing here. So again, if our intent here is to not harm those safeguards, then why not simply make sure that it's made clear? Well, I certainly can't speak for anyone else, but I can tell you what I believe. I believe that the intent of this bill is to simply allow for more abortions. Plain and simple. Representative Andy Pico, colleague from El Paso County, said it best. This bill is a monstrosity. It's about abortion. It's about terminating life, an innocent life. And that is something that we should not tolerate. So members, I would ask for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1279? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, those in Colorado that are paying attention on the Colorado Channel. My caucus has stood strong against the most far-reaching abortion rights bill in Colorado history. Before you, House Bill 22-1279. Although the title might disguise its intent, it is clear to me and my colleagues what it really is. It has also been stated that this is a reaction out of fear to laws that are being promulgated in Texas. But why this here in Colorado? We are not in Texas. Colorado, for those of you listening, for those of you that are writing, my colleagues and I stand for families. We stand for parents. We stand for the rights of all women, teenage girls. We promote options of life, not of taking life. We have argued for almost 24 hours of the merits or lack of the merits of this bill. But I will still tell you that every child deserves a birthday, Colorado.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just had to come down and just give a closing statement that in my district and the way I've been raised and in my Christian belief, I have a hard time with this bill. I have a hard time stomaching anything about this bill, and my constituents do too. So with that, I urge a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Geithner.
So members, in case you haven't guessed it, I think I've said it a time or two, but I'll say it again. I am opposed to 1279, and I'd like to lay out just a few of the reasons as to why I am. So we heard discussion. In fact, I think there were 3 specific amendments that had to do with free speech. The bill talks about on page 5, lines 18 through 22, under the application piece, and it says this Part 4 applies to all state, local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. And we had a little bit of a debate on that key word there, otherwise, and the impact that that word otherwise has as you look at government entities across the state, whether that's a town council, a city council, a board of county commissioners, a school board, you name it. And we know that it is not uncommon, just like in this body, where we do tributes, we do memorials, we do resolutions, we do proclamations, these are all typical conveyance of a position or policy that governing bodies tend to use. And there is grave concern that House Bill 1279 would stifle any attempt at speech that might find itself in contrast or contradiction to 1279, perhaps being something in the pro-life realm. The impact on free speech is something that my side of the aisle has taken very seriously, to the extent that we debated, we ran amendments, and felt that it was necessary to highlight that for not just the people of Colorado, but for this body. Unfortunately, those amendments were not successful. Second, has to do with the transparency of health equity. We look at our SMART Act hearings, and those are something that we typically use throughout state government to identify adherence to policy, to identify and collect data to see what the impact is, what the revelation of policy or rulemaking or other from a department of the state may be as they organize their plans and so forth, as they build their legislative agendas. Our SMART Act hearings are a wealth of information to the state, and knowing that 1279 is deemed a matter of statewide concern, and that it includes the word equity in the title, says to me that it's important enough that the state, just like the state looks at birth certificates, just like the state looks at vaccination records, just as any other thing that the state looks at, registration of vehicles, number of kids in school, grades, ages, all sorts of things that the state deems to be important enough to look at to see what is the impact in the state of Colorado. And somehow that too, that amendment, was not successful. Prosecution. Knowing that this bill very specifically says, and I already read a portion of it, that it basically overrules or applies to all state, local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines, rules, practices, executive orders, governmental actions, and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise, does bring up a level of concern when it comes to issues of domestic violence, when it comes to vehicular manslaughter as we look at a woman who is pregnant. In fact, I shared a few stats that I'd like to remind us of that had to do with domestic violence and pregnancy. And if you'll recall, I mentioned specifically the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Homicide is the leading cause of death amongst pregnant women in the United States. Homicide. Now, there is significant concern on my side of the aisle that 1279 might in fact take away the ability for prosecutorial discretion when it comes to, sadly, the homicide of a pregnant woman. 50 to 75% of women abused before pregnancy are abused during pregnancy. I think typically it may be understood or perceived that those types of acts may actually slow down quite a bit. 50 to 75% is still pretty dang significant. And God forbid anything happened that would have terminated the pregnancy, the unwanted termination of the pregnancy due to domestic violence. The concern is very real that there could be an impact on prosecutorial discretion when it comes to our DAs and bringing charges forth. 77% of pregnant homicide victims are killed early during their first trimester. These stats go on from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And knowing that 1279 could ultimately have an impact there, where we could not try in an attempt to seek justice for lives lost, is of grave concern. Fourth, parents. I spoke pretty specifically, and so have members of my caucus. In fact, we've seen amendments that attempted to ensure that the parental notification that we find in 1322-704 is left whole. And while there was argument saying that that piece of statute would be untouched, the concern still certainly exists. And so it was even asked, hey, if it doesn't interrupt it and there's no cause there, there's no concern, let's just put it in for good measure. But unfortunately, that amendment was not successful. And it's on this final piece that I emphasize the role of government, and as we look at policy and we adopt policy, and how very specifically we, in the actions that we take here, can further erode that element of trust that I believe parents are struggling with in other realms of Colorado government, most specifically our school districts. And I would just remind the chamber one more time that as we look at policy through this one, certainly future policies that we're going to see throughout the rest of this legislative session, the more unwillingness to ensure that parents' voices are heard, that they have a seat at the table, that there is proper notification, they know their child better than anybody. And knowing the decisions that would have to be made as it pertains to this particular piece of policy, maybe having the support of one of the most or two of the most important people would be very, very helpful to a young girl. So for these reasons and many, many more, I philosophically am opposed to the idea of abortion because I too believe that life begins at conception. I am a no on 1279. We've attempted to make our case. Some of those amendments we actually got to vote on. Some were deemed that they didn't fit underneath the title. And unfortunately, those amendments are the ones that trouble me the most because we weren't able to convey and communicate through policy and attempt here of the voice of this chamber, the position of the various districts, of the various representatives. And so I don't know that we were actually able to convey to the people of Colorado a complete policy package to fully understand just some of the discussion points. And so the only record, of course, will be the record that we have here, as we, members of my side of the aisle, spoke very specifically about those amendments. So I have a feeling we'll hear maybe a little bit more on third reading, but I would be remiss if I didn't come up here and just lay out some of just these key facts. And these are the ones that were most prominent. There are certainly others. But I am adamantly opposed to 1279. I urge a no vote. And I would just finally close with, we have no idea what the Supreme Court is going to do. Certainly there is speculation, but no one has a crystal ball and knows with certainty what the Supreme Court will do, likely in June. And so with that, members, I do ask for your no vote, and I appreciate your time and attention on this debate today.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we've been on 1279 for 24 or 25 hours. I guess I remember one of my dad's friends saying that very few people are saved in the last 5 minutes of a sermon. So I don't anticipate we can do a final change of minds or positions. So what I would like to do is echo my colleague, Assistant Minority Leader Geithner's concerns about the title readings, and I would bring those up to the people of Colorado and those that are concerned about this issue and other issues, that we need to review what just happened here. The Colorado voters and citizens really need to break this down, and I'm sure our side will help define the story. Are we dialoguing? I beg your pardon. I'll continue. I also want to thank Representative Luck, my colleague, and out of Fremont County, for the leadership on bringing this together. I think with her measured tone and process and communication skills, and also the tenacity, she brought this to a head, and it was a pleasure to work on the team with her as the lead. And this is a pretty miserable bill. It doesn't change that. For those that treat this as though it were some heroic defense of the border or the fortress, and I was there on the day that this happened. I think you got it wrong. It seems a dark day to me. It's at least a dark turn, and we'll work to move it from here. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always an honor to serve with you.
Representative Baisley, it is also always an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is obviously an incredibly trying moment, bringing a bill like this before this body. We make hopefully wise decisions on behalf of our constituents across the county, diverse as they obviously are. Let me say, I want to thank, as my colleague just spoke, I want to thank Representative Luck in particular for her coordination and management of the opposition to this bill, and to the staff, incredible staff that stuck it out with us this entire time. They don't get to choose how long they serve. We do, and on into the night. And so thank you all, Robin and the Sergeant Arms and so on. We appreciate you. This bill has the title of Concerning the Codification of a Person's Fundamental Right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference. It belies the key and cutting two lines in the bill, or one line in the bill across two lines, one sentence, that states that the unborn do not have any rights. Now, this is a worthy debate between the rights of the pregnant mom and the rights of the unborn child, the right of liberty of one and of the life of the other. For me, the obvious solution to that, or the obvious preference to that, is that one's life should take priority over another person's liberty. It's a tough one, though. I think we all know this very difficult struggle that has lasted for millennia. So what do we do with that? Well, I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that this bill, 1297, is certainly not the answer to this, because it rejects the rights of the one wholly. It dismisses the right of those unborn in order to simply protect the rights of the liberty of the pregnant mother. We need to do better. We need to do better for our constituents. We need to do better for the unborn. We need to do better for America, and certainly Colorado. So I'm highly disturbed by this bill, and I hope that we will eventually not pass it somewhere along the lines, hoping that we can vote it down today and right now. That would be pretty awesome. In the meantime, we will just keep on struggling, and I'd encourage everyone here in this amazing chamber to try to figure out the wise solution to this issue. It is not this solution. Thank you, my friends.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1279. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1279 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 92 until Monday, March 14th.
You've heard the motion. Senate Bill 92 is laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Committee members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
Soapers on the wall.
Oh, my God. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Just filling in.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How many total? Great. The House will come back to order. Mr. Randall, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your committee whole basically reported has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading of the fixed following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1139 is amended. House Bill 1279 passes second reading or gross place counter third reading final passage. Senate Bill 50 is amended. Senate Bill 65 and Senate Bill 75 passes second reading or revised place counter for third reading final passage. Senate Bill 92 is laid over until March 14th, 2022.
Representative Byrd. That is a proper motion. Members, you have heard the motion. There are 11 amendments at the desk. We'll go in alphabetical order. It's great to see you, Mr. Randall. It's great to see everybody. So, with that, we'll start with the Baisley Amendment. Ms. Randall, please read the Baisley Amendment, which is L065 to House Bill 1279.
Representative Baisley moved to amend the report of the committee to hold reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Baisley Amendment L065 to House Bill 1279 to show the said amendment passed and the House Bill 1279 is amendment passed.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L065. I'm sorry. Am I saying that? I move the Baisley Amendment, excuse me. And reminder, this would strike page 5, lines 4 and 5, which inappropriately remove all rights held by anyone yet to be born.
All right, that is a proper motion. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to tag on, I'm sure he meant to ask for an aye vote. This really is a crux of the question before us, and I'll just say it one more time. Is the unborn baby a member of the human family? And I would argue that it is a yes, or that answer to that, it's a yes or no question. The answer is yes. And this amendment is a yes too. So I ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Representative.
Is there further discussion? Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would encourage a yes vote on this amendment. I don't think it's in good conscience for my own self to put it into state law that those little peanuts in the bellies that we've seen the displays, we've seen it, have no rights within this state. And so I would encourage a strong yes vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also ask for an aye vote on this amendment. We spent some time discussing this, and I can tell you that what I've heard from my constituents and just from reading the bill when I first saw it, one of the first things that leapt out at me was that a fetus has no rights. And remember, a fetus is a young one, a living one, and for us to say that it has no rights is not something that belongs in state law. If it's not a human, then what is it? And I can tell you, it is a human. I mean, I think it's undeniably human. That fetus that's growing inside of a mom, whether it's really little or 9 pounds ready to be born, it deserves rights. It is indeed human. And I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Baisley Amendment L065 to House Bill 1279. Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. For those participating remotely, Minority Leader McKeon, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
That's a Senate vote, but I will count that as a yes. Minority Leader McKeon votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Herod votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote? Sorry, Representative Judah, how do you vote? We'll come back. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. And Representative Caraveo is excused. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 8 excused, the Baisley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. We will now move to the first of the Geithner amendments. Mr. Randall, please read the title, please read the Geithner Amendment L047 to House Bill 1279.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the committee holder versus the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following SOPR amendment L047 to House Bill 1279. It shows said amendment passed, and the House Bill 1279 is amended passed.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the Geithner Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for your yes vote. Remember, members, this is one of those free speech issues. Specifically, the amendment read, "Nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed as depriving a state or local elected official of their fundamental right to free speech to advocate for pro-life." The concern was with the application, and it says that this Part 4 applies to all state, local laws, ordinances, as well as interference and whatever else in 404. So recognizing the importance of our free speech, the role that we play in representing our districts and the people that elected us to office, we do see this as a concern that it may restrict our free speech. I do encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Randall, good to see you. I also ask for a yes vote. This seems pretty standard. The language there doesn't actually appear to be controversial at all, and it is an area that we spent actually quite some time on in the bill, and it was, if you recall, much of the discussion was this is actually one of the things that makes this bill more extreme than almost any other in the nation, because it literally tells local governments, and it can be interpreted as saying that you cannot discuss these topics, you cannot pass a tribute on this subject, you cannot do X, Y, and Z. So what this does is it clears it up a little bit, especially if there are future court cases or if there is a local city council or something that wants to, or just a simply elected official on their own that want to speak in a manner that may not be favorable by what I view as a very extreme bill.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Geithner Amendment L047 to House Bill 1279. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Yeah. No. No. I vote no.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Cutter and Snyder. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 35 no votes, and 8 excused, the first Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the second Geithner Amendment L048 to House Bill 1279.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the committee holder versus the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following SOPR amendment L048 to House Bill 1279. It shows said amendment passed. The House Bill 1279 is amended passed.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I move the Geithner Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote. Members, if you'll recall, again, this has to do with free speech. Specifically, this amendment, L048, read, "Nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed as denying a public entity from adopting resolutions, memorials, or tributes that promote a position of pro-life." If you'll recall, Section 405 of the bill, the application, it reads, "This Part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, governmental actions, and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise." We see this as a necessary amendment, and so I would ask for a yes vote to ensure that free speech is certainly protected, even in light of House Bill 1279.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And those of you that are reading this amendment carefully can notice that it's kind of a subset of the amendment that we just voted on a few minutes ago. And so this is within that aspect of free speech, this is more targeted. But what I want to bring up is that there are times that we do tributes for people, and we might mention who they are and what they do and what they've done in their lives and what has been important to them. And if this aspect of their life is something that they have done that needs to be mentioned, not having this amendment could potentially be a chilling effect for people that are actually trying to do a memorial or a tribute. And I think that that is something I have heard ever since I've been in this chamber many years now, that we don't want to have a chilling effect on free speech ever. What we want is for people to be able to speak and describe people and do these tributes and memorials and truly tell who that person was or is. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I also encourage a yes vote on this amendment. I could easily see a town like mine, Castle Rock, wanting to do a resolution or memorial. The problem with the broad language of the bill is the way it reads. I could easily see my town council also realizing that if we do this, we could face a lawsuit. And that has a chilling effect on their free speech abilities, on their abilities to pass a resolution, such as a pro-life resolution or declaring that life does start at conception, things of that nature. And so, although this is up to interpretation, I think that even not having this amendment within the bill creates a chilling effect in itself, and this bill does make that explicitly clear. And I thank you for bringing that, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote. First Amendment right will still be intact.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Geithner Amendment L048 to House Bill 1279. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 35 no votes, and 8 excused, the second Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the third Geithner Amendment, which is L049 to House Bill 1279.
Representative Geithner, move to amend the report of the committee whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following sober amendment L049 to House Bill 1279. Shows the amendment passed. House Bill 1279 is amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the third Geithner Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote. Members, if you'll recall, this too is a free speech amendment, and I'll read it for you. And it says, or it reads, "Nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed as depriving a state or local elected official from their fundamental right to freedom of speech. a public entity may adopt statements allowed by the state and federal constitution. And so, members, this is our third attempt at trying to ensure that we protect our First Amendment right to free speech as we look at 1279. And just as a reminder, there was concerns with the application portion in Section 405 of 1279 and the impact that that may have on free speech. So, members, again, I do ask for your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 amendments in the same tune, and the lyrics are, I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Geithner Amendment L049 to House Bill 1279. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Oh, and Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 24 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 7 excused, the third Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the fourth Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L054 to House Bill 1279.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the Committee to hold diverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L054 to House Bill 1279. So said amendment passed. House Bill 1279 is amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I move the fourth Geithner Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote. Members, just as a reminder, this one read, nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed to prevent a criminal prosecution pursuant to Article 3.5 of Title 18. And just a little bit more there, as you look at Article 3.5, Title 18, there are several sections under there, starting with 103, which is the unlawful termination of pregnancy in the first degree. You go on to Section 104 of Article 3.5, Title 18, which is unlawful termination of pregnancy in the second degree. This continues on into Section 105 of Article 3.5, Title 18, which is unlawful termination of pregnancy in the third degree. And then you continue into Section 106, which is of Article 3.5, Title 18, which is unlawful termination of pregnancy in the fourth degree. And then, of course, you also have Section 107 of Article 3.5, Title 18, which is vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy. And then finally, you have Section 108 of Article 3.5, Title 18, which is aggravated vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy. Actually, there's one more. It's 109, Section 109 of Article 3.5, Title 18, which is careless driving resulting in unlawful termination of pregnancy penalty. And the reason that we felt that there was a need for this, and when I say we, I do have to give credit where credit is due, and that is to Representative Soper for all of these amendments that we've just done a cow on. And that is because as you look at the bill very specifically, it says, again, this is the application part. It says this Part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions, and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. The rights protected under this Part 4 are a matter of statewide concern. So there is grave concern, members, as we look at the ability for prosecutorial discretion. And I would highlight again from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, very specifically, homicide is the leading cause of death amongst pregnant women in the United States. 50 to 75% of women abused before pregnancy are abused during pregnancy. It is estimated up to 20% of pregnant women experience violence during their pregnancy, and which is more common than gestational diabetes and preeclampsia. So members, there's a real concern here as we look at this and what could happen, and clearly the statistics bear that out. So members, again, I would ask for a yes vote. I do appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I ask for a yes vote on this too. We heard a lot of discussions from the proponents of this bill about how this is about the women's right to choose. Well, this section of statute that's referenced in this amendment protects a woman who lost her baby that wasn't her choice. She lost it not choosing to do so, and it protects that justice that she deserves for her little baby. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our bill has nothing to do with the criminal prosecution component that the proponents of this amendment are speaking towards, and we have the support of domestic violence organizations in support of our bill. So I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Fourth Gardner Amendment to the Report of the Committee of the Whole, L054, to House Bill 1279. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 7 excused, the Fourth Geithner Amendment to the Report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the Holtorf Amendment to the Report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L051 to House Bill 1279.
Representative Holtorf moved to amend the report of the committee, hold to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Holtorf Amendment L051 to House Bill 1279. So this amendment passed. House Bill 1279 is amended passed.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote. As you can recall, this is a substitute for the short title naming the bill the Anti-Birthday Act, because every child deserves a birthday.
Is there any further discussion on the Holtorf Amendment? Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote. This already has a short title, the Reproductive Health Equity Act.
Is there further discussion on the Holtorf Amendment to the Report of the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Holtorf Amendment to the Report of the Committee of the Whole, L051 to House Bill 1279. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Lynch. Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 7 excused.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm doing just fine. And 7 excused. The Holtorf Amendment to the Report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the Luck Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Luck Amendment L058 to House Bill 1279. So this has been passed. House Bill 1279 has been passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move
The Luck Amendment.
the Luck Amendment, thank you, to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote. Sorry.
No, you're fine. That's a proper motion. It's properly displayed. Any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is just to, again, provide some clarity to carve out, to make sure that we understand that there's nothing in this bill that can preclude us as the legislature to license medical professionals operating in this space, to set basic standards for pharmaceutical drugs, those sorts of things, to ensure that the section here in application, that this part applies to all state and local laws, that we're carving this out to make sure that it doesn't actually apply here. So I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luck. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I also urge a yes vote on this. We heard a long discussion about this, but there is a concern, the way the bill is written, that even local ordinances couldn't be addressed to just do simple things for safety procedures that you might have in an abortion clinic. I discussed at length a lot of the problems and issues that was happened with the Kermit Gosnell within his clinic, and even just simple things like a town might want to make sure that a hallway is wide enough to make sure a gurney gets in and has access to where an abortion may be performed. Simple safety things. And again, so if this bill is truly just about protecting the mother's right to choose, this amendment addresses the safety of that mother and still allowing us to have laws and regulations on the books that regulate this practice. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Luck Amendment, and I ask for a yes vote on this. Members, we discussed this at length, especially about the overly broad language that is generally found in the bill itself. And I think it's the responsibility of us to make sure that we're removing any conflicts and creating clear guidance as we try to provide the safety and well-being in these practices, as Representative Luck and Neville had just pointed out. So please vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, this is exactly the kind of laws that are put in place, like trap laws that limit access, and so we urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Luck Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating online, Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michael Saint-Genet, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michael Saint-Genet votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 7 excused, the Luck Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the Lynch Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Lynch moved to amend the report of the committee to hold reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Lynch Amendment L046 to House Bill 1279. So it's been passed. House Bill 1279 has been passed.
All right, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Lynch Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It's properly moved. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this would do is it would remove the safety clause and instead put in place the petition clause. As we had debated on this, we felt this was important to allow the people an option by which they could petition if they so wanted to. We saw this in previous bills, and the people have availed themselves to this option before, and we feel that this is appropriate, especially given the fact that the safety clause, in the minds of the minority anyway, is an inappropriate clause for something that we would not deem as health care in the first place. So we ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just also ask for a yes vote. There is safety intended by the bill sponsors in this, but when it comes to the baby, when it comes to that heartbeat, that will be stopped by the procedure. That is not safety, and that is not health care. So I ask for a yes vote.
Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote. There's a reason why we are running this bill. There is an urgent need for protections of our rights in Colorado.
Is there further discussion on the Lynch Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Lynch Amendment, which is L046 to House Bill 1279. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Aye.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 7 excused, the Lynch Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment, L050, to House Bill 1279, so it's been passed. House Bill 1279 has been passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Has been properly moved. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, this was one of the amendments that is, I think, of great consequence. We during committee hearing and during debate, we had discussed the Colorado Parental Notification Act and the possible conflict that could arise if this bill were to pass and be signed into law. To be fair to everyone involved, we were assured that the 1279 would not interfere with the Colorado Parental Notification Act from the bill sponsors and from the proponents. However, our review of it, the minority's review of it, would indicate that isn't quite the case, and that we want to provide clarity on the issue, and we want to make sure that government interference or to interfere as described in the bill does not include the Colorado Parental Notification Act. This is a very important thing that was passed a while ago. It allows for good safeguards to ensure that parents are involved within this process, especially as minors seek abortions. So with that, members, I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is a very important issue, and I just want to remind members what happened during the committee. And so during the committee, we brought this up as a possible issue because of the broad language of the bill, and the applicability section does clearly state that this law applies to all state laws. And so that would include this section of law here. And this could certainly be deemed as though it interferes, without this amendment, absent this amendment, that the bill itself interferes with the Parental Notification Act. We even had former state representative, former state senator Ted Harvey come and testify about that, since he could walk through the whole process about how the voters actually passed this in 1998 by a 10% margin. It was struck down by the courts because it didn't obtain certain exceptions, and then it was in 2003 when he actually ran a bill to put this into statute, the Parental Notification Act. That bill was actually passed, he even mentioned with two former Democrat Speaker and President of the Senate's support. And they passed this, and what the Parental Notification Act does, it says 48 hours prior to an abortion procedure, the parents must be notified and have sent written notice to their house. That could be easily construed by any court within this state as interference with an abortion procedure. And so it's absolutely imperative that we get this put on there. And during the committee, I did offer an amendment, and I retracted that amendment because there was a good faith effort, and I believe there was a good faith effort. I'm not trying to impugn anyone, but I do think there was a good faith effort with all the stakeholders that they wanted to get this done. And unfortunately, I'm grieved that we don't, but this amendment would get this done. It's different than the amendment that I ran, but it is a different way that we could get this done, and I urge you to vote yes for this so we make it explicitly clear that this bill does not affect the parental notification laws that we have on the books now. And I think absent this amendment, it certainly will, and the outcome certainly will strike those parental notification laws from the books.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also stand in support of this. This shouldn't be a big deal. This is a clarification amendment. The prime sponsors say that they feel that the wording is clear. We do have some concerns that the wording is not. This just clarifies. So it seems like everybody should be on board, so I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, just to echo everybody else, I suppose, that this conversation was held in the committee meeting and then here over the past 24 hours as well. And everyone's in agreement that the parental notification should not be overridden by anything by reference in this bill. So this simply gives that assurance, and I can't imagine why anyone would vote against this. This one not only involves children, this goes to grandchildren as well. So please vote yes.
Representative Froelich. Oh, Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too rise in support of this amendment. And I'd like to share a little bit from 1322-702. It's actually part of the legislative declaration. I'll read that really quick into the record. And it reads, "The people of the state of Colorado, pursuant to the powers reserved to them in Article 5 of the Constitution of the state of Colorado, declare that family life and the preservation of the traditional family unit are of vital importance to the continuation of an orderly society, that the rights of parents to rear and nurture their children during their formative years and to be involved in all decisions of importance affecting such minor children should be protected and encouraged, especially as such parental involvement relates to the pregnancy of an unemancipated minor, recognizing that the decision by any such minor to submit to an abortion may have adverse long-term consequences for her." I just felt that that was important to make sure that we knew exactly what the language said, and so I rise in support of this amendment.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. RIA will not impact Colorado's parental notification statute for minors seeking abortion care. The system is not impacted by RIA because access to abortion and the ability to choose an abortion are two different matters. Parental notification is a barrier to access, but not a barrier to choice. And this was confirmed as unnecessary by the nonpartisan staff during committee and again later at some point during these last 24 hours. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the Williams Amendment L050 to House Bill 1279. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKeon, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Minority Leader McKeon votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote? Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Representative Judah is excused. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 33 no votes, and 8 excused, the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. For those following closely, I screwed up the alphabet. No, it wasn't you, Robin. It was me. It was me. We're to V, which comes before W. No, it wasn't. It was definitely not you, Chief Clerk. Mr. Randall, please read the title to the first Van Winkle Amendment L026 to House Bill 1279 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Van Winkle moved to amend the report of the committee to whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Van Winkle Amendment L026 to House Bill 1279 shows it has been passed. House Bill 1279 has been passed.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Randall. I move the first Van Winkle Amendment to the Committee of the Report L026.
It is moved and properly displayed. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Make sure I'm on the right one here. This one, it's simply from the very title of the bill. It removes the term healthcare. It doesn't actually change the subject matter dramatically, but it removes healthcare because, in the perspective of many, abortion is not healthcare. Elective abortion is not healthcare. And we got a letter from 30,000 physicians from across the nation, signed it and sent it not just to us, to all policymakers across the nation. And if you recall, they said along these lines, as physicians, we know that when we care for a pregnant woman, we are caring for two distinct patients. Our duty to protect and preserve the lives of the patients whom we care for is to protect the lives and patients whom we care for. Our patients must place their trust in us and recommend what is best for them regardless of the current political or cultural trends. From the time the original Hippocratic Oath was introduced, there has been clear separation between medical freedom and the intentional killing of human beings, in this case, elective abortion. The science is clear. At the moment of fertilization, there is a brand new, distinct, brand new living and new human being that has come into existence. Abortion, whose actions is to end a life, clearly violates the basic tenets of medical ethics, and it continues. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote. Reproductive health care is just that, health care. Abortion is health care.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Van Winkle Amendment L026, the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 8 excused, the first Van Winkle Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the second amendment to the report, or the second Van Winkle Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, L066, to House Bill 1279.
Representative Van Winkle moved to amend the report of the committee to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Van Winkle Amendment L066 to House Bill 1279. Shows it has been passed. House Bill 1279 has been passed.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Randall. And actually, members, this will be my last time in the well today, so let me just personally thank the entire front desk staff. They are nothing short of heroic for their valiant efforts to continue beyond 24 hours. And of course, to our sergeants and State Patrol and everyone else. So thank you. Thank you, members. And now to the amendment before us here and the vote before us here. What it does is it adds to the list of embryo, fetus, and I say otherwise known as a unborn human. And the reason for this is back to the central question that is before each of us today that we must each answer either scientifically with our conscience or otherwise. Is the unborn baby a member of the human family? I believe the answer to that is yes. And that means the answer to this amendment would also be yes, because it doesn't change the bill again, the substance, but it is at least speaking some truth. So,
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We urge a no vote. This is an unnecessary definition.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Van Winkle Amendment, L066, to House Bill 1279 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating online, Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Minority Leader McKean votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lynch votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative D. Valdez votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Caraveo votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 8 excused, the second Van Winkle Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Minority Leader McKean, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Minority Leader McKean votes no. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Lynch, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lynch votes no. Representative Rich, how do you vote? Sorry, I think. Am I on Rich? Representative Rich, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Rich votes no. Sorry about that. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative D. Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative D. Valdez votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Please close the machine. With 37 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 8 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. I think that brings us to announcements and introductions. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some motions to make, but I'll make the announcement first. Members, just as if this was last night, it's still been a very long day for our nonpartisan staff as well. So if you could please make sure your filing cabinets are cleared off so our clerks also can just take off as quickly as we're all about to take off. And again, thank you to our sergeants, thank you to our front desk, thank you to our clerks for all of your amazing work.
Here, here. I second that. Thanks to our nonpartisan staff. Thank you for your service to the state. You do it with grace and professionalism. Further announcements and introductions. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it has been a very long day too, but I did want to confess what I always confess and believe deeply in my heart, which is that I love you all very much and appreciate you and adore you and genuinely love spending time with you. And for our staff, thank you.
Very good. Any further announcements and introductions? Seeing none, Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, March 14th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, March 14th. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 92 from special orders back to general orders for Monday, March 14th.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 92 will be moved off the special orders calendar to the general orders calendar for Monday, March 14th.
Or adjourn. Adjourn? No business? Okay.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. With that, I move the House stand on adjournment until Monday, March 14th at 10 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until 10 a.m. on Monday, March 14th.